If It's Working, Let It Be, by Niko Dark. Narrated by AI. Chapter 1. The sexiest thing about a man, according to Avery, was his car. But not just any car you could buy off a lot. Not the kind a 16-year-old kid would drive around with music blaring. It had to be a car that showed he knew something. Because if a man understood cars, Avery believed, he understood women too. If a guy doesn't know how to approach a car, her father used to say, wiping grease from his hands, how the hell is he supposed to approach a woman? Avery had been a kid then, perched on the hood of whatever vehicle her father was working on, her two dark ponytails swinging as she watched him circle around the car like it was something sacred. He dropped those nuggets of wisdom as if they were jokes, like he wasn't paying attention. But Avery remembered every word. Eventually, she started helping him with repairs. At first, it was just passing him tools. Then he taught her how to change a tire. She wasn't strong enough to lift much at 13, and he never let her do anything dangerous. But in theory, she could take apart and rebuild an engine. 6 years ago, she got to test that theory, unfortunately, on her own car. The engine had been working fine until she decided to improve it. After some tinkering, it died entirely. Her father laughed every time she pedaled to work on her bike, while she spent 3 weeks fixing the damage. He refused to lend her his car or help her with the repairs. All he said was, "If something's working, don't fix it." She hated two-wheel transportation after that, and she learned her lesson. If it's working, let it be. That had become her motto. So, when 8 bikers rolled into her garage like they owned the place, all she felt was pure, undiluted contempt. Timpoint had been just fine before the biker gangs showed up. It was the kind of forgotten town people skip over when trying to name all 50 states. Quiet, dusty, peaceful. And now, full of noise, chrome, and trouble. Avery hated change. She hated loud engines. She hated bikes. Why ride a two-wheeled beast when you could cruise in the soft, powerful purr of a 1969 Chevrolet Camaro? Still the best car ever made, if you asked her. Her father's Camaro sat like a relic in her garage, under a protective tarp like a shrine. A tall brunette killed his engine and pulled off his helmet. As he walked toward her, Avery didn't move from the porch. She was elevated just enough to meet him eye to eye. Her work clothes were stained with oil, her hands rough, her black hair pulled into a high ponytail. "I just need a wrench," the biker said. "Mind lending one?" He shoved his hands in his pockets and stared at her. Dark eyes, stubble, harsh features that could either scare a girl senseless or make her melt. But Avery wasn't the kind of woman to swoon or spook. She was the kind who'd make you regret trying. "I told you already," she said, voice raised over the remaining engine noise. "I don't fix bikes." They'd been going back and forth for a few minutes now. The other bikers were starting to kill their engines, one by one. "What's your name?" the guy asked, a little smoother this time, stepping forward. She hesitated. "Avery." He said it slowly, syllable by syllable, then let his voice drop into something rougher. "Avery, I just need a damn wrench. I'll fix the damn bike myself." She was about ready to snap. The whole town was tense after 2 weeks of these intruders hanging around, scaring off customers, drinking in bars, sleeping with locals. Sheriff Douglas had tried, twice, to intervene, but the bikers were smart. No fights, no DUIs, no arrests. Just quiet, obnoxious chaos. So, the sheriff watched and waited, hoping they'd move on. "No one touches my tools," Avery said, planting her feet wide. "I don't fix bikes, but I'll make an exception for you, just to get you and your friends out of town faster." One of the bikers chuckled. "No one touches my bike." the man echoed, spreading his legs in mock imitation. His hands stayed in his pockets, but he was daring her to challenge him. Then I guess we've got a problem, Avery said, lifting a brow. She expected him to explode. Instead, he grinned and stepped close enough that she could feel the heat coming off him. Don't make me go all outlaw just to get what I need. Riding a motorcycle is already a crime against good taste. The crowd of bikers groaned and jeered. Avery knew she was tempting fate. They could trash her garage, take her tools, or worse. But they didn't move. They just watched. The man in front of her looked like he might break. His jaw clenched. His eyes narrowed. And then he breathed. Slowly. Deeply. Calming himself. You know, he said, grinning again. We're in a great mood today. Just bought a big farm nearby. You probably know it. Not a lot of places like that around here. We're not just passing through anymore. We're staying. So, it'd be smart to have some bikers who owe you a favor. Someone to help if, say, someone gives you trouble. Of course. She knew the farm. She passed it all the time. She didn't like the idea of these people being her new neighbors one bit. She didn't answer, just turned on her heel and disappeared inside. The bikers howled with laughter. A minute later, she reappeared with a heavy, 2-foot crowbar in hand. This, she said, swinging it lazily in her palm, is what I use when someone gives me trouble. The guys laughed, but the one in front didn't move. He stepped even closer, his voice a near whisper, breath hot on her neck. I know that trick works on the locals, but we've made enemies out there, and they're not as polite as we are. If someone decides to burn down your shop, the sheriff won't save you. We might, if we feel like it. She wasn't afraid. She had a fire system, connections at the police station, and the respect of the whole town. But his breath, his voice, the heat in the space between them, it unsettled her. She just wanted this to be over. With a scoff, she disappeared inside and came back with the right wrench. Fine. Show me what to do. I'll do it myself. The biker's smug grin faded, and we're back to the beginning. If you care so much about your bike, she snapped, you should have maintained it. You're on my property now, asking me for help. Respect that. He pointed to the carburetor without saying a word. Adjust the idle mixture screw. Get the air-fuel ratio right, so it doesn't sputter at startup. Avery knew engines, but not this machine. She slid the wrench into place, and that's when he came up behind her, placing his hand over hers, not on the tool, just guiding. His body pressed close, too close. She could feel just how much he enjoyed this moment. She could have let go of the wrench, but Avery didn't give up that easily. Assholes. She hissed when the engines finally roared back to life, and the group started to roll out. The leader's jacket had Connor and President stitched into the back, along with the name of the club, Fallen Wolves. The last to leave was the smug one she'd just helped. His jacket read Jayden. Avery clutched the wrench tighter, aching to throw it at his head, but it wasn't worth damaging her father's tools. Chapter 2. Avery's father had died 2 years ago. A heart attack. He collapsed right there in the garage, surrounded by the thing he loved most, engines and grease and old American steel. Avery had been away at college. By the time the neighbors found him, it was too late. She hadn't even been able to call the ambulance. After the funeral, when the murmurs of sympathy faded and the casseroles stopped coming, Avery locked herself in the garage. She didn't cry, didn't scream. She finished fixing the last car her father had worked on, a silver Pontiac Aztec. The ugliest car in American history, in her opinion, but it had been his final project, so she finished the job. Then she dropped out of school. She'd only had a year left, but she couldn't stomach sitting in classrooms anymore. Couldn't pretend her hands were meant for pens and laptops, not grease and torque wrenches. More than that, she blamed herself. If she'd ignored his advice and gone straight into the trade instead of wasting time chasing a degree, she might have been with him that day. Might have called for help. Might have saved him. Now, he was gone. And she was alone. His voice still echoed in her head. If something's working, don't fix it. So she didn't. She kept the garage exactly the way he left it. Same tools, same layout, same beat-up metal shelves along the back wall. Even the old tin coffee mugs still sat beside the radio, long gone cold. She kept up the traditions, too, like heading to Louise's bar at the edge of town for a couple of beers and the occasional conversation. It was where her dad used to go. The regulars there had known him, respected him, and now they looked at her with the same quiet admiration, except when she was picking someone up. When Avery wanted something casual, she went to Lake Spire, the next town over. No one there knew her. She could let loose without being the mechanic's daughter, without the burden of small-town gossip. Her college friend, Lucinda, lived there, and together they made dangerous plans involving too much music, too little clothing, and all the wrong kinds of men. Tonight was one of those nights. She slipped into a new sequin dress that barely qualified as legal coverage, let alone comfortable. She wanted to take her father's Camaro, but she couldn't bring herself to pull the tarp off. The Black Beauty stayed in the garage, sacred and untouched. Instead, she climbed into her dusty old Toyota Corolla and backed out of the shop. Manual transmission, no frills but reliable. She popped in a track by Lacuna Coil, Italian Gothic metal, female-fronted, ethereal and aggressive all at once. It helped center her. Despite her love for engines, Avery hated speeding. She drove cautiously. She'd seen too many wrecks in her time. Busted bumpers, shattered windshields, twisted frames. And sometimes, the damage went beyond the metal. Sometimes the people didn't make it. In Timpoint, where everyone knew everyone, every accident was personal. As she eased down the city streets, she caught a flicker of light in the rearview mirror. A lone motorcycle headlamp blinked into view. Her shoulders tensed, but the rider turned off toward the motel, and she relaxed, shifting gears and picking up speed on the open country road. Then came the sound she dreaded. Thunk. That unmistakable rhythm of rubber gone wrong. A flat. She sighed, pulled over, and stepped out into the warm night. The breeze skimmed over her bare legs and arms, her black hair falling wild around her shoulders. The dress covered practically nothing, but she hadn't packed anything else. No change of clothes. No boots. No jumpsuit. She popped the trunk, rummaged through the back seat. No luck. She always kept a jumpsuit in the car, just in case. And yet gone. The crowbar was still there, her trusty sidekick for emergencies and creeps alike. But the clothes vanished. She exhaled hard, imagining herself kneeling on the pavement in stilettos, wrestling with a tire iron in a sparkly dress. Ridiculous. Pulling out her phone, she called Lucinda first. "Hey, I'm running late." "Got a flat," she said. "You?" Lucinda scoffed. "With your car?" "I know. Shocking. There's a first time for everything." "Wait, maybe you've been replaced by aliens." Avery laughed under her breath. Would explain the missing jumpsuit. Lucinda was her only real friend from college, the kind you keep no matter how far you drift. She believed in aliens, ghosts, and psychic cats, but she was also the most grounded person Avery knew. A walking contradiction with 3 rescue cats and a job in accounting. And somehow it worked. After hanging up, Avery tried her next lifeline, Michael, the guy who helped her around the garage. He didn't answer. Not surprising. He had a wife, 3 kids and evening chores. She sighed and called John. Back up. He had a tow truck, worked part-time at the station, and took care of his elderly mom. Reliable, if not exactly fast. Can you come get me? She asked when he picked up. Flat tire. He paused, clearly confused why she was calling him about a flat. She had to explain, down to the missing jumpsuit. Just as she was finishing the story, the low, familiar rumble of engines echoed across the road. Then the flash of headlights. Then silence. I'll call you back, she muttered and hung up. Chapter 3. Avery knew the bikers wouldn't pass her by without a little gloating. She just hoped that's all they'd do. She glanced around again, wishing she had the sense to throw on a jacket, or better yet, her mechanic's jumpsuit. The sequin dress that had felt daring and fun an hour ago now made her feel exposed. Vulnerable. The motorcycles slowed as they spotted her standing alone beside the car. The president was the first to stop. He parked his bike, removed his helmet, and stepped off with deliberate ease. Need a hand, lady? No, Avery replied calmly, folding her arms across her chest. I've already called for a tow. Flat tire? He asked, walking closer. She nodded. Got a spare? Another nod. She took the opportunity to study him. He was older than the wrench-begging biker from earlier, but there was no mistaking the resemblance. Same dark hair, same sharp features, same irritatingly smooth way of speaking. They had to be related. Brothers, probably. Raised by someone who taught them how to talk like gentlemen, but failed to teach them how to be them. Apparently, he didn't recognize her. Maybe the others wouldn't either. Jayden, Aiden, help the lady out. The president called back. They're our best mechanics, always fixing something. I really don't need your help, she repeated, her voice steady, even as her pulse spiked. But Aiden had already headed for the trunk. Jayden, of course, came straight for her. She braced herself, pushing off the car and standing tall, chin lifted, eyes locked. What a surprise, Jayden said, voice low and amused. Avery didn't flinch. Guys, he called out to the others. This is our wrench queen. Aiden froze, tire in his hands, clearly unsure what to do next. The president just motioned for him to carry on, but Jayden wasn't done. Aiden, I don't think she needs help. She knows how to change a tire. Hell, she probably doesn't want us touching her precious car. He dragged his eyes slowly down her body, from her neckline to the gleam of her heels, and smiled a wicked, lopsided grin. Avery fought the urge to punch him. A ridiculous thought crossed her mind. Had he been in her garage? Slashed her tire? Stolen her jumpsuit? It was insane. Paranoid. But the man radiated madness, and she wouldn't put it past him. You're right, she snapped. I told your president the same thing. Best thing you all can do is move along. Jayden stepped forward. He liked looming, using his height like a threat. Thankfully, the heels kept her close to eye level, so she didn't give an inch. Aiden, go on with the others, Jayden muttered, shrugging off the president's hand on his shoulder. I'll handle this. Don't do anything stupid, Connor warned, then signal for the rest to move on. The engines roared to life, headlights sweeping across the road as the bikes disappeared into the night, one by one. Eventually, the hum faded, and Avery and Jayden were left in silence. No streetlights, just moonlight, a single headlamp, and tension thick enough to chew. Funny how life works, Jayden said, stepping closer. His voice dripped with smug satisfaction. What are the odds we'd meet twice in one day? She didn't answer. She didn't need to answer. Her body was coiled, fists clenched, ready to strike if he so much as touched her. He stopped beside her, placing a hand on the car, but keeping his distance. "It's wild," he said softly. "How a body that beautiful can house such a bitch." Avery's breath caught. Her brain stuttered. Then instinct took over. She snapped her knee up toward his groin, but he was faster. He caught her leg mid-strike, pulled it up, and leaned in so close she could feel the grin on his lips. "Nice try," he said with a laugh, his voice pure mockery. He pressed his body briefly against hers, just long enough to send her blood boiling, then stepped back before she could claw his eyes out. Her heart thundered with rage. At him, at herself. She'd let him get too close. Again. He bent down and started changing the tire, like nothing had happened. The headlamp lit up the space around them. Calm, efficient, silent. He worked fast. Jacked the car, swapped the tire, tightened the bolts, all while Avery stood stiff as a statue, heels sinking slightly into the dirt. When he was done, he gathered the tools, tossed the flat tire in the trunk, and pulled out the crowbar with a casual grin. "I admire your choice of self-defense," he said, twirling it like a baton. She said nothing. Couldn't. Her silence only seemed to amuse him more. He closed the trunk, leaned in one last time, and said, "All done. Got a special way you want to thank me?" "I don't remember you thanking me when I helped you," she shot back. "Oh, really?" He unbuckled his belt an inch. "We should fix that." "Try it. And I'll drive this heel straight into your eye," she said coldly, lifting the shoe off her foot with dangerous precision. Jayden threw his head back and laughed. A real laugh this time. "Damn, I like you," he said, buckling back up. "A simple thank you would have done, though." "Fine," she spat. "Thank you." She slipped her shoe back on, walked around the car, and slid into the driver's seat. Jayden stood there, watching, hands in his pockets, probably wearing that same infuriating grin. She drove off without another word. It wasn't until she reached Lucinda's house that she realized she hadn't even checked how tight he'd screwed on the bolts. If he'd wanted to mess with her, that would have been the perfect way. But something told her he wasn't quite that evil. Chapter 4. Avery pulled her dark hair into a high ponytail. No need for jewelry, fancy clothes, or makeup in the workshop, and that was exactly how she liked it. Back in college, the girls in her dorm would spend half an hour each morning choosing outfits and layering makeup. Avery, raised by a single father, had grown into a capable young woman, not a lady, as some might define it. Physical labor had sculpted her body into lean muscle, narrow hips, and a defined waist. Not that anyone ever saw it beneath her oversized coveralls. She hadn't even known how to apply makeup properly until she met Lucinda. For Lucinda, makeup was ritual, almost meditation. And after years of friendship, even Avery had given in to a few of her lessons. On rare, playful days, she'd swipe a little mascara onto her lashes. "With green eyes like yours, always use brown," Lucinda would say. That one tip stuck. Today felt like the kind of day where a little mascara couldn't hurt. But once she got to the shop, her mood shifted quickly. It had been about a week since the biker incident, just another routine morning. She unlocked the garage, opened the doors, flicked on the lights. Then her phone buzzed. First John, then Michael. Both called to say they wouldn't be coming in today. A flicker of unease stirred in her gut, but she pushed it aside. Life had taught her how to manage alone. After all, she'd spent long stretches doing just that. When her last helper and neighbor kid left for college, she'd seriously considered expanding and hiring someone full-time. There were enough funds. With Michael picking up most of the heavy lifting, she'd finally been able to upgrade the wiring and install a top-tier fire suppression system. Security cameras were next, but the budget hadn't stretched that far yet. Still, Avery didn't dwell on the empty shop. She was used to being on her own, especially since her father passed. No one could replace him. He used to fill the garage with stories about the army, about hunting, about her childhood, and no matter the tale, he always wrapped it up with a lesson. Like every moment in life was a breadcrumb on the path to some divine destination. He didn't believe in accidents. He believed in purpose, in God, in fate. But Avery couldn't find the purpose in his ending. He died alone in the workshop he'd given his life to. He never remarried after her mother's death, never traveled, barely kept in touch with relatives, just wrenching day in, day out. He died with a tool in his hand and nothing else. She still hadn't made peace with that, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she became at him, at herself, at the universe. So, she made a decision. She would not leave her life to fate. She would build it, shape it, control it, and she thought she was doing a pretty good job of that. First thing in the morning, as always, she turned on the local radio. She loved working with music, but since hiring Michael, she'd had to give up most of her favorite playlists. He'd complained early on, asked for something more neutral. They compromised, sort of. Avery got the morning slot. After lunch, Michael took over. He liked rap. Endless verses, thudding bass, repetitive beats. After a few days of enduring it, Avery started letting him leave early, just to end the torture. The next day, she had the radio on when he arrived. He didn't say a word. Since then, they'd stuck to silence or the occasional neutral playlist. But today, with the shop to herself, Avery plugged in her phone, cranked the volume, and let Tarja Turunen from Nightwish carry her through the day with soaring gothic metal vocals. Pure bliss. By the time the sun set, her back ached and her hands were black with grease. Michael's absence had doubled her workload. She showered, pulled on her favorite skinny jeans and a short top that showed just a sliver of her stomach, slipped into sandals, and let her damp hair hang loose. Kentucky summers were brutal. She dressed to survive. Cooking felt like a chore, so she drove to Louise's bar instead. Everyone called it something different, cafe, bar, diner, but the neon sign outside embraced all identities. Louise's Cafe Bar. The parking lot wasn't too crowded, just a mix of familiar sedans and pickups. Except this time, 3 motorcycles were parked near the entrance, gleaming chrome, high handlebars, polished to shine under the pink glow of the sign. Avery shut off her engine and climbed out reluctantly. She expected noise, shouting, heavy music, maybe even the crash of glass, but the inside was calm. Quiet conversation hummed under the TV's low volume. People talked, ate, drank, like always. She spotted the bikers in a far booth. Different jackets, different club. She only caught part of the logo, something ending in ghosts. She sighed and slid onto a stool at the counter, greeting the sturdy woman behind it. So this is what it's come to, she thought. No peace for Timpoint. Not even here. 2 biker clubs in the same area. That never ended well. Some clubs were friendly, others weren't. And when they clashed, towns like this ended up with broken windows or worse. Hey Louise. Burger, fries, and a non-alcoholic beer. The woman nodded, relayed the order to the kitchen, popped the cap off a bottle, and slid it across the counter without a word. Everyone in Timpoint knew Louise. Her parents had opened the place decades ago. No one expected her to keep it running after they passed, but she did, and people still came because she made it feel like home. As a girl, Louise had worked every Wednesday through Sunday. Then came marriage, kids. She cut back to weekends. Once her children got older, She managed the place in the mornings. Now, Mondays were her day. She showed up, checked the damage from the weekend, and gave her daughter the day off. Avery mostly came in when Louise's daughter, Brooke, was working. She still didn't know the girl well, just that she was shy, quiet, and a total contrast to her mother. Bleached hair, tight jeans, oversized t-shirts, polite but distant. It was hard to tell if Brooke liked the job, or if it was just something she couldn't let go of. Avery sipped her beer, glanced again at the bikers, and felt a chill despite the heat. Something was shifting in Timpoint. She could feel it in her bones. Chapter 5. Louise cast another glance at the bikers. Her eyes were rimmed with black eyeliner, uneven as always. After all these years, she still hadn't mastered the art of symmetry. But no one came to Louise's bar for her looks. People came for her. She was a force of nature. When Louise laughed, the walls shook. When she was angry, the walls trembled. And now, in rare form, she was silent, watching the bikers as they finished eating. When they finally stood up and left, she muttered under her breath, "I wish they'd forget the way back here. You don't like having bikers take over the whole town either, huh?" Avery took her plate and popped a few hot, salty fries into her mouth. Who would like that? We had peace and quiet. Then a bunch of monkeys on motorcycles rolled in. Louise bellowed louder than usual. Around the bar, people cheered and raised their beer mugs. Seriously? Avery added, mouth full. Who even rides motorcycles anymore? It's not stylish. It's like a flashback to the 80s. Louise barked a laugh, and a few more regulars leaned in, eager to gossip. Did you hear they bought out all the beer at the supermarket? Had a party on their farm, loud enough to shake the windows at the town hall. Someone said. Forget the noise. Someone else chimed in. I'm worried about our women. Kayla's gone missing. Had a night with them and hasn't been home since. Probably got tied up, for reasons. Did she show up? Avery asked, frowning. She knew Kayla. They'd gone to high school together. Even back then, Kayla had bounced from guy to guy, and not much had changed. These days she worked at a hair salon and was still chasing the richest man in the room. But missing? That was different. Yeah, she's fine. She didn't even report anything. Told everyone exactly where she'd been. Then let's not dissect her personal life, Avery said, taking a large bite of her burger. She's not hurting anyone. Well, some of us still care about morality, came a sharp voice. Avery turned her head. Ms. Brittany. She was older, sharp-eyed, and deeply religious. Avery's father used to sit beside her in church. Maybe that's why she always came to Avery first for donations, more often than to any other local business owner. Everyone in town complained about Ms. Brittany and her God's Dandelions, a group of church ladies who collected donations for everything from stray dogs to underprivileged kids to bingo nights at the nursing home. Avery always gave, though usually through gritted teeth. Charity was fine, as long as it was voluntary, but she couldn't deny the good they did. Every time she saw pictures of rehomed pets, smiling kids with new toys, or seniors dancing in the community center, something warm settled in her chest. It never once made her go back to church, though. Ms. Brittany kept talking, something about God's judgment and the decay of public decency. But Avery stopped listening after the third use of the word morality. Brittany's voice drifted toward another table, taking the sermon with her. Louise leaned in. You know what bothers me the most, she said in a low voice. They bought a farm. You think they're planting corn? Hell no. It's marijuana. That's what this town's gonna come to. Stoned and stupid. It's not exactly subtle. Growing pot on an open farm where everyone can see it, Avery said. Sheriff Douglas would notice. Still don't like it. On that, we agree. Avery finished her meal, drained her beer, and left a generous tip. She stepped into the night, slid into her car, and decided to take the long way home. Just a quick loop around the neighborhood to clear her head. She drove past the motel where the bikers had been staying. The rooms were empty now. Across the street, however, Bryson's bar was a different story. The building pulsed with music. Lights flickered through the windows. The parking lot was packed, more than a dozen bikes gleaming under the street lamps. Smoke curled from the porch where someone was taking a drag. And inside, shapes moved behind the sweating windows. Avery slowed, couldn't help herself. She parked in the shadows at the edge of the lot. Just as the front door exploded outward, two massive men crashed through it, smashing the frame to splinters. People spilled outside, some laughing, some screaming. Avery spotted Kayla instantly, her signature red leather skirt impossible to miss. She was surrounded by her giggling girlfriends, seemingly unbothered by the chaos. No one was breaking up the fight. Fists flew, bodies slammed into each other, and the air filled with dust and shouts. Bryson burst out onto the porch. My bar, he yelled, voice thin and cracking. The music cut off. Silence fell, tents loaded. Hit him. Someone screamed, and the crowd rallied. One of the fighters rose from the ground, backlit by the bar lights. A massive wolf snarled across his jacket. Jayden. His lip was split, his eyebrow bleeding. His opponent wore a patch that read something ending in ghosts. Cheers erupted. The crowd clapped, whistled, shouted his name. Avery had half a mind to run over and punch him herself. But instead, her eyes searched for Connor. The club president stood nearby, laughing, watching like it was all a game. She stormed toward him. You think this is funny, she snapped. Bryson's bar stood untouched for years, and you trash it 1 month into moving here. Connor didn't answer, but someone in the crowd shouted, Let him get used to it. We like it here. The bikers laughed again. Avery scanned the group and spotted Kayla, now cozying up to one of the new guys, watching Avery with amused attachment. This is unacceptable, Avery snapped, her voice stern, like she was scolding a child, not trying to rein in an entire biker gang. Connor's grin matched Jayden's, slow, smug, irritating. He walked up to Bryson, pulled out a thick roll of bills wrapped in a rubber band, and handed it over. That enough? He asked. Bryson counted quickly, eyes widening. More than enough, he said, stunned. You think you can just throw money at everything? Avery shouted. Connor opened his mouth to reply, but Bryson cut in. Actually, this can be solved with money. He pocketed the cash and waved them all off. Back inside, everyone. Let's not ruin the night. The crowd roared back to life. Avery stared at Bryson in disbelief. He just shrugged and looked away. Defeated, she turned to leave. As she passed Jayden, she caught his gaze. He was watching her, smiling through the blood on his lip, a wild gleam in his eye. Same smile as always. And that was the most infuriating part. Chapter 6. The day after the bar fight, both John and Michael called again to say they wouldn't be coming to work. It was starting to feel suspicious. There was no rush job waiting at the garage. A part for one of the cars wasn't arriving until lunchtime, and Mrs. Langley's old sedan could sit untouched for another 2 weeks. She was off on vacation anyway, and all it needed was a filter and an oil change. Avery threw on a light sundress with thin straps and a plunging neckline in both the front and back. She rarely wore dresses, but the morning sun was merciless. Another reason to love her job. The auto shop, fitted with a state-of-the-art air conditioning system, stayed cool and comfortable even in the middle of a Kentucky heat wave. She walked past her father's car, the black Chevy Camaro, covered and resting like a tomb. For a moment, she almost pulled back the tarp, almost let herself slip behind the wheel. But she didn't. Every time the engine roared to life, it twisted something deep inside her. Her arms would go weak, her chest tight. Driving it hurt, and yet, to keep the engine alive, it needed to be started now, and then needed to breathe. Just not today. Not today, baby, she whispered, patting the hood affectionately. She climbed into her beat-up Corolla instead. Her fingers ran across the steering wheel. She still hated the automatic transmission. Just flip it from P to D and go. No control, no engagement, no soul. A true driver used a manual. Only then did you feel the car. She slipped on her sunglasses, pushed the clutch in, dropped it into first, and pulled smoothly out of the garage. With a few empty hours ahead, Avery decided to knock out her errands. Grocery shopping came first. She didn't have the energy for it in the evenings anymore, and the fridge was completely bare. She swung by the tax office to drop off paperwork, then mailed a few letters to overdue customers. As she was heading back, she realized she might as well stop by the police station. She wanted to see Sheriff Douglas. Of course, she told herself it was practical. It wasn't about curiosity. It wasn't about checking in on the chaos from the night before. Just civic responsibility. The sheriff was an odd figure, gray-haired long before his time, looking closer to 70 than the 50-something he actually was. He'd been threatening to retire for years, but never did. Either no one could replace him, or he didn't want to leave. He arrived late most days, coffee in hand, sometimes with a cinnamon roll or a cookie from the cafe down the road. Avery remembered his favorite order and stopped by the coffee shop before heading to the station. She sat by the window for a moment, sipping her own latte, enjoying a buttery croissant. She placed the sheriff's usual order: black coffee, cinnamon roll. Timpoint didn't have much in the way of infrastructure: one furniture store, one movie theater, and not a single nightclub. Pharmacies and cafes did better. There were a few scattered across town. 3 auto shops, too, all rooted in place for decades, even if the owners changed over time. It was a typical small town. Everyone knew everyone, and each resident carried a little piece of the town's identity. That was what Avery kept telling herself as she walked into the police station. You're not being nosy. You're just being responsible. Involved. Right at the door, she nearly bumped into the Carmack brothers. Tall, thin, wiry boys with the same slouched posture and hands always stuffed into their pockets. They looked like carbon copies: sunken eyes, sharp noses, narrow shoulders. The older one had graduated high school a year early, despite being a troublemaker. Smoking in the bathrooms, spying on girls, always pushing boundaries. The younger brother was quieter, but Avery had heard rumors that he was even more dangerous. Their family lived out by the mountains in a hunting lodge. Their father had died on a hunt. No one really knew the details. Avery had been too young to follow the investigation, and over the years, the story faded into town legend. The brothers graduated, became adults, and their mother supposedly moved out of state or disappeared. The Carmacks were shadows, always around, never fully present. Seeing them at the station meant one thing: the sheriff was probably in a bad mood. But when Avery stepped into the office, he smiled. Avery, now that's a surprise. Hey, Sheriff Douglas. He was hunched at his desk, papers everywhere. Behind him, the wall was plastered with framed certificates and awards, so many that some had been relocated to a bookshelf, others stacked in a corner. Despite the mess, He stood up and shook her hand, accepting the peace offering with a warm nod. "You're looking more like your old man every year," he said, his tone light. Her father and the sheriff had never been close friends, but they'd watched football together, shared drinks. "Familiar. What brings you by? You don't usually show up bearing gifts unless something's on your mind. So go ahead. Spit it out." Avery hesitated for a moment, then said the word that had been sitting in the back of her throat since last night. "Bikers." Chapter 7. Again. Sheriff Douglas leaned back in his chair with a tired sigh, setting the coffee and cinnamon roll on the desk. "What is it this time?" "What do you mean again?" Avery frowned. What else have they done besides bust down the front door at Bryson's bar? The sheriff's brows lifted. They broke the door? Now he looked concerned. They stared at each other, both realizing the other had only half the story. The sheriff motioned for her to start. "I drove past Bryson's last night. The place was full of bikers, again. I wasn't planning to go in, just parked nearby. But two of them started fighting and literally crashed through the door. Like through it. It splintered to nothing. Do you know who it was?" "Yeah. They came to my garage the day before." Avery launched into her explanation, speaking faster now. She could see the sheriff's eyebrows draw closer as he pressed his fists onto the desk. "Don't worry. It wasn't as bad as you're thinking," she added quickly, though the memory of Jayden's hands still made her flinch. The sheriff nodded, and the tension between his brows softened into a single deep line. She pressed on. "I recognize their names. The president's called Connor, the one who started the fight. Jayden. Bryson hasn't come in yet this morning. Probably busy replacing the door. Once he files a report, we might finally have something to go on," the sheriff muttered. "Up until now, every complaint's been vague. Miss Brittany called them pedophiles, but with zero evidence. Two women filed noise complaints. Mr. Brock said they stole his lawnmower, but we found it buried in his own shed." He sighed, exasperated. "I don't like them here either, but they haven't technically broken any laws yet. If we start arresting people over loud engines, we'll have to sue Harley-Davidson." He stood up slowly. "Come on, let's go talk to Bryson. If the door really is busted, we might finally have something real." Sheriff Douglas pulled out of the lot with his usual slow roll, and Avery followed in her Corolla. The cafe was only a few blocks away, and they made it there in minutes. 3 bikes were parked out front, but when Avery stepped out, her jaw clenched. The door was already replaced. Not a scratch on the porch. No shattered wood. No blood in the dust. It looked untouched. Inside, the place was quiet. Empty, even. Bryson stood behind the counter, looking rumpled and sleep-deprived. At the nearest table, 3 bikers sat casually, 2 unfamiliar, 1 unmistakable. Jayden. Their eyes locked. Electricity crackled between them. His lip was swollen. A thin bandage stretched across his eyebrow, but he was leaning back in his chair like a king on a throne, a smug grin already forming, as if he knew he'd win again. "What brings you in so early, Sheriff?" Bryson asked stiffly. "You usually show up in the evenings." Then, turning even colder, "Hello, Avery." The implication was clear. She was wasting his time. Worse, she dragged the sheriff into it. "I just thought I'd stop by. Check how you're doing," Douglas said, scanning the room. His eyes lingered briefly on the bikers. Jayden didn't flinch. His plate was empty. He was only here to enjoy the show. "We're just fine, Sheriff. Always are. Thanks for the concern." Bryson folded his arms. "What about the door?" Avery snapped, gesturing toward the entrance, then at Jayden. He smashed it last night. You're just gonna pretend that didn't happen. Avery. The sheriff warned gently but firmly. Bryson sighed. Yeah, okay, there was a little incident. Door got busted, but we worked it out. The boys fixed it, left a generous tip, and made amends. So what's the problem, Sheriff? Don't you have better things to do than chase town gossip? He shot Avery a pointed look, like she was the one stirring up trouble. You. She turned toward Jayden, jabbing her finger. You started the fight. You broke the damn thing. Jayden raised both hands in mock innocence. I just fell. Avery's fists clenched. Avery. The sheriff's voice came again, this time gentler. We should go. She had no choice but to follow. As they left, she could feel the smug eyes of the bikers burning into her back. Jayden, of course, was still smiling like he owned the place. Outside, she matched the sheriff's slow steps back to his car. Sorry, she muttered. Didn't mean to drag you into a dead end. It's all right, honey. I know you're just trying to help. But next time, bring me a witness or a report. Without that, I've got nothing to work with. Yes, sir. Well, I'm off. My coffee's probably gone cold. He tipped his hat slightly, climbed into his car, and drove away. Avery turned back toward her own car, only to hear the creak of the porch behind her. The bikers were stepping outside. She could have ignored them. She should have, but her pride wouldn't let her. She turned on her heel. This isn't over, she said, loud enough for all of them to hear. Her eyes, however, were locked on Jayden. You'll screw up one day, and you'll all rot in jail together. Jayden didn't flinch, didn't argue, just smiled. That smile. Then he stepped forward, closer than she liked, barely an inch of air between them. You're so twitchy today, he murmured. You need a ride? I'll take you for a spin. Only people with a death wish ride two-wheelers. His grin deepened. Guess it takes a death wish to fall for someone like you. Avery froze. The shift in tone caught her off guard. For a second, the air between them buzzed. I don't need anything from you, she said coldly. Are you happy all alone in that garage? Just you and your iron lovers? He teased. Yes, she shot back a little too fast. That explains a lot. You're all wound up. Probably need a good release. He leaned in, drawing the words out like honey. Come on. Hop on. I'll give you a ride you won't forget. Go fuck yourself, Avery snapped, turning sharply. As soon as she was out of reach, the bikes revved to life, engines howling like wolves in the dark. She spun around, shouting over the noise. It's not over. I was gonna tell you that myself. Jayden called back with a laugh. Chapter 8. The day flew by at the workshop. Avery worked nonstop, and the lack of a helper was starting to wear her down. She hadn't realized just how much she'd come to rely on Michael. It was true what they said. You get used to good things fast. By evening, one car was done. The customer picked it up and paid, and 2 new ones took its place. With Mrs. Langley's car still in the corner, that made 3. And while Langley wasn't in a hurry, the car took up valuable space. If someone else came in tonight, she'd have no room left, which meant they'd go somewhere else. That's how customers slipped away. Something had to be done about help. After locking up, Avery tried calling Michael. No answer. She called John. Nothing. Frustrated and determined, she grabbed her keys and headed out. If they wouldn't answer their phones, she'd find them at home. Michael and Mary lived on the edge of town. Their small house looked rough around the edges, but everyone knew how solid they were as a couple. Mary handled the house and the kids, and Michael worked every job he could find to keep them afloat. He didn't drink, didn't waste time, just worked. And sometimes, when other jobs paid more, he took them. Avery never blamed him. She knew he needed the money. She just wished he'd told her. She rang the doorbell. It took a couple of minutes before Mary appeared, baby on her hip. Her hair was pulled into a messy bun, and her shirt was stained, somewhere between formula and dinner. "Sorry, the house is a mess," she said, and then smiled. "Hey, Avery. Michael's not home. Come in." Mary was younger than Avery, but seemed years ahead in life experience. A natural mother. A quiet powerhouse. "Hey," Avery said, stepping over toys as she followed her into the kitchen. Mary plopped the baby into a high chair and stirred a pot of soup bubbling on the stove. Avery sat down at the table. "He hasn't shown up at the shop for 2 days," she began. "Yeah, he warned me. Said he'd be gone for a bit. But I was hoping to know what's going on, if everything's okay. And if he's coming back." Mary froze with a spoon midair, then turned around slowly. "He didn't tell you?" Avery blinked, uneasy. "No." Mary sighed. "Oh my God, Michael. How could he just not, ugh." She took a second to gather herself, then cut the burner and handed the baby a cookie to stop the fussing. Once there was quiet again, she sat beside Avery. "He got a job offer. From the bikers." Avery's stomach tightened. They needed someone to manage the fields. The family who used to run things left, and apparently the new owners, Connor and the others, don't want to lose the crops. They needed help. Hired a foreman, a few workers. Mary gave a dry chuckle. They have no idea how to grow soybeans. She paused when she saw the look on Avery's face. The smile vanished. They also brought in a construction crew. They're renovating one of the farmhouses, and they're paying well. And she didn't finish. She didn't have to. Avery had known. Somewhere in the back of her mind, she'd known. But she didn't want to believe it. Didn't want to face how deeply those bikers had sunk their claws into her town. She was silent, furious. It wasn't enough for them to drink and fight and leer at women. Now, they were stealing her workers. It wasn't fair. Finding a good mechanic was hard enough. And now she'd be alone in the shop again. The two women sat quietly until the baby finished her cookie and started fussing again. Mary got up, holding her daughter close. Avery stood too. She needed to go. As they reached the door, they heard a car pull into the driveway. Mary looked at her with wide eyes. The front door opened. Michael froze in the doorway, clearly not expecting to see his boss in his living room. He let out a long breath. "Let's talk outside," Avery said, stepping past him. They walked into the yard. The door closed behind them. Inside, the baby's cries faded to background noise. "I'm sorry," Michael said quietly. "I should have told you." "You should have," Avery agreed. Michael was young. He and Mary had been high school sweethearts. She got pregnant right after graduation, and neither of them made it to college. He went straight to work. She stayed home. No one expected them to end up with 3 kids, least of all them. "I went to talk to Connor on Monday," he explained. "It felt more like an interview than anything else. They were offering good money for a short job. I didn't want to commit right away. I just worked one day to see what they were about. I didn't get any bad vibes. They weren't acting like criminals. Actually, they were professional. Paid the other guys on time. Clean." Avery didn't say a word, just stared. "I wanted to talk to you today in person. Apologize. I swear this is just temporary. Once the renovations are done, unless they offer something else, I'll be back. But I've got kids, Avery. I need the money." She nodded, silent, then turned and walked toward her car. Before she opened the door, she stopped and asked over her shoulder, "Is John with you?" Michael hesitated. "Yeah." She got in and started the engine. She couldn't be mad at Michael. Or at John. Not really. They had families to feed, people to take care of. But she could be mad at the biker gang. And she was. They'd taken over her town. And now, they were picking off the people she depended on. They would pay for it. I'm sorry, Michael shouted as the silver Corolla disappeared in a cloud of dust. Chapter 9. As Avery approached the farm, she heard music. Not the heavy rock she'd expected, but generic dance pop, something loud, rhythmic, almost cheerful. She imagined half-naked bodies grinding to the beat, men and women swaying and laughing, and the nausea crept up her throat. The closer she got, the worse it became. Her knees were trembling. She wasn't afraid. Not exactly, but barging into someone else's house, into someone else's party, was uncomfortable in every possible way. What would she find behind those doors? A drug lab? An orgy? Kayla's chopped-up corpse? Nothing would have surprised her at this point. She yanked the doorknob and stepped inside. The door swung open easily, releasing a wave of beer, smoke, and loud music that hit her like a slap. A few heads turned. Bikers and their women stared at her. Avery took 2 confident steps into the room, her spine straight, her gaze cutting. She reminded herself that tomorrow she'd have to repair 3 cars alone. No help, no brakes, just her and the tools. Anger boiled up with the nausea. The living room had been turned into an impromptu dance floor. Kayla was in the middle of it, grinding against some tall blonde guy, like she was trying to start a fire. She caught Avery's glare, smirked, and kept moving. In the far corner, a poker game was underway. On the couches, couples tangled lazily. Men slouched back with women draped over them, lips brushing necks, fingers tangling in hair. Avery's eyes found 2 men by the wall, deep in conversation. One of them was Jayden, dark t-shirt, beer bottle in hand, tattoos on full display. His stubble had grown thicker, bordering on a beard. His lip had healed, but the bandage still clung to his eyebrow. There were lines around his eyes, deepening as he grinned. He noticed her instantly and walked toward the sound system, turning down the music. "You came after all," he called. "Finally ready for that ride? In your dreams. Where's Connor? I want to talk to him." Jayden pouted, dramatically offended. "Trading me in for my older brother? He's not your type. He's too serious." He dipped his head closer, their height difference exaggerated by her flat shoes. "I need to talk to him," she said firmly. "Find him." "I'm here," came a voice from the couch. Connor raised a hand, then practically tossed the woman on his lap aside. She gave a grunt of protest, then clung to him again, stroking a tattoo on her chest with a lazy smile. Connor usually carried himself with cool authority. Now he was lounging like a king, arms slung over his companion. The sight of him like that made Avery's stomach twist with fresh fury. "Can we talk somewhere quieter?" she asked, teeth clenched. "We're celebrating after a long day of work," he replied lazily. "You showed up uninvited. If you've got something to say, say it." The disdain in his voice was thick enough to drown in. "You stole my employees." Connor's smirk widened. Jayden moved to his side, arms folded, looking way too pleased with himself. "We didn't steal anyone," Connor said. "We offered jobs. They said yes." "It's the market, baby," Jayden added near her ear, his breath warm against her skin. "We just pay better than you do." Avery's body shivered, half from the heat of his breath, half from rage. "If you hadn't shown up, things would be fine," she snapped. Jayden laughed softly. "You mean Michael would still be working 12-hour days for scraps while raising 3 kids? And John, taking care of his disabled mom on a part-time income. He took a step back, enjoying the way her temper flared. He knew exactly where to press. Of course, she knew all of that. She cared about it. That's why their salaries were nearly equal. Hers, the owner of the shop, just barely above her mechanics. Most of her income went to equipment, renovations, taxes. Connor arched an eyebrow, like he knew exactly how close she was to breaking. Not everyone can afford to throw money around, she bit out. Breaking doors, fixing them, hiring people out from under their boss. But it was pointless. They weren't listening. They didn't care. Without another word, Avery turned on her heel and stormed toward the exit. She could feel their eyes on her back, mocking, amused. Kayla's smirk burned into her memory. She still lived at home. No rent, no kids, no debts. Avery, meanwhile, was drowning in them. She was still paying off the loan she took out to expand the shop. Only recently had she finished paying for a degree she never even used. She was furious at them, at herself, at the world. She wanted a drink. She wanted a fight. She wanted to break something. So, when a hand touched her shoulder outside the house, she flinched and spun around with a shout. Jayden. He just laughed. Did I scare you? He said, grinning. You're such a coward. He was still laughing when he added, Good thing you didn't have that big-ass crowbar with you. You'd have caved my skull in. Avery rolled her eyes. She wanted to punch him. She wanted to swing that 2-foot crowbar right into his smug face. Even if he wasn't the only one to blame, he was the easiest target. Come on, he said. Let's go for a ride. You can cool off, maybe we talk. No way. You've been drinking. It was non-alcoholic. Pfft. She laughed bitterly. Yeah, right. Like bikers get together and drink fake beer. It's true, he said seriously. Big day tomorrow. No one wants a hangover. And I hope it tortures you anyway. Avery thought darkly, fantasizing about bringing that crowbar down on his toe. We have nothing to talk about, she said aloud. Just back off. Chapter 10. Jayden took a few steps back, and Avery exhaled, relieved. Her mind was racing. Too many things at once. Lost workers, unfinished cars, unpaid invoices. Tonight's beer and rest plan was already out the window. She'd have to get straight to work on one of the cars and wake up at dawn to keep the rest from piling up. She'd also have to call in a favor or two. Maybe ask the staffing agency to put up a job ad. She needed an assistant. Even someone who didn't know a carburetor from a coffee maker. Just someone. The thought made her shudder. She unlocked her car and slipped into the driver's seat, fingers fumbling with the ignition. It always took her 2 or 3 tries when her mind was elsewhere. Her father had warned her about it when she was 15. Don't zone out with keys in your hand, he'd said. That's when mistakes happen. She was so distracted. She didn't even notice Jayden circling around to the passenger side. He opened the door and slid into the seat like he belonged there. Don't make me slash your tire again to keep you around. Avery froze, then exploded. So it was you. I knew it. Her voice cracked the air. She turned on him, striking his shoulder with her fist, keys still clutched tight, jingling with every blow. I knew it from the moment I saw your smug, oversatisfied face. Jayden easily snatched the keys mid-swing. Little bloodshed today, huh? He grinned, twirling them before slipping them into his back pocket. Avery lunged after them, accidentally pressing against him. His chest was warm beneath the thin fabric of his t-shirt, and when he spoke again, his voice had dropped. Oh, he said, low and amused. Give me the keys. She jerked back, trying to regain control of herself. She'd learned from their first meeting. The only way to deal with Jayden was to stay cool. Unshakable. That was her advantage. And you owe me, for the tire. I'm not arguing. And for the mental trauma. That one, he said, starting to unbuckle his belt again. I could settle right now. Disgusting. She snapped. You think sex is a payment method? You think you can sneak into my shop, slash my tire for fun, then steal my keys and play it off like a joke? You're worse than I thought. It was a joke, he said, rebuckling. And okay, slashing the tire. Yeah, I admit that was dumb. I'm sorry. Childish. It's a crime. The sheriff told me to come to him if I got evidence. And this is trespassing. And what else? He asked, mockingly high-pitched. Harassment? Theft? Confession, she said firmly. I don't know what you're talking about, he said with exaggerated innocence. I, as a noble man, changed your tire when you were in distress. His grin widened. Now you're accusing me? So cruel. He stuck his lower lip out in a fake pout, then burst into laughter. The look on his face said it all. He knew exactly how ridiculous he was being, and he loved it. And I'll tell the sheriff just that. Besides, you've got no proof. No cameras in your shop. Not at home either. Bad for your safety, by the way. Even we have cameras on the farm. Avery resisted the urge to punch him again. Maybe he wanted her to. Maybe this whole moment was being recorded on one of those damn cameras. What are you even filming? Soybean progress? She snapped. And what about this? You took my keys. That's theft. Are the cameras picking that up too? I'll give them back when you calm down. You're too wound up to drive. He winked. Sheriff would agree with that. Avery slapped the steering wheel hard, her usual reflex when things didn't go her way, then mentally apologized to her car. 1 hour, Jayden said, leaning in. His hand slid over the gear shift, slow and deliberate. His wrist was inked with black tattoos that crept up under his sleeve, veins pulsing beneath tan skin. Avery's eyes followed the path of the ink, her breath catching when her gaze met his. His dark eyes were intense, too intense. She pushed back against the door, trying to get space. But the voice in her head, the one that used to scream, "Get out! Danger! Danger!" was silent now. And in its place was a new, quieter voice whispering yes. Fine, she said, barely audible. 1 hour. Jayden didn't gloat. He just stood and gestured for her to follow. As he guided her toward his bike, his hand brushed her waist, light, but too familiar. Her skin burned where he touched it. She turned sharply and grabbed his hand. Easy, he said, catching her other hand and spinning her toward him, pulling her close. Before she could shove him away, he released her and pointed at a bike. We're here. To her, all the bikes looked the same. Did they memorize license plates? Wait here. I'll get a jacket and helmet. Don't run off. Avery didn't plan to, though the idea of slashing his tire was tempting. But she couldn't risk being stranded in the woods with him for more than an hour. Her eyes darted to the other bikes. Maybe she could mess with one, but she had nothing. Not even her 2-foot crowbar. She was still standing there when Jayden returned, now wearing his leather jacket. He handed her a sweatshirt and helmet. Good thing you're in jeans and sneakers. Here, throw this on. Gets chilly at night. Avery slipped the sweatshirt over her head. It drowned her. The sleeves needed 2 rolls, and the fabric smelled like sea salt and warm, expensive cologne. Not the cheap kind. Something dangerously appealing. Jayden adjusted the helmet for her, his hand surprisingly gentle. Then he climbed onto the bike and slapped the seat behind him. 1 hour, she told herself again as she climbed on. Closer. he called over his shoulder. When she hesitated, he added, "Tighter." She wrapped her arms around his waist. The engine roared to life, and through the noise came his voice again. "Hold on." Chapter 11. The bike raced down the road, slicing through the warm night air. The headlight cut through the haze, casting long shadows that melted into the trees. It was Avery's first time on a motorcycle. When Jayden picked up speed, she instinctively tightened her grip around his waist, clenching hard. She was certain he was grinning to himself at that exact moment. But as the minutes passed, the fear began to fade. The wind no longer felt like a threat, the vibrations less jarring. Her eyes fluttered open. Above them stretched a dark sky, the moon cold and remote, distant stars blinking faintly. The trees and empty houses blurred past. The lights of Timpoint glimmered in the distance. There was something to it, a kind of romance she hadn't let herself feel before. If you ignored the danger, if you let go of logic, if you trusted the driver, trusted the road, trusted the machine, you could enjoy the ride. But Avery didn't trust. Not motorcycles. Not men like Jayden. Not the pull she felt inside her. The strange current running between her and the leather-clad stranger she was clinging to. The biker slowed and turned off the road. They rolled into a small, unmarked parking area near the lake. No benches. No lights. Just a slab of cracked concrete and the soft sound of water lapping at the shore. The engine died. Jayden hopped off easily, then turned and helped her down. He took her helmet off with a surprisingly gentle touch, then pulled a small bag from the back of the bike and handed her a cold can of soda. Avery sat on the edge of the concrete, just above the waterline. Tiny waves crashed quietly against the stone. Across the lake, lights from the park hotel shimmered in reflection. The stars above blinked and whispered. She cracked open the can, closed her eyes, and breathed in. She wished she was here with someone else, someone easy, someone she could talk to about stupid things like movies and favorite foods, someone who'd make her laugh, then make out with her in a car. Ideally, a car with manual transmission. Everyone has their fetishes, she muttered with a small smile, biting her lip. Jayden sat down beside her. His soda hissed open. She tried to ignore him. "Why Timpoint?" she asked eventually, her voice soft, quiet, peaceful. "A place to settle." "Exactly. Why are you mad at us? We haven't broken any laws. People today are supposed to be more open-minded, right? We're not thugs or drug dealers. We're just different." She scoffed. "And what are you going to do for a living here? We have a farm now. That's a legitimate business, isn't it? As long as you're actually growing soybeans," she said, sipping her soda. "I just care about the town. We had a calm, respectful community. People here try to live by a shared sense of right and wrong." Jayden laughed, loud and real as always. Avery hated how much she noticed it. "If you're worried about the town," he said, "we've already helped 30 guys find jobs they couldn't get before. We pay well for honest work." He turned to her, teasing now. "And as for moral principles, I'm not sure you were thinking about those when you picked that shiny little dress the other night." Avery clenched her teeth. Twice, she forced her temper down. First about the jobs, because she knew how hard it was to find work in small towns. And second, because he wasn't entirely wrong. She wasn't a saint. She drank. She danced. She'd had her fair share of reckless nights with Lucinda. And part of her was already planning to escape the shop again next Friday. Just to breathe, just to feel something else. She didn't reply, just sighed and stared at the water. Tomorrow she'd have to start the hiring process all over again. And this time, the best hands are already taken. working on a house that wasn't hers. They finished their sodas in silence. Avery stood and walked toward the bike. "Take me back," she said, "and give me the keys." "The hour's not up yet," Jayden replied playfully. She didn't respond. He stood up slowly, sensing the shift in her mood. She was tired now, and something in her posture told him this wasn't the moment to push. But God, there was something about her. From the moment he'd seen her, oil-streaked, scowling, daring him to get any closer, he hadn't been able to forget her. She wasn't like the women he'd hooked up with while drifting from town to town. She was fire and steel, pride and pain. When she humiliated him in front of his brothers, he'd slashed her tire out of spite, but deep down, he'd loved the excuse to touch her again. And now he wanted more. "Wanna drive?" he asked casually. "I don't know how. I figured you'd be into machines. Thought the mechanic and you would jump at the chance to ride something powerful, even if it is a lowly bike." Chapter 12. He'd found her weak spot and pushed it hard. A master manipulator. And worst of all, it worked. Avery had enjoyed the ride. Just a little. Enough to be curious. Enough to wonder what it would feel like to be the one in control, with the engine rumbling under her hands. Doubt clung to her, but in the end, she gave in and swung one leg over the seat. The moment she sat down, she regretted it. Jayden moved in behind her immediately, pressing his entire body against hers. His chest brushed her back, his head resting lightly on her shoulder. One arm snaked around her waist, pulling her flush against him. "I don't think this is a good idea," she muttered, trying to lift herself off the seat, but his grip tightened at her hip. "Sit still," he growled into her ear, his voice vibrating through her spine. Only when she stopped resisting did he ease his hold, brushing her long hair over one shoulder to clear her neck. Then, without missing a beat, he nuzzled closer. His cheeks scraped against hers, the stubble leaving a prickle on her skin as he spoke low and slow, pointing out the controls on the bike. His other hand stayed firm on her waist, fingers moving lazily, kneading, grazing, teasing. His breath hit her neck in hot bursts. The vibration of his voice sank into her skin, humming in her chest. Avery froze, caught off guard. Her hands hovered uselessly in the air, too overwhelmed to touch anything. Her body betrayed her, heat building, breath hitching. A soft, involuntary moan escaped her lips before she could stop it. Jayden didn't miss it. "Are you listening?" he murmured, amusement laced through his voice. "Yeah," she said quickly, clearing her throat and forcing herself to focus. "Then repeat what I said." "There's the brake, the gas, the clutch." She trailed off. She knew this. She understood machines. She didn't need him. "Right," he said. "But I also said, just like a car, don't brake hard or suddenly. And I told you to ease the throttle while gently squeezing the front brake." She cursed herself. She knew bikes, but she couldn't think straight with his hands on her, his breath at her throat. "Let's make it harder," he said playfully, and suddenly his hand slipped under her sweatshirt, palm pressing against bare skin. Avery flinched and twisted sharply. One hand reached back, trying to peel him off. The other slapped at his arm, but Jayden only laughed, drawing her tighter, his hips pinning her to the seat. When she moved to strike again, he caught her wrist, guiding her hand to the throttle and wrapping his own hand around hers. Then his lips brushed her earlobe. A kiss. A nip. A slow suck. Avery's breath caught, her body arching involuntarily as he trailed kisses down her neck, then blew across the damp skin and started over. Her mind was spinning. Her body was burning. and she hated how much she liked it. His hand under her sweatshirt moved higher, confidently tracing up her ribs. When he reached her breast and squeezed gently over the thin fabric, she gasped loudly. That sound snapped her back. "We need to go back," she said, trying to pull away again. "Jayden, stop." Her voice was sharp now, full of finality. He froze, exhaled. The breath against her neck made her shiver again. "You really know how to ruin a good thing," he muttered. He slid off the bike, retrieved her helmet, and handed it to her. She put it on quickly, silent, shaken. He took his place up front again, and she climbed on behind him, wrapping her arms around his waist, this time stiffly, with zero affection. She hadn't learned to ride today, and now she wasn't sure she wanted to. Not with him, at least. She berated herself the whole ride back. This was the man who slashed her tire, who broke into her garage, who lured her employees away. Whatever desire burned between them, it didn't matter. It wasn't real. It wasn't right. Jayden, on the other hand, was thrilled. He drove faster, wind whipping around them, her arms still wrapped tightly around him. Her moans echoed in his mind like a favorite track he wanted to replay again and again. He could have been home already, tangled in sheets with someone else. Hell, probably with several someones. That was the biker life. No rules, no guilt. But tonight, he didn't want anyone but her. He should have taken the county road, stretched the ride into 2 hours. But he didn't want to push too far, not with this girl. The one he actually wanted to know. They arrived too soon. Avery jumped off the bike the second it stopped, already choosing her words. She wanted to say something biting, something cool, but instead what came out was, "If you had a car, we'd have sex. You can't do that on a bike. Bikes suck." Jayden blinked, then smiled. It wasn't smug. It was curious. He stepped closer, one hand resting on her car. She backed into the side of the Corolla. Electricity danced in the air between them. Jayden leaned in and whispered, "Someday I'll show you it's not just possible. It's better. I wasn't teasing you. I just don't sleep with girls on the first date." Avery's breath hitched. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. So she turned, fumbled for her keys, climbed into her car, and shut the door with more force than necessary. He was dangerous, and not just because he knew how to break into places, because he was starting to make her want things she shouldn't want. She drove off into the night, trying to forget the way his lips felt on her neck. Chapter 13. Connor had formed the Fallen Wolves with his closest brothers in arms, men who had served with him in the same SEAL unit. Their past was buried deep in secrecy. Most of their missions were classified, and even now, very few people outside the military knew what they'd been through. The SEAL team had 27 officers and 156 soldiers, split into 5 platoons. Under Connor Spencer's leadership served many, but not all became his brothers. Over time, a small core emerged. The ones who survived, the ones who stayed. They were the best, not just in skill but in loyalty. What bound them together wasn't just camaraderie. It was the silence waiting for them back home. While other soldiers had families, wives, kids to come back to, Connor's team had none of that. They were the ones who volunteered for the riskiest missions, not because they were braver, but because they had nothing to lose. Until everything changed. They were betrayed. 6 officers dead. Nearly half the team gone in one night. That was when Connor had enough. He'd given over a decade of his life to the service. He buried his friends and walked away. The rest of his brothers followed. Civilian life hit them like a freight train. There was no purpose, no routine, no orders. They didn't set out to start a biker club. It happened naturally. Connor and his younger brother left Texas and drove across the country, stopping by each man's home, asking them to come along. They crossed the states. One by one, their band reformed. By the time they reached the other coast, they realized this life suited them. That's how the Fallen Wolves were born. They didn't yet know that biker life had its own kind of war. Now they were rebuilding. Literally. The old farmhouse they bought was in the early stages of renovation. Each man needed his own room. Walls had to be knocked down, others built. There was enough money, even after the purchase of the farm, to do it right. But for now, they lived on couches and in cramped rooms. No one complained. They'd slept in worse. Connor woke sprawled across a sagging mattress, tangled between two women. The night had been wild. They always were. But morning stripped away the thrill. The girls slipped out awkwardly, mumbling excuses and gathering their clothes. Connor didn't beg. He never asked for more than anyone freely gave. Sex was what it was, raw, rough, and as uncommitted as he was. Would he change anything? Hell no. After years of discipline and sacrifice, this life, free, indulgent, chaotic, was exactly what he craved. When the women left, he padded into the kitchen. Aiden was already there, shirtless, jeans riding low, dark skin glinting with sweat. A huge Harley tattoo spanned his back. He held a bottle of water to his temple like a painkiller. "We need to set some damn rules," he muttered. "Food won't appear by magic. This place is a mess, and midweek parties lead to this." Connor poured coffee. Still groggy. Did they head out? Bryson, Carson, Easton, and Levy. They'll be gone till the weekend. Then it's our turn. Already left? Yep. Aiden smirked despite the hangover. Connor slapped his knee, like that would summon energy. Then let's get our shit together. Schedules. Rotations. Assigned duties. And 1 day a week. Just one for fun. Friday's perfect, Aiden agreed, rubbing his temples. The day ahead was packed. The work crew had already gone to the fields. None of the bikers had farming experience, so Mr. Johnson, the elderly manager they'd hired, ran the entire operation. Suspenders, flannel, corduroy pants. But sharp as ever, he managed the crops, the labor, the distribution. In return, he got a good paycheck and a promise. If the harvest stayed strong, he'd get a bonus. His daughter was sick. The money mattered. That was why they trusted him. He had a reason to care. The house renovation was different. That the bikers handled themselves, or at least tried to. They supervised the hired crew, but it was a constant battle. Workers got lazy. Rooms came out the wrong size. Paint wasn't the right shade. Details were missed. Every man in the club had his own vision for his space, and no one wanted to compromise. Despite the chaos, they were moving forward. If nothing went wrong, the house would be done in 2 months. And that was also the window for the mission that brought them here. The day ahead was packed. The work crew had already gone to the fields. None of the bikers had farming experience. So Mr. Johnson, the elderly manager they hired, ran the entire operation. Suspenders, flannel, corduroy pants. But sharp as ever, he managed the crops, the labor, the distribution. In return, he got a good paycheck and a promise. If the harvest stayed strong, he'd get a bonus. His daughter was sick. The money mattered. That was why they trusted him. He had a reason to care. The house renovation was different. That the bikers handled themselves, or at least tried to. They supervised the hired crew, but it was a constant battle. Workers got lazy. Rooms came out the wrong size. Paint wasn't the right shade. Details were missed. Every man in the club had his own vision for his space, and no one wanted to compromise. Despite the chaos, they were moving forward. If nothing went wrong, the house would be done in 2 months. And that was also the window for the mission that brought them here. By midday, Mr. Johnson approached Connor near the barn. His brow was furrowed, his weathered hands smudged with grease. "Mr. Spencer," he began, pointing toward the garage. "That old truck's no good anymore. I've been under it all morning." Connor followed his gaze to the rusted relic parked half in shadow. The truck had come with the farm a bonus, the seller had said. Now they knew why. "She's got no compression. Still starts, but she won't pull a damn thing," Johnson added. "We've got to get fertilizer soon. Either we buy a new truck, or try to fix this one." A new truck wasn't in the plans. Not yet. Connor folded his arms, thinking, "What about him?" He asked quietly. Johnson blinked. "Him?" Connor nodded toward the garage again. "Can we salvage him or not?" The old man hesitated, then gave a slight shrug. "Might be fixable, but not here. I can take it to the workshop," Jayden offered, stepping forward too quickly. Connor turned to him, eyes narrowing. He knew exactly why his brother volunteered. Jayden's grin didn't help. Connor didn't want distractions. Not now. Not until they finished what they came here to do. But he also knew better than to chain down his brother's impulses, especially when it came to women. Maybe once he got the girl out of his system, this obsession would burn out. Connor gave a reluctant nod. Jayden climbed into the driver's seat like a man on a mission, abandoning his tools without a second thought. The truck growled in protest as he started the engine and rolled out toward town. Chapter 14. Avery woke at 5, drank her coffee, ate a dry piece of toast, and by 6:30 she was already elbow-deep in machinery. By lunchtime, her back was screaming. By 2, she was sitting against the wall with her eyes closed, trying to breathe through the exhaustion. All the cars were done, except for Mrs. Langley's. The old sedan sat in the corner, staring at her with its wide headlights like a disappointed puppy. "I'll get to you, baby," she mumbled, lifting her coffee mug to her lips. "Just let me finish this." Her legs buzzed. Her brain begged for sleep, and the lingering memory of last night only made things worse. She closed her eyes, took a sip, still hot, when the familiar rumble of an engine reached her ears. It grew louder. Avery froze. She knew that sound, knew that problem. That old, coughing, uneven rhythm could only belong to one thing. Farm truck. Sure enough, the beat-up relic rolled into the parking lot, like it had something to prove. Avery sighed through her nose. Not today. Truck repairs were always a headache. Engine work, even worse. And worst of all, she knew exactly where that truck came from, and who was driving it. Jayden killed the engine and jumped out like he owned the place. "I drove all over town," he said with mock innocence. "And they told me this was the best shop. I wasn't sure a girl who couldn't change her own tire could handle a real engine failure." He wore light jeans and a white tank top, his ink fully on display. Flames, symbols, smoke twisting across his skin from wrist to collarbone. Avery caught herself looking a second too long, and when her gaze flicked back up, he was already smirking. "Soon enough, you'll see all of them," he said, nodding to the tattoos. "But for now, you should probably look under the hood." Avery clenched her jaw. Half of her wanted to shove him back in the truck. The other half was dangerously curious. Jayden moved around and popped the hood himself before she could say anything. "Engine trouble," she diagnosed, not even needing to look. "We know that. No compression. Can you fix it?" "I'll need to pull the whole engine, set it on the bench, break it down part by part." Only then can I say what's really wrong. You sound like a pro. She rolled her eyes. In theory, she was. In practice, Michael and John had always helped her with heavy jobs like this. She had the chain hoist, sure, but hauling a 200-plus pound block solo was asking for a hernia. Truth was, she wasn't sure she could do it alone. And if the town found out she couldn't handle engine work anymore, that would be the beginning of the end. I'll look at your truck tomorrow. Maybe the day after. Once I find someone to help. I've got another car in line first. I'll pay the rush fee if you bump it ahead, Jayden said, leaning against the truck with a grin. And I don't mind hanging around. Always loved watching a woman work. Are you messing with me on purpose? Avery snapped. Your club poached my guys, and now you show up here to gloat. This isn't a one-person job. Maybe I want you to ask me for help. Absolutely not, she barked. Now get in that truck and drive it the hell out of my lot. She turned and stormed into the shop, grabbing her tools and diving into Mrs. Langley's oil change just to stop herself from saying anything worse. Jayden didn't leave. For the next 40 minutes, he wandered the shop, studying her setup, eyeing her tools, and occasionally commenting on how sexy she looked in work overalls. Your dresses don't do you justice, he tossed at her while she wiped down the engine. You're 10 times hotter like this. She didn't even glance up, didn't give him the satisfaction. When the sedan was finally done, she started it up and let it run a minute. I need to drop this off, she said. And you need to get out. I'm closing for the day. I'll wait here, he said casually. Truck still needs fixing. Too tired to argue, Avery just muttered under her breath. All she wanted now was a shower, a sandwich, and to pass out. If I come back and the tires are slashed again, she warned, climbing into the car. You won't get away with it this time. She wasn't really planning to leave him unattended. Across the street, the gas station owner could keep an eye on him, and if anything went missing, she'd have her proof. And Jayden could kiss his freedom goodbye. As she adjusted her mirrors, Jayden stepped up to the driver's side window. How are you getting back? Walking. We don't have all day. I could come with you, then drive you back. You're not touching my car. I wasn't offering to drive. You drive, I ride. Saves you the walk. She hesitated. Walking across town wasn't fun in this heat. She could take a cab or wait for the next bus, but it'd be faster to just drive. That's what she used to do with Michael. Drop off a car, swing back together. Still, she raised her chin. You wouldn't even know how to drive it. It's stick shift. Jayden's grin widened. I just drove here in an old farm truck. You think that was automatic? Chapter 15. Avery had once again failed to put that smug narcissist in his place. She didn't want to walk. She didn't want to argue. Her back was killing her, and the war inside her, reason versus pride, was officially over. Pain had won. With a grunt, she got out of the car and tossed the keys to Jayden. He caught them midair, already heading toward her Corolla like it was his. Avery hadn't even bothered to put the car in the garage the night before. She shut down the shop's power, grabbed her phone and locked up. When she pulled out onto the road, she watched in the rearview mirror, expecting him to stall, or at least grind the gears once. He didn't. Jayden handled her baby like a seasoned pro. No stalls. No over-revving. He signaled, maintained distance, obeyed every rule of the road. It pissed her off. They drove to Mrs. Langley's house. Avery parked and handed the keys to the woman's daughter. Jayden remained behind the wheel, looking much too comfortable. Out! Avery snapped, knocking on the glass. Come on, he said, sticking out his bottom lip like a child. She knew that trick already. Charm first, smirk second. Let me drive a little longer. Out of my car. Okay. He climbed out with exaggerated reluctance. Avery slid into the driver's seat and waited until he buckled in beside her before pulling back onto the road. How long have you been into cars? Jayden asked, reclining slightly, voice casual. Since I was a kid, she muttered, eyes on the road. Who taught you? My dad. That Camaro in your garage, was that his? Avery's foot slammed the brake. Jayden jerked forward with the momentum, catching himself on the dash. You touched my father's car? Her voice was ice. Her blood was fire. I just looked, Jayden said quickly, watching her closely. Didn't even lift the tarp all the way. I was just curious. He paused, then added carefully, I'm guessing it's not broken. You just don't like driving it. She didn't answer. Jayden had the sense not to push further. For the record, he offered lightly, I think a '69 Mustang Boss 429 still beats a Camaro. She rolled her eyes. The Camaro versus Mustang debate had raged for decades. She wasn't going to argue about it, especially not with a biker who thought a 4-speed made him an expert. They passed the police station, then her favorite coffee shop. Avery thought, fleetingly, about stopping for an Americano, but Jayden was still in her car, and she didn't want to share that space with him. Not right now. I like manual too, he said. That Mustang had a 4-speed, just like you like it. Now, I know another one of your weaknesses. Another one, she said, wary. Yeah. First are my tattoos. Second, manual transmissions. How do you cope with such a massive ego? Forget the ego. Ask me how I'm coping with the raging boner you've been giving me since day one. She stared ahead, jaw clenched, pretending he hadn't said anything at all. When they got back to the shop, 2 motorcycles were already parked out front. 2 guys leaned against them. Both of them looked like they belonged in a fashion ad. Not a biker gang. Jayden hopped out and waved. Avery, meet Aiden and Matthew. Aiden, tall and dark-skinned, wore a tight black shirt that showed off his lean, muscular frame. His features were bold, high cheekbones, deep brown eyes, full lips, and a sharp jawline. Matthew looked like a Norse god. Platinum blonde hair still damp from the shower, piercing blue eyes, and a lazy smirk that said trouble. Avery blinked. Did you recruit gang members based on looks, or is this just a lucky coincidence? She muttered under her breath. In her mind, bikers were supposed to be grizzled, pot-bellied old men in leather vests, not this polished, clean-shaven crew who looked like they just stepped off a music video set. She shook their hands firmly. No flirting. No smiles. I slashed your tires, Jayden said, sounding too proud of it. So I figured the least I could do is help you out while we fix the engine. Matthew and Aiden will give us a hand getting it out. Avery didn't want to admit she needed the help, but pulling an engine, especially out of a truck, was no joke, and she didn't have anyone else lined up. She nodded curtly and opened the shop, clearing off the workbench for what was about to be a very heavy guest. She turned the music on low, more for herself than the others, but was surprised when Matthew started humming along to the track. Maybe they're not all bad, she thought, watching them as they rolled up their sleeves and got to work. Jayden was clearly no stranger to tools. He drove the truck into the garage bay and started giving instructions like he'd done it a dozen times. And maybe he had. He knew what to grab, where to stand, how to position the chain hoist and balance the engine's weight. An hour later, the engine was out and resting on the bench. Aiden and Matthew gave their goodbyes and rode off, leaving Jayden behind. The sun was low now, the day fading. Avery looked at the engine, then rubbed the ache in her shoulder. Her stomach grumbled. We can finish tomorrow, Jayden said gently. He stepped close and brushed a smudge of oil from her cheek with his thumb. Soft, deliberate. She flinched. Not from fear. From something else. You're right, she said quietly. Tomorrow. I guess I'll sleep in your garage then, he added, way too casually. No ride back to the farm. You could have left with your friends. But then I wouldn't get dinner. I'm not buying you food. Why not? Don't I deserve at least a couple of burgers? I'm not walking into a diner with a biker. Then I guess you'll have to cook. She turned toward him, narrowing her eyes. No way. Chapter 16. Avery wanted to send him packing. Let him figure out how to get home. It wasn't her problem. She could drive him back. Sure. Then return, shower, eat alone in peace. Just like she always did. Don't be ungrateful, Jayden said, playing her like a fiddle. I did help you, remember? Manipulative bastard. Fine, she muttered. Let's go. She powered off the tools, cut the lights, and locked up the shop from the inside. I need to change first, she said over her shoulder. Turn around. Jayden obediently faced the wall. Avery slipped off her overalls. She always wore them over a tank top, but underneath, only underwear. Her shorts were folded on the shelf nearby. She just pulled them halfway up when Jayden, ever the opportunist, timed it perfectly. He turned, caught the glimpse, and let out a low whistle. Purple suits you. Turn around, asshole, she barked, throwing the overalls at his head. He caught them midair and spun back around, grinning like the devil. Avery yanked on her shorts, slipped into sandals, and marched over to him, snatching the fabric from his hands to hang up. Those shorts don't cover much more than those panties did, he said, giving her a once-over. She swore under her breath and stormed past him toward the back door. They walked through the yard and into the garage, then slipped into the house, quietly, the way she always did. This route kept nosy neighbors from seeing anything. Her house was the picture of a faded American dream. White picket fence, overgrown lawn, driveway leading up to a porch. The garden had died long ago, her mother's pride before she passed. Her father never touched it, always buried in the workshop, and never once did he teach her to care about appearances. So she didn't. The inside hadn't changed much either. Old floral couch, standing lamps, picture frames, dusty trophies from her brief swimming days. The only new thing was the TV, a massive flat screen she bought after her dad died, so the house wouldn't feel so quiet at night. She never invited people over. Lucinda lived in the next town, and she didn't date anyone seriously, not since college. One-night stands belonged to cheap motel rooms or the back seat of her Corolla. Never here. Nice place, Jayden said, looking around. Avery was already on the phone. Yeah. Hi. 2 burgers, fries, wings, and 2 sodas. 3. Jayden whispered loudly. I'm a growing boy. In every way. Avery rolled her eyes. 3 burgers, she told the person on the line, then hung up. She went to the fridge, grabbed 2 bottles, and handed one to him. Non-alcoholic, she warned. You're not getting drunk in my house. Jayden cracked his open without complaint. I'm gonna shower. If the food gets here before I'm done, take it, I already paid. TV's yours. And take your damn boots off. They're tracking oil. She handed him a pair of Guess slippers. Feels like Korea. No shoes in the house. Or Russia, she said with a smirk. She showered fast, not bothering to dry her hair, just towel drying enough to keep it from soaking her shirt. She threw on clean shorts and a tee, hoping she'd make it back before the delivery arrived. Too late. Jayden had already set everything up. Food on the table, TV on, You like horror? He asked, nodding toward the screen. She didn't. Not really. They gave her nightmares. She hated the jumps, the dread, the lingering fear that stuck with her into the night. She used to watch them only with her dad, clutching his arm, burying her face in his shoulder when the music turned ominous. But she wasn't about to admit any of that to Jayden. So, she nodded and sat on the far end of the couch. He'll leave soon anyway, she told herself. They ate in silence. Jayden devoured 2 burgers like they were nothing and was already working on the wings. Avery sipped her soda and nibbled fries, barely tasting the food. Then the soundtrack changed. Low strings, eerie hum. Something awful was about to happen on screen, and she could feel it. She stood up and began gathering wrappers and bottles. Jayden paused the movie. I've got it, she said. Keep watching. I don't want you to miss the good part. She sighed. This is spiraling. She took a sip of her drink and sat back down, hugging a pillow to her chest. Isn't it time for you to go? She asked, her last line of defense. Jayden looked offended. And miss the ending? Come on. We live on a farm. I sleep on the floor. The only appliance we have is a speaker for music. Let me finish the movie. Don't be mean. Chapter 17. Avery sighed and hit play. 5 minutes later, the heroine on screen let out a guttural scream as something otherworldly lunged at her. Avery flinched, burying her face in a pillow. I knew it. Jayden laughed, loud and unbothered. You're a total coward. She threw him a glare over the edge of the pillow, but he reached for it anyway, tugging playfully. Their hands grappled for a few seconds before his were too strong. He yanked it away and tossed it aside. Now she had nothing to hide behind. The tension from the movie evaporated, replaced by something else entirely. Jayden shifted closer, his thigh brushing hers, his arm draped across the back of the couch, fingers ghosting along her bare shoulder. Come here, he murmured. I'll protect you from the big, bad monster. I'd rather toss you out the door. Oh no, he said, eyes sparkling. Now I have to stay for part 2. His gaze didn't leave her face, and Avery scowled. The TV's that way. They both stared ahead again, but the atmosphere had changed. Every time the soundtrack dipped into those low, ominous tones, Avery tensed. And when something jumped out of the shadows, she yelped, covering her face. Jayden didn't miss a beat. He wrapped both arms around her, pulling her into his chest. I didn't think your bravery would unravel from a movie, he whispered into her hair, one hand on her shoulder, the other resting just above her stomach. Let go of me. It only gets scarier from here, he warned. Might as well stay where it's safe. Avery didn't answer, and she didn't pull away. His hand slipped down to her knee, then slid slowly up her thigh, grazing the hem of her shorts. She pushed him away. He returned. She pushed again. He came back again, like a tide she couldn't fight. Finally, she stood abruptly. Bathroom. She muttered and walked off. When she returned, Jayden was lounging right in the middle of the couch, spreading out like he belonged there. No matter where she sat now, he'd be within arm's reach. She hesitated, then dropped into the chair off to the side. The scary part's coming, he teased. Sure, you want to sit over there all alone? She ignored him and hugged a fresh pillow to her chest. The movie was picking up pace now. She was hooked, damn it. Even if she hated being scared. Jayden shot her a few disappointed looks. Then, with a huff, he got up, snatched the pillow from her grip, and yanked her out of the chair. Come here and don't argue or I'll kiss you. She struggled for a moment, but his arms were like iron. He sank into the corner of the couch, stretching one leg along the backrest and pulling her against him until she was cradled between his thighs. Her back pressed his chest. "When you were on my bike," he said, voice low and hot against her neck. "I could tell you like that position. So don't squirm, unless you want to make this even harder." Literally. He rubbed his stubbled cheek against her neck. Avery froze. "Good girl," he whispered and hit play again. The movie rolled on. Every time she flinched, he held her tighter. Every time she gasped, he whispered something into her ear. Low, soft, soothing. She stopped caring about the movie. His lips brushed her shoulder. Through the thin fabric of her shirt, his hand, resting harmlessly on her stomach, began to move, tracing lazy circles, sending heat pulsing deeper inside her. She couldn't breathe, couldn't think. By the time the credits rolled, she was shaking, not from fear, from desire, but she pulled away. "You should go. What about part 2? I'm at war with a truck engine tomorrow. I need sleep, and you need to leave." Jayden sighed dramatically. "Can I at least use your bathroom?" "Down the hall, to the right. Don't get lost." She started clearing the table, tossing wrappers and wiping crumbs. When she noticed the lights were off in the hallway and the bathroom door slightly ajar, she frowned. His boots were still by the door. "Jayden." No response. She turned around, only to scream when arms wrapped around her from behind. "Boo! Jesus!" she gasped, heart pounding. He laughed, already burying his face in her neck. His hand slid under her shirt, warm against her bare skin. "How can I leave you alone when you're such a scared little thing?" he murmured. Avery twisted free and spun, swinging her fist, but Jayden caught her wrist mid-air and pinned both hands behind her back, tugging her hard against him. "What are you gonna do now?" he whispered, eyes locked on hers. They stood like that, breathless, unblinking, until he backed her slowly toward the wall. When her shoulders met it, his face hovered inches from hers. If she'd screamed or shoved, he would have backed off. But she didn't. Her chest rose and fell against his, mouth slightly parted. Her defenses crumbled. She didn't move as his lips brushed hers, light, tentative, testing. Then he kissed her fully, tongue stroking deep, claiming her. A moan slipped from her mouth, low and hungry, that broke the last thread of resistance. Jayden let go of her hands and slid his palms down to her ass, squeezing hard. He lifted her by the hips like she weighed nothing, and she instinctively wrapped her legs around his waist, her arms around his neck. Her body pressed against the hard length of his arousal. She didn't care. Chapter 18. Where's your goddamn bedroom? Second floor. First door. Jayden carried her up the creaky staircase like she weighed nothing. He nudged the door open with his foot and stepped inside, streetlight pouring through the curtains. Without hesitation, he laid her down on the bed and followed her, his body pressing against hers as his mouth devoured hers again. Hotter now, hungrier. He tugged her shirt up and off in one fluid motion. There was one more thing in the way, and it had to go. "Damn clasps," he muttered, fumbling for a second. Avery laughed genuinely. She leaned forward, and the clasp snapped open. Jayden slid the straps off her shoulders with slow, deliberate fingers, letting the white bra fall away. Her breasts bounced free, and his hands framed her face as he kissed her again, then gently pushed her back onto the bed. He wasn't in a rush. He wanted to savor this. His mouth left hers to find her collarbone, her neck, then lower. His stubble scraped softly against her skin as he kissed a trail down her chest, until his lips closed around one nipple, warm and firm. He flicked it with his tongue, sucked gently, while one hand rolled and teased the other. Avery groaned, threading her fingers into his hair. That long, tousled hair suddenly didn't seem so bad. Jayden, she whispered, breathless, not even sure what she was asking for anymore. To stop? To go faster? She didn't know, didn't care. He didn't answer. He just smiled against her skin, then slid down her body. I picked a hell of a movie, he chuckled, tugging off her shorts and panties in one motion. Embarrassment flashed across her face, but only for a second, because the moment his tongue touched her, all thoughts vanished. He spread her legs and licked her slowly, deliberately, the tip of his tongue circling her clit, teasing, tasting. She squirmed. He held her hips firmly, not letting her run from it. The pressure built, her moans growing louder, and then he stopped. She whimpered. He sat up, reached into his jeans pocket, and pulled out a condom. Not because he expected this, but because, as a biker, he was always prepared. He tore the wrapper, rolled it on, and crawled back up her body, hovering just above her. "You ready?" he murmured, voice rough and dark. "You might not be able to fix an engine tomorrow. You and your perfect club boys will just have to wait." She fired back. Jayden grinned wickedly and pushed into her slowly, stretching her open with every inch. The heat of her swallowed him whole. He meant to take it slow, to let her adjust to his size. But once he felt her, wet, tight, perfect, he lost patience. The second thrust buried him deep. Avery gasped, her fingers clutching at his shoulders. "Easy, baby," he whispered, slowing just enough to hear her breathe again, then moving deeper, smoother, each thrust setting her nerves on fire. She couldn't fight it, didn't want to. Her legs trembled, her back arched, her breath came in short, broken gasps. Every movement of his hips sent a ripple through her, his angle shifting until, "Oh God, Jayden!" He hit that spot, and her orgasm tore through her in a white-hot wave, shuddering through her entire body. She moaned shamelessly, clinging to him, thighs squeezing tighter around his hips as her body pulsed around him. Jayden groaned, biting gently on her nipple, and slowed. But he wasn't done. He pulled out, breath ragged, and flipped her with one hand. "Turn around," he said softly, almost reverently. Avery barely had the strength to move, but he guided her onto her stomach and leaned over her, breath hot against her ear. "I've wanted you like this since the second you got on my bike," he growled, "and I don't let just anyone ride behind me." Then he thrust inside again, deeper this time, harder. Avery cried out, her body still sensitive, overwhelmed, raw. But she didn't stop him. She pressed her cheek to the sheets and let him take her, fast and firm, his hips slamming into her as he gripped her waist, then slid a hand up her spine. Each thrust shook her to the core. He buried his face in her shoulder, biting, panting, his body moving like he couldn't get deep enough, couldn't get close enough. Then his moans turned guttural, and with one last thrust, he came, shuddering, spilling into the condom, his body collapsing over hers like a wave breaking against the rocks. For a moment, neither of them moved. Their breathing filled the room, heavy and uneven. Jayden was the first to stir. He slipped off the condom, tossed it in the bathroom trash, then returned, naked, unashamed, and lay beside her, tracing lazy lines across her back. Avery didn't look at him. She stared at the ceiling, her mind reeling. "You should go." "Oh no," he said, smirking. "You're not kicking me out now." She rolled onto her side and stood. "I need a shower." "I wouldn't be in a rush if I were you," he said from behind her. "Because I'm not done with you yet." She huffed and grabbed her sleepwear, short nightdress, soft panties, then disappeared into the bathroom. Jayden didn't bother getting dressed. When she returned, he was on her bed again, stretching like a satisfied cat. "Aren't your brothers waiting for you?" "Shit," he muttered and stepped out, bare-assed, phone in hand. She heard his voice from the hall. "Yeah, I'll call you tomorrow." "Yeah. No, shut up. I got it." Avery smirked. "Somebody's annoyed." She was about to climb into bed when he came back in and tossed his phone on the nightstand. "I don't think you'll be needing this," he said, tugging the nightdress up over her head. Then he peeled her panties down, slow and deliberate, until she stood naked again. "I'm sure you won't." He pushed her gently toward the bed, and Avery didn't resist. Chapter 19. Avery's phone shrieked at 5 in the morning. Her alarm set for the early grind, but she slept through it like a rock. Jayden, already half awake, went downstairs, killed the noise, and shoved the phone under her pillow in case there was a backup one set. He drank some water, stretched, and crawled back into bed. Avery lay naked, exhausted, her back barely covered by the sheet. Jayden stared at her. He'd never fallen in love, never slept with the same woman twice. 2 years in the biker club had given him more than enough chances to sleep with girls in every state, at every bar, in every position, and in a quiet place like Timpoint, where women showed up to biker parties expecting raunchy nights. He had his pick, but none of them were like her. He didn't know where things with the fiery mechanic would go, but he knew one thing for sure. Tonight, tomorrow, and probably the day after that, he'd be in this bed. Avery hadn't slept this well in months. Even on weekends, she got up early to catch up on paperwork, because there was always more. She should have hired someone by now, a real admin, but her dad had done everything alone, so she figured she should too. This morning, though, she woke up pinned under a heavy, tattooed arm and a hard cock pressed against her ass. "What time is it?" she murmured, trying to wriggle free. "Time for morning sex," Jayden muttered, pulling her closer. "Aren't you supposed to be back at the farm?" "I'm good right here." He started grinding lazily between her legs, his cock already hot and hard against her skin. Avery stiffened, but not in protest. It had been years since she'd had sex all night, and still wanted more the next morning. Years since she'd let herself want like this at all. Jayden knew how to touch. Rough when needed, soft when it counted. His hand closed over her breast, squeezing first, then brushing his fingertips across her nipple. He pinched, rolled, kissed. Avery bit her lip. She was already wet, ready, but he kept teasing her like he had all the time in the world. "I need to shower," she whispered, breath catching. "I told you," he said, kissing a path down her spine. "I'm not done with you." His fingers slid between her legs, rubbing slow and steady. She gasped when one slipped inside her. He smirked, reached for the nightstand, and rolled on a condom without missing a beat. Jayden liked this position, on their sides, him behind her, all control in his hands. He pushed inside her in one deep, rough thrust. Avery didn't cry out, just shivered with need. So wet, so fucking tight. He groaned into her ear, gripping her thigh for better leverage as he buried himself deep. He fucked her slow at first, deep and hard, hitting every inch she didn't even realize she missed. His hand slid down her body, back to her breasts. He pinched her nipple again, then the other, and when she arched into him, he knew he could take more. He rolled her onto her stomach, nudging her into position. She obeyed without protest, lifting herself onto her knees. Jayden slid into her again, all the way. He paused, still, just to feel her clench around him. Then he moved, fast, relentless, moaning against her shoulder as her body took everything he gave her. Avery's arms trembled. She was close. So close. Jayden groaned, gripping her hips tighter, and after a few more deep, hard thrusts, they came nearly together. He collapsed over her, chest heaving, body slick. She lay there, shaking, unable to move. The pleasure kept pulsing through her long after he stopped. Her muscles were jelly. She had no idea how she was supposed to fix a truck engine today. Jayden lazily played with her hair, traced circles along her back, completely content. "Now," he murmured, "I'm ready to shower with you. My stall is too small for 2 people. You're not coming in." Jayden grinned but didn't argue. He just made a mental note to install a giant shower at the farm. After her shower, Avery felt human again, but the mood shift was instant. The house no longer smelled like sex. It smelled like coffee and responsibility. She walked downstairs in fresh clothes and went to make breakfast. Just as she opened the fridge, the phone started vibrating furiously under the couch pillow. Lacuna Coil blared at full volume. Shit. She tossed the pillow aside and snatched the phone mid-chorus. "I'm here," she said, breathless. "Where the hell have you been?" The voice on the other end was sharp, businesslike, and very pissed off. She didn't need the name. That Spanish accent and no-nonsense tone could only mean one thing. "Mr. Doffer." "I've been outside the shop for 10 minutes. He barked. "It's locked. You're not answering your phone." "I'm so sorry, Mr. Doffer. I'm on my way." Avery bolted out the door barefoot and spotted him standing by his dusty old Ford in the lot. She jogged up, waving apologetically. "Rough morning. My assistant quit. I'm running behind. Did something happen to little Betty?" Mr. Doffer gave her a grumpy glare. "She's leaking oil again. No idea what's wrong now." Avery placed a hand on her hip. "Mr. Doffer, I've told you either let me keep that car in here for a full rebuild or you buy a new one. We go through this every few months. I don't have the money for a new one. Then let's do a payment plan. Keep her off the road for a week or 2, and I'll walk you through every repair. But you got to give her regular checkups. Once a year minimum. You're a doctor. You understand the importance of preventive care." He grumbled but nodded. "Guess I'll ride my bike to work. We'll take good care of her. Promise." He tossed her the keys. "I'm counting on you." Avery smiled and turned to the garage, already mentally sorting out her schedule and wondering how the hell she was going to get through the day. Chapter 20. For a moment, as Avery walked the client out and headed back toward the house, she completely forgot she had a guest. Only when she spotted a pair of biker boots by the door did it come rushing back. Jayden was leaning against the frame, arms crossed, looking completely at ease like he belonged there. "I thought you were going to run off while I was in the shower," he said, pulling her in by the waist and stealing a kiss. "I had a client. You made me oversleep," she muttered, slipping from his grip with a practiced coldness. "I need breakfast, and then I've got work to do." She brushed past him into the kitchen, already mentally checking off tasks for the day. Jayden followed but kept his distance, watching as she cracked eggs with a little more force than necessary. "You want help?" he offered, leaning one hip against the counter. "Do you cook?" "Hell no." "Of course not. Bikes and tight asses, right?" she said, setting the table with a smirk. He just grinned in return. Avery hated cooking just as much, but survival forced her hand. Thankfully, her house was equipped with a dishwasher, a robot vacuum, and every modern shortcut available. Her dad had taken care of everything with his bare hands, but she wasn't about to live like it was 1965. As she slid him a plate stacked higher than hers, she noticed his gaze linger on her, curious, amused, just a little too intense for this early in the morning. What do you even do? Aside from terrorizing women with your charm. We travel, he said casually. Now we've got the farm. She narrowed her eyes at the way he said it, like it meant something deeper. You're really expecting me to believe that a bunch of bikers are turning into soybean farmers? He shrugged. It has its charms. There was that word again, charm. He tossed it around like seasoning. Avery caught the deliberate vagueness and didn't like it. She had rules about people who didn't say too much. But she didn't press him yet. She finished eating quickly, aware of how fast he cleaned his plate. She'd made him a double portion, and still, the way he eyed the leftover toast made her wonder if she should have made more. Lunch is coming soon. Until then, we need to at least break down that engine and figure out what went wrong. She wiped down the counter and led the way to the workshop through the hidden patio path. Jayden followed behind, the morning already warming up, the light casting golden streaks across the concrete. Inside, she flicked on the lights and speakers. Her phone synced automatically, launching into a heavy rock playlist. She didn't even glance at him this time. If he dared to say one word about the music, she'd kick him out of the garage before the first verse finished. He didn't. Smart man. She peeled off her casual clothes and changed into her overalls. He stole one heated glance, already knowing today's underwear was white, and then focused on tools. Mostly, the moment was short-lived. Jayden grabbed her by the wrist, spun her around, and pinned her against the wall. His mouth found hers with the same hunger as the night before, his hands sliding down her hips, claiming territory. He clearly wasn't done exploring. His kiss was greedy, consuming, tongue sliding past her lips with the kind of promise that made her toes curl in her boots. But as soon as he started tugging on her strap, she came to her senses and shoved him back, planting both hands on his chest. We've got work to do. He squeezed her ass in response and whispered, Won't take long. That earned him a glare. One more move like that, and I'm coming after you with my crowbar. He laughed and raised both hands, stepping back. For the rest of the morning, he kept his hands and tongue to himself. Mostly, but not because she warned him. No, the reason was Connor. Apparently, the club leader had chewed them out last night, and Jayden wasn't about to get reamed twice in 24 hours. They got to work. You're good with tools, Avery said eventually, not hiding the surprise in her voice. I used to work in a shop. She raised a brow. Mostly bikes. Some cars. Where? California. I've never been. You'd like it. The conversation dropped off as they focused. Time passed quickly. Jayden didn't need much direction. He understood engines, understood leverage, and she didn't have to explain every little thing like she'd expected. He touched her now and then, but it wasn't intrusive. It was heat building, quiet and steady. Finally, after a couple hours of work, the cause of the engine failure made itself known. Rings are stuck. Valve shut. We need a new valve set. 2 seals. Might have to grind ahead. Avery muttered, already picking up her phone. Can we get the parts today? If they're in stock. She dialed the number and rattled off the list. When she hung up, she turned to him. Lucky you. All in stock. Delivery in an hour. We can grab lunch in the meantime. Order in or go out. Cafe across the gas station. Fast and close. And I don't want to miss the delivery. They crossed the street in companionable silence. The cafe was cozy, filled with the scent of frying bacon and fresh biscuits. The woman behind the counter raised her brows when she spotted Jayden, then looked at Avery. New employee? Temporary, Avery replied. taking her usual booth. Chapter 21. It took the rest of the day to fully assemble the engine with the new parts. Jayden had grease on his forearms, a smudge across one cheek, and an easy smirk that said he was right at home here. Surprisingly, he liked the atmosphere of the little workshop. There was something cozy about it, gritty but honest, humming with tools and hometown rhythm. Throughout the afternoon, locals wandered in, not all for repairs. One woman from the church showed up asking Avery for a donation. She handed over some cash with her usual half-hearted scowl. Not long after, the guy who owned the gas station across the street brought over a pitcher of lemonade, setting it down with a knowing look. "Hot day," he said. "Thought you two might need to cool off." Then he leaned closer to Avery and asked in a low voice, "That the new hire?" "He's just helping out," she replied flatly, wiping sweat from her temple. "Still looking for someone permanent." Jayden caught that exchange and smirked. In a town this small, secrets didn't last. People noticed everything. Who showed up where, who left whose house in the morning. It was amusing in a weird way. The concern wasn't fake, and that was almost charming. By sunset, they were both drained. Avery stepped out into the parking lot, stretching her arms toward the pink and orange sky. Her back cracked, and she groaned softly. Jayden joined her, rolled his shoulders, and without a word, pulled her toward him and kissed her, right there in plain view. "Let him talk," he murmured when she tried to push him away. "Might as well give them something worth gossiping about." She narrowed her eyes at him. "You're incorrigible. Always have been." She shoved his shoulder. He chuckled and didn't move. That easy confidence drove her crazy. Somewhere in the distance, a dark gray car rolled slowly past. Jayden glanced at it. He'd seen the same vehicle earlier that afternoon. Once could be chance. Twice. Maybe not. But he pushed the thought aside. He was too tried to deal with suspicion tonight. They wrapped up just after dark. Avery decided to leave the engine reinstallation for tomorrow. It was a two-person job, at minimum. Jayden had already called in backup. Matthew and Aiden would swing by in the morning. That meant noise, testosterone, and a lot of snarks. She wasn't sure if she was ready, but at least they'd get it done. Jayden ended the call with a familiar grimace, tossing his phone down with a growl. Avery didn't need to ask. It was Connor, clearly unhappy that his brother had turned her couch into a second home. "You could go back," she said, only half joking. "I like your couch. I like that I don't have to wait an hour to shower. And I like that you're here." His voice was soft as he stepped behind her and began unzipping her overalls, kissing her neck at the same time. She groaned. Food first, then shower. Since he'd covered lunch at the cafe, Avery ordered takeout again, this time Chinese, and chose the place farthest across town. Small delay, small breather. She disappeared into the bathroom, letting the warm water rinse away oil and exhaustion. When she returned, wrapped in a towel with damp hair clinging to her neck, the doorbell rang. She peeked out through the peephole and sighed. "Naomi." "Hi, Ave." The delivery girl greeted with a too-wide smile, holding a large paper bag of food. In a town this size, Naomi knew everyone. She also talked too much. "Hey, thanks." Avery handed her a tip. Naomi hesitated, bouncing on her toes. "Second day in a row you've ordered takeout. You must be having fun. Don't you work at Louise's?" "Nope. My boyfriend does. He said your guest stiffed him on the tip yesterday." Avery gritted her teeth, handed over another crumpled $10 bill. "Here, pass that along and keep the rest. And do me a favor, try not to talk so much." "Got it." Naomi chirped and finally left. Avery locked the door with a sigh and returned to the living room. where Jayden was sprawled on the couch in nothing but a towel. His hair was wet, dark strands clinging to his face and neck, and water beaded on his tattooed shoulders and chest. He looked like he belonged there, and he knew it. "Come closer if you want a better look," he teased, catching her gaze as it lingered on his tattoos. She did. The ink stretched in intricate designs, flames and smoke, a howling wolf across his side, the club's patch in stark black and white. Most were easy to read. Born to ride, further, faster. One stood out though, small and worn, faded with time, a simple outline of the state of Texas, and a set of numbers etched above his heart. "You're from Texas," she said, "and those are coordinates." "Something like that. They lead to your house?" He didn't answer. She traced the shape with her fingertip, but the effect wasn't what she'd hoped for. Jayden caught her hand and gently pulled it away, standing up. "My clothes are a mess," he said briskly, "covered in oil and gas. You got anything I can borrow, or are we raiding your dad's closet?" Chapter 22. Avery was surprised at the abrupt change in mood. She'd lived in Kentucky all her life. She loved the mountains and the rich vegetation, knew every corner around Timpoint, and she and her father had been to every county in the state, often camping. She would have been happy to tell anyone and anything about her state. So Jayden's coldness seemed strange. It meant only one thing. The memory of his home was hurting him. She went upstairs to her father's bedroom. For months, she had not entered the room in which nothing had changed since the day he had died. The pants he'd tossed on the bed, the shirt that hung on the back of the chair, and the newspaper he'd brought and placed on the nightstand. Everything lay just as he'd left it. The only thing Avery had disturbed was that she had taken his dress suit for the funeral. She came in occasionally to wipe the dust off the surfaces, mop the floors, and sometimes she lay on the bed. But she couldn't bring herself to remake the bed or throw away her father's things, or even the newspaper from 2 years ago. She knew it was wrong and sentimental, but the realization didn't solve the problem. She ran her fingers through the things on the shelf and pulled out her father's large t-shirt and athletic pants. The fabric was faded, but she could still remember the feel of them on him, the way he used to wear them when they camped in the summer. His scent was gone, replaced by neutral dust and time, but in her memory, he was still in them, young, strong, alive. She, too, kept the hard memories deep inside her, and she wasn't ready to talk about them either, just as Jayden didn't want to talk about the past in Texas. They were alike in that way. It could have been a bridge between them, if either of them had been ready to cross it, but not now. "Here," Ave said, holding out the clothes, expecting some barb about the smell or how old they looked. But Jayden silently pawned the t-shirt and pulled on the pants right over his naked body. The shirt fit well, though it was a little short, and the pants clung awkwardly to his hips. Avery smiled despite herself. Jayden had already turned on the second part of the merciless otherworldly movie. Avery wasn't as scared this time. Last time she thought she'd be alone. They munched on their food, and Ave nestled comfortably next to him. He hugged her and kissed the top of her head, chuckling whenever she jumped and grabbed his hand. They could have stayed like that all evening. Then the shriek of sirens tore through the air, sharp and insistent. A second later, 2 fire trucks blazed past the window, their lights casting red flashes across the living room walls. Avery stood and tried to follow their path through the trees, but the howling carried far beyond the block. Jayden's phone rang. The expression on his face said it all. Avery didn't wait. She grabbed the keys, and they raced to her car. She didn't like speeding, but she was good at it because she knew every road, every curve, every shortcut. She blew through a red light and cut through 2 alleyways before Jayden could shout again. "Shut up, I'm doing what I can, she snapped and turned sharply onto the country road leading to the farm. From here, the glow of the fire was unmistakable. A column of smoke and light loomed over the trees like something alive. As soon as she parked, Jayden jumped out and ran. Connor, Matthew, and Aiden were already there, standing helplessly in front of the fire. The storage buildings were engulfed in flames, including the workers' cabin. The fire licked the walls of the barn now, threatening to take the garage with it. Fortunately, the vehicles weren't inside. The truck was still in Ave's shop, and the tractor had been left at the gate. No one had been hurt, but the damage was massive. You know perfectly well how many enemies we have, and you were so careless and left our home. Connor snarled, grabbing Jayden by the chest. All because of some fucking girl. You were gone all day yesterday, and if you'd been watching them, you'd know they were up to something. Jayden didn't flinch. He just stared at the flames, stunned. Are you sure it was them? Of course not. But there are too many people who want to finish us off. Avery stepped closer and caught the last of that sentence. Connor turned and shot her a look so sharp it sliced through her defenses. But he didn't say anything else. He let Jayden go. She stood there, hands clenched, trying to breathe normally, but her chest felt tight. Jayden finally noticed her, and his voice was low, flat, cutting. You'd better leave. We can't help you anyway. That hurt. The coldness in his tone, the way he didn't meet her eyes. As if all the heat from the last 2 nights had never happened. As if she was just in the way. She nodded stiffly. 2 more fire engines howled into the gravel driveway and rolled to a stop beside the others. Firefighters worked quickly, hoses stretching, orders shouted. There wasn't anything else she could do. She turned without another word and walked to her car. Her boots crunched on the gravel, her steps slow. From the distance, she heard Connor's voice again, echoing in her head. You know perfectly well how many enemies we have. Too many people out to finish them off. Maybe it was good they'd only spent 1 night together. Maybe nothing else should bind her to a man with that many problems. Jayden had been sweet, seductive, even gentle, but he was still a biker, still part of something darker than he wanted to admit. And bikers didn't just farm soybeans and fix old trucks. Not really. As she slid into her car and started the engine, the fire behind her crackled louder, and the sky turned black with smoke. Maybe it was time to put her heart back where it belonged, behind walls, where it was safe. Chapter 23. In the morning, Aiden and Matthew pulled up to the workshop on the same bike. Avery had secretly hoped to see them riding the Harley, arms wrapped around each other. The image made her smile. It would have been hilarious. That thought alone kept her from slipping into full-blown despair at realizing Jayden wasn't with them. Hi, she said, trying to sound warm and sympathetic. The boys barely nodded. How's it going? How bad is it? A lot of things will have to be rebuilt, Aiden muttered, not meeting her eyes. His short response and cold tone slammed the door on any further conversation. Do you know what caused it? Old wiring, maybe? I had a sparking socket in the workshop once. Scared the hell out of us. Since then, I rewired everything and installed a modern fire suppression system. She waited, hoping they'd open up a little, maybe even drop a clue. Connor's words from the night of the fire still echoed in her mind. Something about enemies, someone out to get them. But neither Aiden nor Matthew said a word. Their silence said enough. Don't ask. Avery didn't push. She hooked the engine back into the truck, ran the usual checks, and took it for a spin around the lot to make sure everything worked. The guys paid in full, even left a generous tip. Maybe it was just the extra cash Jayden had promised for the rush job. Either way, she wasn't complaining. That money was going straight to bills and parts. They said goodbye. Matthew climbed onto his bike, while Aiden gave her a short wave and drove the truck out of the lot. The roar of the engine brought a faint smile to Avery's face. Whatever else happened, she'd done her job right. More than a week passed with no sign of the bikers, not even on the roads. Avery figured they'd packed up after the fire, probably headed west, or wherever the hell bikers go when the heat's on. That would have been for the best. One night with Jayden was more than enough. Better if there were no strings, no lingering complications. She'd already started thinking of it as just another dumb fling. Then the staffing agency called. "All right, I've got someone for you," said Monique, the agency's owner and resident gossip queen. Finally. Who? His name's Dylan. High school kid, looking for a summer job before school starts. A teenager? Are you serious? You want help or not? Avery sighed. Fine. Send him over. Turned out Dylan was quiet and lazy. He wore headphones constantly, listened to gothic metal, and ignored the world. On the plus side, she didn't have to make small talk. On the downside, she was hoarse by lunchtime from yelling over his music. Eventually, she gave up and started throwing things at him to get his attention. Paper cups at first, then rags. By Friday, she was tempted to chuck a wrench. Still, he was strong. The kid played rugby and could lift anything she pointed to without blinking. He couldn't help with engine diagnostics, but he could clean, fetch tools, and haul parts without complaint. As long as he kept one earbud out, it worked. If he didn't, he'd find a torque wrench flying at his head. It became their unspoken agreement. It was a long week. Clients came in non-stop. The shop was full. And Dylan, for all his faults, earned his $8 an hour honestly. He deserved a weekend. And so did she. Saturday night, Avery had plans. A new club was opening in Elizabethtown, Black Velvet. Flyers had been popping up all over town, taped to diner windows and gas station doors. She and Lucinda had been talking about going for days. Velvet sofas, fancy drinks, cute strangers. That was the plan. Earlier in the week, they'd met up to go dress shopping. Lucinda had snagged a silver dress with a neckline that could stop traffic. She had curves for days, long blonde waves, and a voice like spun sugar. The heels made her legs look even longer, and her lashes could knock a man unconscious at 20 paces. She looked like a plus-size Hollywood goddess. Avery tried on 10 different dresses and hated all of them. The red one felt like too much. The black one was too plain. The silver one, Lucinda stole it right out of her hands. They couldn't wear matching outfits. That left nothing, until she spotted it. A powder pink satin top, backless, with spaghetti straps. "This top is a crime," she whispered, picking it up. "I'm buying it." She'd pair it with her favorite jeans, a nude lip, and sandals with thick heels. Simple but sexy. Just enough to say, "I came to play." Over dinner, she told Lucinda about the biker. Tried to keep it casual, like it hadn't meant anything. Just another story. Lucinda's eyes lit up. "A biker? Seriously? You know I love bad boys. Couldn't you find one for me?" "Trust me, they're not as hot as they look. Trouble on two wheels. That's exactly my type." Avery laughed, but deep down, something shifted. Trouble or not, she couldn't stop wondering where Jayden had gone. Not a call, not a visit, not even a thanks. And maybe that was for the best. But maybe, just maybe, not. Chapter 24. On Friday, after the auto shop closed, Ave headed to Louise's bar for a bite and a few drinks. These days, she'd stopped cooking altogether and spent her evenings watching movies. The couch and TV reminded her of Jayden. Best not to even think about the bed and shower. We weren't even in the shower together, Ave lamented, cursing the traitorous ache in her chest. But it's easy to forget one night by loading up on work and planning something daring for the weekend. And tomorrow, she muttered, is exactly that perfect day. She was devouring a giant hamburger and sipping soda when Sheriff Douglas joined her. He looked exhausted. Rough day? Ave asked after a quick nod of greeting. Tough week. What is it this time? A gang of graffiti artists? Or did Mr. Brock's lawnmower get stolen again? She expected at least a chuckle, but Douglas didn't even blink. He wiped his forehead, looking 10 years older. It would have been rude to keep pressing. So they sat, silently chewing through juicy burgers. Another man, who clearly didn't share Avery's sense of tact, strolled up to the counter, talking nonstop. The Carmack brothers giving you trouble? The old man had huge bald patches, eyes that didn't quite line up, and a beer bottle in one hand. He'd left his friends as soon as he spotted the sheriff. Douglas nodded. Just throw him in jail. What's the use? Everybody knows they hunt when they feel like it. Say they're hiking in their own woods, but what do they eat out there, huh? Deer. All of them. Soon there won't be a single one left. Just lock him up already. That's not how it works. The sheriff muttered around a mouthful of burger, clearly not eager to continue. Then shoot them like they shoot animals. Damn merciless fiends. Douglas snorted and took a big bite. But the man didn't take the hint. Their dad didn't die hunting. Everyone knows it. He was killed for poaching. Or maybe one of the boys shot him. And you can't prove anything. That's the police for you. Dale, get out. The sheriff snapped. Only then did the man slink away. Avery and Douglas were left alone at the bar. She didn't try to restart the conversation. He finished eating quickly and left without a word. She followed soon after. Saturday started slow. After a long week, she needed a good night's sleep. Then came paperwork, a snack, laundry sorting, and setting the robot vacuum loose. She gave the filthy oven a long, regretful look. Next weekend. I promise. Time was tight. Elizabethtown was an hour's drive, and she still had hair and makeup to do. She rushed through the finishing touches, tossed her phone, ID, cards, and condoms into a clutch with a long chain, and headed out the door. The Chevy Camaro under the tarp got only a wistful glance and a whispered apology. I already took you out this month. Be patient. She cranked up the music and hit the gas. There was something wild about spending the weekend with her best friend, like they were back in college, chasing fun, flings, and scandals over spilled perfume. But Avenue couldn't shake a nagging sense of incompleteness, like something important had slipped through her fingers. Regret burned bitter in her gut. More than once, she thought about going back to school, but too much time had passed. That 2-year gap would mean starting over from scratch. But I have my own business. She shouted over the music and started singing along, trying to shake the melancholy and focus on the night ahead. But her excitement deflated when she and Lucinda found themselves at the end of a line that snaked down the block. It was an hour before Black Velvet opened, and they weren't even in the top 100. That meant waiting. A long time. They had plenty of time to cover Lucinda's awful boss, the price of Japanese car parts, their old friends, and every ex who'd ever broken their hearts. Lucinda was about to launch into her favorite topic, the paranormal, which always made Ave cringe. But then the line moved. They were only 20 people away from the doors when it stalled again. 2 tall security guards let someone in with a VIP ticket, but the rest of the line didn't budge. Lucinda, undeterred, leaned toward Avery. You know what I'm gonna say. Don't. Oh, I'm saying it. She was just about to bring up ghosts again when the sound of roaring engines tore through the night. 3 bikers flew past the line, tires screeching as they pulled into the lot. Then they walked toward the front. Jayden, Aiden, and Matthew. That's him, Ave whispered, nudging her friend and nodding toward the newcomers. Lucinda stepped aside to get a better look. She already knew, from Avery's stories, who was who. Aiden had on his signature biker jacket over a t-shirt. Jayden looked like he just rolled out of bed. Messy hair, stubble, a wrinkled black tee, and plain jeans. Matthew, in tight pants and a pale polo, looked like the only one dressed to impress. "Luce, let's not go in," Ave said, her voice suddenly unsure. "Are you kidding me? I bought this dress. We stood in line for over an hour and look at my feet in these shoes. Tell them it was all for nothing. Go ahead." Just then the line started moving again, but the guard stopped directly in front of them. Lucinda exhaled through her nose and twisted the tiny hoop in her earlobe. "Sir," she purred. One of the guards glanced at her. "Please," she added, dropping her voice to a low, seductive hum. 5 minutes of the most erotic posing Lucinda could manage while standing, and the guards finally gave in. "Thanks for the show," one of them said with a smirk, giving her a light slap on the butt. Avery's jaw clenched, ready to react, but Lucinda pulled her back. "Shoo," she whispered, grinning. "Totally worth it." Chapter 25. At the entrance, guests had to pay for tickets and drinks, both included in the cover charge. At first, the girls thought it was a clever marketing move, but once inside, they realized it was the only way to guarantee people got drinks at all. The bar was so overcrowded it was almost impossible to get a cocktail, so prepaid tokens were handed out indiscriminately to everyone entering. The club's second floor opened before them in a blaze of strobes and shadows. A fence wrapped around the upper level, lined with bodies, people dancing, shouting over the music, or leaning in too close with a potential hookup. The dance floor pulsed below, a living, breathing thing under neon beams and strobe lights. Go-go girls danced in giant suspended cages, glowing in neon costumes that looked like the tails of tropical birds, long feathers trailing with every move. The cages didn't quite reach the second floor, giving the illusion they floated midair, towering over the writhing mass of people below. Bodies rubbed together, arms stretched high, sweat and desire mixing under the colored lights. "We have to be a part of this," Lucinda shouted over the music. Her hips swayed seductively, breasts bouncing with each motion. She covered her eyes with one hand, took a sip of her cocktail with the other. "Pretty good." Avery nodded twice in agreement, though her eyes scanned the club for familiar faces. No sign of a tall, tattooed biker with cocky charm and a knowing smirk. No Jayden. She searched downstairs, catching a glimpse of blonde hair in the crowd. Near the bar, maybe Matthew, or just a stranger. It was impossible to tell in this mess of bodies and lights. "I can't see them," Ave called out. "Are you happy about that or not?" Lucinda winked. Her drink was already gone, and the alcohol buzz lit her up like a firecracker. Ave was still nursing hers, until her friend gave her that look. Under pressure, she downed the rest in one long gulp. "Now, let your biker see what he missed," Lucinda teased. "Let's go." They laughed, leaving their empty glasses on a side table near the entrance and heading for the stairs. Downstairs, the club was even more dazzling. 6 bartenders worked behind the counter, but the line was relentless. To the left were standing-height tables for those too tired to dance, and in the back, partially hidden from view, was the lounge area. Long rows of black velvet sofas and small tables, the namesake of the club. The music was quieter there, the lights dimmer, and velvet curtains hung on either side of each booth, inviting, intimate, and shadowy. They didn't stop. Not yet. The girls danced until their legs trembled. Sweaty, breathless, drunk on movement and music. But eventually, even Lucinda's energy gave out. "My feet said bye," she shouted. "Likewise." On their third try, they managed to flag down a bartender and get 2 more margaritas. They found a spot at a high corner table to catch their breath. It wasn't much quieter, but at least they could hear each other without screaming. That's when Matthew passed by. He wasn't alone. His arm was around a tall, slender girl, her long dark hair brushing his shoulder as they walked. Ave stiffened. Their table was tucked in the corner. Maybe he wouldn't notice them, but he didn't even glance their way. The couple moved to the dance floor and started swaying in rhythm, their bodies close, moving with slow, fluid heat. His hands roamed down to the girl's ass and squeezed. She looped her arms around his neck, pressing into him as they kissed. 2 songs later, they vanished toward the lounge. When the drinks were gone and the girls ready to dance again, Aiden appeared with the same girl. "Really?" Lucinda arched a brow. "This club is full of pretty girls, and they take the same one to dance. Are they twins?" Avery didn't have time to answer. Jayden walked up, smiling wide, and set his drink on their table like he belonged there. Well, he said, casual as hell. "Look who it is." Avery rolled her eyes. She would have loved to throw her margarita in his face, if she still had one, and if it hadn't cost $13. "Hello, Jayden," Lucinda purred, openly checking him out. "You're not alone tonight. Who's your charming friend?" "I'm Lucinda," she said, offering her hand with a flirtatious smile. "So nice to meet you." Jayden laughed, giving Ave a lingering look she tried to ignore. "I think someone's been talking about me." "You should get away from us," Avery snapped. "We're trying to meet people tonight." "Then I'm staying right here," he said smoothly, turning his attention back to Lucinda. "I'd love to get to know your friend better. What do you do?" Jayden asked about her job, her hobbies, complimented her dress, her shoes, the full charming bastard routine. Lucinda giggled and tossed sly glances at Ave. It was irritatingly adorable. Ave considered ditching them both and going to flirt with the hot guy by the dance floor. Their eyes had already met once, but just when she thought she'd had enough, Lucinda shifted the vibe entirely. "You don't seem like real bikers," she said suddenly, sharp as a needle. Jayden cocked his head. "Why's that?" "You're drinking non-alcoholic beer." She picked up the bottle, turning it so Ave could see the label. "Real bikers drink real booze." "So it's the beer that makes the biker," he said, amused. "Not the motorcycle. And you're using your real names. Guys who've been in the life a while usually go by nicknames. You don't have any. That's odd. So I'm guessing your club is pretty new." Jayden rubbed his stubble. Ave noticed the gesture for the first time. A crack in the smooth facade. "You got us. Club's a little over a year old. And real bikers are usually more lecherous, less polite, which tells me you guys probably had pretty normal lives before this. Law-abiding, maybe even suburban." Avery raised a brow at her friend. Even she hadn't put that much together. Not out loud, anyway. Jayden's smile flickered with something real. Then he masked it again. "Not bad. What else you got?" "There's a reason you're in Timpoint too. Otherwise, why would you be there? And I bet I'd learn a lot more if I talked to your friends." Jayden's eyes flicked to the dance floor, and the girl now, grinding up on a complete stranger. "You might get that chance," he said. "I'm here with Matthew and Aiden tonight." Chapter 26. "We've seen them both with the twins before," Avery said dryly, testing a theory. Jayden nearly choked on his beer, coughing and laughing at the same time. His reaction was enough. No need for further confirmation. So it was the same girl, Ave muttered. Weird. What's their deal? They don't have a problem, Jayden replied easily. Everyone's got different tastes. Is that why they like to share one woman? Avery wrinkled her nose. Very biker of them. Funny you say that. They weren't originally part of our crew. We met in West Virginia. Trouble came up. Favors were exchanged. They were in another club back then. You're really selling this wholesome image, Avery said, her tone turning sharp. But I'm pretty sure there's something criminal behind it. Jayden didn't argue. He just gave her a look. Calm. Cool. Not denying a damn thing. You're criminals, she added, then smirked. And perverts. Whoa, Lucinda stepped in, grabbing her friend by the shoulders. Relax. Let's go dance before you set the place on fire. She gave Ave a gentle shove toward the dance floor. The next 5 songs were a blur. The music was loud, the bass thumping straight through their bodies. Avery let herself move, hips swinging to the rhythm, hair sticking to the back of her neck. Her irritation slowly melted under the heat and motion, replaced with a cocktail of exhaustion and release. Her muscles ached. Her feet throbbed. She needed to sit, needed a drink, needed a break from everything, including herself. Back at the bar, they picked up another round of margaritas. As they made their way toward the high tables again, passing the velvet lounge, a voice called out behind them. We have a seat for you. Jayden. Lucinda paused. Ave didn't even turn around. She was ready to keep walking, but Jayden stepped up and gently took Lucinda's hand. Come on, he said. You wanted to meet the club. Aiden's there. Matthew will be back in a minute. Lucinda looked at Avery for permission, her expression hesitant but curious. Ave gave her a look, be careful, but said nothing. Lucinda let Jayden guide her over to the table, where she slipped into the seat next to Aiden. He greeted her with a relaxed smile and a low hey. His arm rested on the back of the couch, close to her bare shoulder. Jayden turned back for Avenue. She stood with her drink, spine straight, chin up, eyes narrowed. He didn't flinch, just walked behind her, placed his hands gently on her waist. Don't move, he murmured. You'll spill the cocktail. Get away from me, asshole. He ignored the insult and nudged her forward with his hips. Lucinda's fine. Come sit with us. Avery's legs twitched, her heels shifting awkwardly, the glass wobbling in her hand. To avoid spilling the overpriced drink, she downed it in one sharp gulp. Liquid courage. She'd need it. She spun around to face him, his arms wrapped around her waist, pulling her closer, her back pressed against the solid wall of his chest, and she felt every inch of him, the warmth, the tension, the intent. Neon lights painted their silhouettes in flickering purples and blues, casting dancing shadows across her bare shoulders and tangled hair. From the outside, it looked like a couple lost in the music. From the inside, it felt like her body was about to betray her. You think you can sleep with me, she said, her voice low. Then disappear, not call, not show up for a week and a half, and just touch me like this? Jayden didn't answer. He just held her tighter, one hand slipping down to her hip, the other settling low on her back. His lips brushed her cheek, his stubble scratching the soft skin. Didn't Matthew and Aiden give you my love letter? He whispered. She blinked. What? They were supposed to. I didn't have your number. I asked them to pass along a message when they picked up the truck. You're lying. About the love message? Maybe. About me being out of town? Nope. Avery tried to step back, but he held her close, running one hand up her spine until his fingers grazed the tie of her satin top. She shivered. "We're not in a relationship," he added, "so I don't exactly owe you updates, but I plan to get your number, so I can give you a heads up next time." She hated how reasonable that sounded. How straightforward. They weren't a couple. They weren't anything. They just had a night. A great one. One that had left her aching for more and hating herself for it. His hands were bold now, moving like he knew her boundaries had cracked. One slid under the hem of her top, brushing her bare waist. The other palmed her ass, squeezing slowly. She arched against him, unable to help herself, every nerve raw and desperate. Her nipples tightened under the light fabric, her thighs brushing the seam of his jeans as he leaned in. "No bra," he muttered, his voice thick with heat. "That's cruel, baby." Avery grinned despite herself. "You deserve cruel." "I'd put you on my bike right now," he murmured, "and fuck you somewhere between Elizabethtown and Timpoint." Her pulse roared in her ears. She was about to answer when she remembered Lucinda, somewhere behind them, probably watching. "I can't leave her," Ave said quickly, pulling back slightly. "Not again." Jayden's voice dropped, amused. "In case you haven't noticed." "You already did." Alarm flashed in her chest. She turned, craning her neck. Lucinda was still on the velvet couch, only now she was firmly wedged between Aiden and Matthew. She was laughing at something a little too hard, a little too breathless. Matthew's hand was on her thigh. Aiden's fingers hovered above her bare shoulder, brushing occasionally like he'd every right to. Ave stepped forward, but Jayden caught her wrist. "Come on, sit with us." "I don't like this," she muttered. "She's fine," he said, "and we're not dragging her into anything. She's choosing." Lucinda looked up and met Avery's eyes. She gave a slight smile, nothing reassuring about it. "I've been telling the guys about college," she said lightly. "The good times." Avery didn't respond. She just stared. The velvet booth, the heavy curtains, the low light. Everything screamed, "Don't trust this." Matthew stood. "I'm grabbing a drink. Anybody want something?" Aiden lifted his bottle silently. Matthew nodded and disappeared into the crowd. And Aiden wasted no time. As soon as his friend was gone, his other hand reached up to twirl a lock of Lucinda's hair, letting it curl between his fingers. He touched her neck, just below her ear, and she didn't flinch. In fact, she tilted her chin ever so slightly. "Don't you think we should go?" Avery whispered, voice sharp. Aiden heard. His hand slid to Lucinda's shoulder, covering it with ease. His stare locked with Avery's, cold, unreadable, a silent dare. Lucinda sighed. Her lashes fluttered. Her pupils were blown wide. But she pulled herself together and answered softly, "What are you talking about? We're having a good time." Chapter 27. Avery stared at Lucinda, her concern growing by the second. She leaned in, whispering urgently, "Are you sure about this?" Lucinda didn't hesitate. "Absolutely." Aiden arched an amused brow, glancing at Avery like you lost. His hand resumed its lazy path across Lucinda's shoulder, then slid down her back, casual and possessive all at once. Matthew returned with drinks, handing Aiden a beer and holding a water bottle in the other hand. His gaze briefly flicked to Lucinda, checking her expression. When he saw the tension, he leaned in and murmured something only she could hear. Stroking her knee gently, she smiled and nodded. Jayden stood up and stretched his hand toward Avery. "You and I should go." "No." Her voice was strained. "I can't leave my friend here." "She's fine," he said, his tone too smooth. She wants this. Look at her. Avery looked and saw Lucinda laughing softly, letting herself fall against the plush back of the couch. She wasn't drunk. She was glowing, curious, tempted. One hand rested near Aiden's thigh now, her fingers dangerously close to his denim. Jayden leaned in, voice low. She promised she'd take a cab if anything happens. She'll be okay. She doesn't even have her car. She'll be okay, he repeated. Trust me, she's in good hands. Just like you are. Avery hesitated. Lucinda met her gaze. Her look was calm but firm. It's all right, Ave, go. She was almost irritated by her friend's confidence, like she'd flipped a switch and was suddenly the queen of the damn party. But Avenue also knew there was no pulling her out of that booth now. Not without making a scene. Not without humiliating both of them. Okay, she said finally, through clenched teeth. Okay. Jayden grinned. There we go. He grabbed her hand and started pushing through the crowd, his fingers tight around hers, his touch electric. She bit her lip, half regretful, half thrilled. They didn't speak as they slipped through the dance floor, past the bathrooms, past the roar of music, until they reached the back hallway near the emergency exit. It was quieter there and colder, like the energy had drained away just enough to feel everything again. Jayden pulled her into the corner, where shadows pooled in violet and blue. His hands found her waist again, dragging her into his body, and before she could think or second-guess, his mouth was on hers. It wasn't gentle. It was hungry. Her lips parted on instinct, and he kissed her like he'd been starved for her, tongue claiming, hands roaming, body pressing her hard against the wall. She moaned softly against him, and his fingers tangled in her hair, tugging just hard enough to make her gasp. Fuck, he breathed against her mouth. You taste like tequila and trouble. I should hate you, she whispered, nipping his lower lip. You don't. He slid one hand under her top, fingers splaying over her bare back, moving slowly downward, tracing the soft curve of her waist until he reached the waistband of her jeans. He paused, just a breath, then dipped lower, slipping his fingers between denim and skin. No panties, he murmured. Bad, bad girl. Avery arched into him, pulse hammering. I told you. You deserve cruel. Jayden groaned and turned her, pressing her front against the wall, his body molded against her back. His hand slipped further, teasing her from behind with just the edge of his fingers. Her hips rocked forward instinctively, chasing friction. Fuck, he growled. You're already wet for me. Then do something about it. He unbuttoned her jeans roughly, shoving them down just enough to get access, and ran 2 fingers through her slick folds. She cried out, muffled by her hand against the wall, knees threatening to give out. You're gonna make me lose my goddamn mind, he muttered. Maybe that's the plan. He turned her again, her jeans clinging low on her hips, her satin top askew, one strap falling. He didn't bother fixing it, just kissed down her neck, sucking hard enough to leave a mark, his hands everywhere. His fingers slipped inside her again, slow and deep, his thumb circling where she needed it most. Her moan echoed off the wall. Jayden looked up at her, eyes dark, chest heaving. I wanna fuck you right here, he said. I wanna hear you scream my name so loud they kick us out of this damn place. Then what are you waiting for? His hand disappeared. She whimpered at the loss, but he was already tugging down the zipper of his jeans. She helped. Their mouths met again, hotter this time, desperate, clashing. He grabbed her thigh and lifted it, positioning her just right, and with one slow, punishing thrust, he filled her completely. Her back hit the wall, Her nails dug into his arms. Her breath caught. "Jesus," she gasped. "Not even close," he growled and started moving. It was hard, fussed, filthy. Every thrust drove her higher, tighter, until her body trembled with the threat of release. His grip was bruising. His mouth was all over her, neck, shoulder, lips. She didn't want gentle. She didn't want sweet. She wanted this. Raw. Real. Him. When the orgasm hit, it tore through her like a firestorm. She buried her face in his neck, crying out against his skin, her body shuddering uncontrollably. He kept moving, kept fucking her through it, until his rhythm faltered, and he came with a strangled groan, biting down gently on her shoulder. They stayed like that for a moment, tangled, sweating, breathing hard. Then slowly, reluctantly, he pulled away. "Jesus," he said again, softer this time. "You ruin me." She laughed breathlessly, smoothing her top back into place and shimmying her jeans up. "Good." Jayden grinned. "Now, come on. Let's get the hell out of here before someone finds us." They rejoined the edge of the club just long enough to sneak back toward the main exit, careful not to be seen. Avery glanced once toward the lounge area as they passed. Lucinda was still there, cozy between two bikers. Her eyes met Ave's, and in that brief second, there was no regret, only a silent promise. "I'll be fine." Chapter 28. The bike roared into Timpoint like a wild animal set loose, engine snarling through the still night. The dark stretches of road were lit only by brief flashes of streetlights. The wind tore at Avery's hair as she clung to Jayden's back, her arms locked tight around his waist. She could feel every muscle move beneath his shirt, every shift of his body, and it was impossible to ignore the heat pooling between her thighs. It wasn't just the adrenaline. It was him, his presence, his heat, his grip. Jayden didn't usually let girls ride behind him. He hated the feeling, but tonight felt right. She felt right. How the hell had he gotten so attached to this sharp-tongued mechanic in such a short time? She'd gotten under his skin and stayed there, haunting his every thought while he was away. Even while on the assignment, tense, dangerous, nearly fatal, he couldn't stop thinking about her. The guilt over not helping his brothers that night still weighed on him. He'd let his guard down, left them one man short during the fire. That shit haunted him, but she had been worth it. Still was. Connor had dragged them out right after the blaze, taken him, Matthew, and aiding with him on a mission. Something serious. Something that could have gotten them all killed. It was supposed to be a 3-day job. It turned into 10. And during every one of those 10 days, Jayden had thought of only one thing. Her. And now she was back on his bike, pressed to his back, trusting him without a word. He pulled up to her house, without a shred of subtlety. Let the whole neighborhood hear the engine growl as he cut it off. He didn't give a damn about eyes and windows. Let them look. Avery climbed off the bike, pulling off the helmet. Her hair was windblown, cheeks flushed, eyes fierce. He wanted her right then and there. They barely made it through the front door before he slammed it shut behind them, their mouths already crashing together. His hands were on her hips, then her ass, then dragging up her sides, hungry, desperate. The light by the door flicked on automatically, catching the shimmer of her top, soft, powder pink satin. His fingers fumbled with the straps. He wasn't trying to be delicate. "Jayden," she gasped. It was new. The fabric hit the floor. "I'll buy you a dozen," he muttered, already burying his mouth between her breasts. "But this one's done." He sucked one nipple into his mouth, while his fingers rolled the other between rough fingertips. Her knees buckled, fingers twisting in his hair. When he bit down, she yanked his hair back hard enough to make him grunt. "Oh, you like it rough," he growled. "I like it real." She tugged him toward the stairs, but he was already half undressed. His belt clattered to the floor. His fly popped open. Halfway up, he spun her around and shoved her jeans down, dragging her panties along with them. His palm slid over her ass, then down to her slick heat. Fuck Avenue. He was shaking. She grabbed the railing for balance, but he didn't let her go. He pressed her against him, kissing the back of her neck, then lower, until he was on his knees on the staircase. The tight denim stuck around her thighs, trapping her legs. He didn't care. She gasped when his mouth reached her, when his tongue slid between her folds and found the spot she ached for. Her knees almost buckled. Jayden, oh God. He pinned her hips in place, eating her like he needed her to survive. Her moans echoed down the hallway, unfiltered and loud. She didn't care who heard. She rocked against his mouth, chasing the pressure, chasing the fire curling low in her stomach. And just when she was close, so close, he pulled back. "Not yet," he said, voice hoarse. "I want you to fall apart with my cock inside you." She whimpered in frustration, and he grinned. He scooped her up, hauling her into his arms as she clung to him, half naked, breathless, burning. They stumbled into her bedroom, kicking the door shut behind them. The bed was a mess of pillows and tangled sheets, perfect. He tossed her down onto the mattress, shedding his shirt and jeans, his cock already hard, thick and straining. "You're so fucking beautiful," he said, kneeling between her legs. Avery's eyes roamed his body, drinking in the tattoos, the scars, the muscles, the raw need in his eyes. She opened her legs slowly, one hand trailing down her own body. "You gonna stare," she said. "Or you gonna fuck me like you promised?" Jayden growled and surged forward. Chapter 29. Avery was completely naked, sprawled across the rough carpeting on the stairs. The weave bit into the soft skin of her ass, but she didn't care. Her warm, golden skin glowed in the pulse of the motion sensor lamp above, flickering on when they moved, off again when they paused. The rhythm of light and shadow only made it feel more primal. Jayden stood a step below her, admiring the sight. Her legs spread, her chest heaving, head tilted back, lips parted in a silent moan. She was a fucking vision, wild and shameless in his. He dragged the backs of his knuckles up the soft inside of her thigh, and she shivered. He knelt between her legs and pushed them wider. His hands slid up to her breasts, squeezing, worshipping, then lower, his mouth following the path his fingers had claimed. Avery, who had been bracing on her elbows, dropped her head back and reached for him blindly. "Jayden, please." Her voice was ragged, desperate, but mercy wasn't on his mind. Plenty of women had passed through his bed, but only a rare few had ever felt his mouth on their pussy. It was a craving that came unannounced, raw and consuming, and with Avery, it hit like a drug. He hadn't planned on doing this again. He told himself the first time was a fluke, but here he was, unable to stop. He lowered his mouth to her, groaning when he tasted her, the tip of his tongue circling her clit before sucking it into his mouth. She moaned loud and long, her thighs quivering as he licked through her folds and slid his tongue deep inside. "Fuck, Jayden. I need you, please, please." His cock throbbed, straining against the zipper of his jeans, aching to be inside her. He pulled back only long enough to grab her hand and haul her to her feet, then lifted her into his arms and carried her the rest of the way to the bedroom. The cool touch of the silk bedspread met his bare skin as he climbed over her, sending goosebumps across his arms and chest. Everything felt like déjà vu. The bedroom, the air between them, the tension, just like that first night, but hotter now, deeper. Jayden fished a condom from the pocket of his jeans, rolled it on, and dropped over her body, bracing on his elbows. Her legs wrapped around him instantly, pulling him close. "I missed you," he muttered, and for once, didn't regret saying something so fucking real. "I miss this," she teased, her voice dripping sarcasm and lust. He grinned, then slapped her ass and slammed into her. She let out a sharp cry, her back arching under the force. "Watch your mouth," he growled, "or I'll make you regret it. Then I'll be even more reckless." He threw her legs higher on his hips and drove into her harder, deeper. Her eyes fluttered shut as her body rocked beneath his, every thrust wringing a cry from her throat. He pinned her in place, chest pressed to hers, breath mixing, sweat beading along his back. "Oh, you'll pay for that filthy mouth," he snarled. "Yours is filthier." She fired back with a breathless laugh, cut off by the next punishing stroke that left her gasping. He didn't slow down. He pounded into her like he owned her, hips slamming against her thighs, cock bearing to the hilt each time. She writhed beneath him, her fingers clawing at his back, digging in as if she could anchor herself to the moment. Her moans turned to broken cries, then into gasps, then into nothing but his name again and again, a helpless chant. She tried to pull away when it became too much, but he gripped her hips and kept her right there. He felt her start to unravel, muscles clenching, breath catching, and when her orgasm tore through her, she practically screamed, her whole body arched, her hands trembling, her voice a hoarse, choked sob as the climax rolled through her like a fucking earthquake. Jayden slowed his pace, savoring the way her tight, wet heat gripped him, drawing him deeper. Her body was limp beneath him, her skin shining with sweat, eyes shut, lips parted. He kissed her collarbone, her neck, her cheek, tasting salt and sex. "I'll be more cooperative next time," she whispered, eyes still closed. "Maybe." He chuckled darkly. "Oh, really? Then round two. Turn around." "No," she moaned, half laughing, half begging. "I was kidding." "Too late." He flipped her gently onto her stomach, spreading her legs as she groaned into the mattress. Her ass rose instinctively, perfect and inviting. He ran his hands down her back, then leaned over her, draping his chest across hers to feel her heat, her skin, her shuddering breaths. He wrapped an arm around her neck, not squeezing, just positioning, just enough to control, just enough to make her gasp. He wasn't into anything brutal, but he was into the way her body responded when he claimed it like this. "Mine," he growled into her ear, and she whimpered in reply. Then he drove into her from behind, and she nearly screamed. Her fingers twisted into the sheets. Her cries turned feral. He didn't hold back. Long, hard thrusts that made the bed creak and the headboard thump against the wall. He pulled her up by the shoulders so he could reach her breasts, and he tormented her there too, rolling, pinching, tugging her nipples until she was squirming and sobbing from the pleasure. When she collapsed forward again, he braced his hands on the mattress and fucked her harder, deeper. The slap of their bodies, the filthy, wet sound of it, the heat. It was all building toward the edge. He felt her start to move again, pushing back against him, chasing a second climax. "You little insatiable thing," he groaned, feeling himself ready to explode. She clenched around him, and he came with a low, guttural growl, spilling into the condom, his hips still jerking forward as pleasure crashed over him in waves. He collapsed onto her, wrapping his arms around her from behind, pressing kisses to her sweaty back, her shoulder, her neck. Avery trembled beneath him, her body spent, her voice gone. Her eyes fluttered but didn't open. She was soft and boneless, like all her strength had been wrung out of her. He gently pulled out, tied off the condom, and rolled her to the side to get under the covers. She didn't resist, just curled into him, cheek on his shoulder, fingers splayed across his chest. Jayden kissed her forehead. "Sleep," he murmured. She was already gone. Chapter 30. Avery decided she'd spend the entire day indulging in her first real day off in what felt like months. The morning had started like something out of a dream, tangled in Jayden's arms, still sore and satisfied from the night before. They'd had sex, then breakfast, then sex again. After that, they'd finally gotten dressed and driven back to Elizabethtown to retrieve her car. The air was warm, the sky a pale blue without a single cloud, and for a moment she let herself pretend it was just a regular Sunday. No fire, no danger, no criminal undertones, just her and a man who had wrecked her in the best way possible, now holding her hand as they strolled through the streets like a real couple. Jayden had even bought her a couple of outfits, casual, sexy things he said he wanted to see her in. But none of them, he teased, came close to how perfect she'd looked in the pink satin top he destroyed the night before. He promised those new ones wouldn't last long either. And, judging by the way his eyes kept drifting down her neckline, she believed him. It all might have been perfect, if it weren't for the 2 phone calls from his brother. Each one turned Jayden cold, detached. He'd stare at the screen, lips tight, brows furrowed, then press the button, end the call, and drag her into a kiss so deep and consuming it left her dizzy. The pattern repeated, and it left a strange knot of tension coiled in her chest. She was starting to realize something. No matter how sweet Jayden could be, his world was still full of shadows, and she wasn't sure if she could live in the dark. They found themselves in a park, tucked beneath the shade of a massive maple tree, its sprawling branches groaned softly in the breeze. Around them, families lounged on picnic blankets. Kids chased each other with water guns. A golden retriever bounded after a frisbee, and somewhere nearby, a jazz quartet played from a shaded corner. Elizabethtown wasn't Timpoint, but it still felt small and familiar, that peaceful, lazy rhythm of a southern town on a Sunday afternoon. Avery took a long sip of her lemonade, then glanced at Jayden. "So, it was arson?" she asked softly. Jayden hesitated. He didn't want to lie. Not to her. But Connor's warning echoed in his head. Keep your mouth shut. Keep your distance. And yet, every time he looked at her, he knew that was impossible. "Yeah," he said finally. "Arson. Someone from the inside? Probably not. We've got cameras. If someone tried something during the day, we would have caught it. Everyone was already home when it happened. We went through the footage twice. No sign of anyone we know. 2 people, black car, came at night, doused the place in gas, lit it up. Police have any leads?" Jayden laughed once, bitterly. "Let's just say the cops don't exactly have a soft spot for us." Avery understood why Sheriff Douglas hadn't been eager to defend them. She hadn't trusted them herself until very recently, and even now that trust was fragile. Jayden could be lying, but if he was damn good at it. "Let me see the footage," she said. "I know every car in Timpoint. If it's someone local, I'll recognize it." Jayden shook his head. "You need to stay out of this." "Why?" "Because Connor's already pissed that I'm spending time with you. We've got serious shit to handle, and this." He gestured between them. This complicates things. Well, I already got a taste of your brother's charm. He's worried I'll put you in danger. That's ridiculous. I've lived in Timpoint my whole life. Nothing bad has ever happened to me. I told him the same thing, Jayden said. That nothing will happen. He paused, then pulled out his phone and handed it to her. Put your number in. I'm not letting another week and a half go by without being able to find you. Avery entered the digits, and a second later her purse buzzed. Done. Jayden smiled just a little, but the tension between them still lingered. She glanced at him again, more serious now. What about your enemies? How'd you make them? Jayden exhaled slowly. He didn't want to answer. Not fully, but the frost in Avery's eyes chilled him more than Connor's warnings ever could. It started in West Virginia, he said. Back then we were just traveling, riding, state to state. No patches, no names, just free men on bikes. Every town hated us, thought we were stealing their women, their peace and quiet. We got into a few fights. Nothing big. Mostly we were just pissing off the wrong people without realizing it. She was quiet, watching him carefully. But in some cities, he continued, there are real clubs, gangs, if you want to call them that. They see the territory as theirs. They run businesses, underground stuff, and they don't like outsiders, especially loud ones with fast bikes and no rules. What kind of underground stuff? Jayden's jaw flexed. Drugs, guns. Some of them run girls, though we stayed the fuck away from that. Avery swallowed. So what happened? We rolled into one of those towns on the exact day. 2 clubs were about to go at each other. Right place, wrong fucking time. They thought we were involved, or maybe one of them used us as cover. Either way, it exploded. We tried to distract them, blow a couple cars to stop it from turning into a war. Avery blinked. Wait, you blew up cars? It worked, he said with a shrug. But yeah, that stunt earned us a lot of hate. And the police just let you go. Eventually, after booking us and dragging us through the ringer, what saved us was Connor and the fact that we're vets. You're all military. Not all, but most. Connor and a couple of the guys served together. When the cops realized who we were, they cut us a deal. Help out with a situation in Kentucky. Stay off the radar. And in return, sealed records. Clean slates. Avery stared at him, speechless for a moment. And that's why you came to Timpoint? Jayden nodded. She didn't know what to say. It was a lot. And somehow, it explained everything. Chapter 31. Avery sat in silence, letting everything Jayden had said settle inside her. The arson, the biker gangs, the fake farm deal, and the fragile truth behind their move to Timpoint. It was all so far from the life she knew, the life she'd built for herself with calloused hands and reliable tools. And yet, with him beside her, it didn't feel threatening. It felt like standing on the edge of something terrifyingly real. So Lucinda was right, she said quietly. You weren't really criminals before the biker stuff. Jayden smirked, crooked and a little tired. Almost. Well, except for the underground racing. Avery arched a brow. You? Mr. Motorcycle Porn? He chuckled. Yeah, that was my life. Fixing bikes, racing them, tuning them, tattooing them. It was the only thing I was good at. The only thing that felt real. That sounds almost innocent. It wasn't always. He looked down at his hands. I came close to screwing up everything more than once. She hesitated, then asked, softer, drugs? Jayden turned his gaze away. Yeah. The word was plain, unflinching. No excuses. No dressing it up. I was a mess. dropped out of college, got into pills, lived above a pawn shop in Bakersfield, high half the time, racing the other half. I think I would have ended up in prison if Connor hadn't dragged my ass out. Avery blinked. He really saved you, didn't he? Jayden nodded. Yeah. He'd just gotten back from deployment. He walked into my shithole apartment and said, "You've got two choices. Come with me or die here." He paused, mouth twitching. So I left with him. No plan. Just the road. He didn't need to explain the rest. She could imagine it. Long stretches of highway, dusty motels, broken boys trying to find themselves in the blur of scenery and the roar of engines. There was something oddly poetic about it. "You never thought about going back?" she asked. "To the biker clubs in California?" "Oh, I did." His tone darkened. Briefly. It ended badly. Lots of drugs. Worse people. Took me too long to get out of that one. But I did. Barely. They sat quietly for a while, surrounded by the warmth of a Sunday in Elizabethtown. The park around them was alive with families, kids shouting, dogs barking, someone playing guitar under a gazebo. The maple tree above them rustled gently in the breeze. "I get it now," Avery said. "You've had a life." He glanced at her. "So have you." She gave a sad little smile. "Not like that. I stayed here. I built my world bolt by bolt. But, my dad, he loved to drive." Her voice softened. "Not professionally. He just loved the feel of it. He had this black Chevy Camaro. Same one I've got, under a tarp. We used to go on these fake adventures. Out of town, blasting Springsteen or Tom Petty. He'd say, 'We're flying toward freedom, kiddo.'" Jayden smiled gently. "That's a damn good line." Most of the time we just ended up at a McDonald's drive-thru, but it didn't matter. That feeling, the wind, the speed, the idea that anything was possible, I still remember that. Her voice cracked at the edges. She hadn't talked about her dad in so long, not even to Lucinda. But now, under the dappled shadows and next to this man who saw too much and said too little, it just spilled out. When he died, I couldn't bring myself to sell the car, but I couldn't bring myself to drive it either. It felt like betraying the memory. Jayden reached for her hand. "Maybe you should drive it again. Let her breathe. She's temperamental. I like a challenge." Avery laughed, wiping quickly under her eye. Jayden leaned closer. "You know what I think?" "What?" "I think you and that Camaro are exactly the same." She raised an eyebrow. "Excuse me." "Stubborn. Classic. Fast when you want to be. Dangerous if you're underestimated. Charming." She muttered. "And worth every bit of effort," he finished, his voice dropping an octave. She didn't respond, but her smile gave her away. She looked at their joined hands, the way her fingers fit between his. When had this started to feel so? "Easy. Do you and your brother really plan to stay in Timpoint?" she asked finally. Jayden exhaled, leaning back on one arm. "Connor wants to. Says once the mission's done, the fallen wolves disband. He wants to buy the farm outright. Go legit. Live quiet. And you? I never thought I'd settle anywhere. Didn't think I was built for that. But lately..." He paused. "Lately, I think maybe I was wrong." She turned to him fully. "Do you think about staying because of me?" Jayden met her eyes. He didn't smile, didn't deflect. "I didn't plan for you, Avery. But now that you're here..." He reached up and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Yeah, I think about it." The world around them faded for a moment. No kids, no sunshine, no errands or unfinished calls from older brothers. Just that quiet hum in her chest and the heat in his eyes. Avery looked away first. "I don't do this." she said softly. I don't get close. I don't let people in. Me either, he admitted. But I want to. So do I. Their lips met. Not rushed this time, not hungry. It was slow, reverent, like a promise, like something new. When they broke apart, Jayden rested his forehead against hers. I still don't have all the answers, he said. But I know I don't want to lose this. Then don't. They sat like that for a while longer, hands linked, the wind playing in their hair. It wasn't a love story yet, but it was starting to sound like one. Chapter 32. Monday dragged on like wet concrete, slow and heavy. Avery had started her day, waiting for Dylan to show up and help with the heavy lifting, then waited for the part shipment, which, of course, was delayed. Even the usually chatty delivery guy barely muttered a hello before driving off. By the time she finished fixing the last 2 cars in the garage, she was relieved no one else had showed up. That peace didn't last. Tuesday brought silence. No customers, no calls, no tows. Just nothing. In a town as small as Timpoint, that happened sometimes. But usually, a quiet day was followed by a flood of broken engines and rusted brakes. This time, it was just more silence. She sent Dylan home early, told him to come back first thing Wednesday. But Wednesday morning rolled in with more of the same. Empty garage. Empty parking lot. Avery sat outside the shop, a lukewarm coffee in hand. Dylan sat next to her, earbuds in, sipping his own. She'd asked herself and the sky the same question for the 10th time. Where the hell is everyone? She must have said it out loud, because Dylan pulled one earbud out and shrugged. No one's gonna come to you anymore, he said flatly, like he was stating the weather. Avery blinked. Why? Everybody knows you're sleeping with a biker, he said. They don't like bikers. Her chest clenched. How long have you known? Over the weekend. Some girl at a party said it. Think it was the delivery girl from Louise's bar. Avery groaned. Damn girl. Dylan sipped his drink. She's not the only one saying it. When I picked up coffee just now, the people at the counter were laughing. Said you're waiting on customers who'll never show. It hit her like a wrench to the gut. Her first instinct was to argue, but Dylan wasn't accusing her. He was just reporting, like it was a movie he'd watched. You'll still pay me for 2 hours, right? I cleaned up and brought coffee. That snapped her out of her daze. Yeah, sure, she muttered, digging cash out of the drawer. Here. I'll call you if I need anything else. I liked working here. The money was good. Sorry about the whole thing. She didn't respond, just locked the front door behind him and leaned against it, the deadbolt clicking into place like a nail in a coffin. Anger flared hot in her chest, not just at the town, but at Jayden, at the fallen wolves, at herself. First, they'd taken her employees. Now they'd taken her business. If they'd just left for California, like they'd said they might, none of this would have happened. Her life had been simple, stable, predictable. Now it was breaking apart. But as the minutes ticked by, that anger dissolved into something quieter, sadder, more tired. You couldn't blame someone just because the town didn't like who you slept with. You couldn't build a bonfire on rumors and then call it someone else's fault. Still, she called Jayden, maybe to yell, maybe to cry, maybe just to hear his voice. He didn't answer. By the time he called her back, the storm in her chest had burned out. I'm sorry about that, he said. His voice was dry, serious. I'll be there tonight. Around 9. We'll talk, okay? She nodded, as if he could see her. Okay. Then she waited. The rest of the afternoon was a blur of fluorescent lights, dead air, and the low hum of the air conditioner. She sat in the closed shop like a ghost, watching cars fly by, none of them slowing, none of them stopping. Her Corolla was parked outside like always. Everyone in town knew what that meant. Avery's here. She's open. She can fix anything. But no one came. No one called. She cried. Growing up without a mother had made her tough. Bruised knees? Walk it off. Bullies at school? Who cares? Girls whispering in locker rooms? Let them. Her father never had time for drama, and by extension, neither did she. But once, when she'd been in trouble for a fight, the principal threatening expulsion, her dad had marched into the office and stared the man down. If it happens again, the principal said coldly, we'll have to remove your daughter. If it happens again, her father growled back, you won't be sitting in that chair much longer. My daughter didn't start the fight. Your school failed to protect her. That's what I'll tell the sheriff. Avery had never forgotten that moment. It had lodged itself deep in her heart, a reminder of his fierce, flawed, unrelenting love. She whispered it to herself now like a mantra. I'll just cry for a minute. Then I'll be fine. But it had been half an hour, and the tears hadn't stopped. Eventually, she left the shop and went home, only to find the walls closing in on her there too. Around 7, she forced herself outside. She hesitated at the tarp-covered Camaro, her dad's car, but couldn't bring herself to pull it off. Instead, she climbed into her Corolla and drove straight to Louise's bar. If gossip was burning up the town, it probably started there. Driving past the Piston, the oldest shop in town, was like taking a punch to the chest. Their lot was packed. 5 cars out front, God knows how many inside. She slowed down as she passed, staring. They all went there. Small-town reputations were brittle things, and hers had just cracked. Avery swallowed hard and drove on. Louise's bar felt the same as ever. Same old tables, same TV above the counter, same Louise behind the bar, wiping down glasses like she owned the world. Hey, Louise, Avery said, forcing cheer into her voice. Hey, baby, I should be asking you that. They locked eyes for a second. Louise didn't ask questions, not out loud, but Avery could feel the understanding settle between them in that silence. It's that bad, huh? Louise finally said. Avery nodded. Let me get you the usual. Burger, soda, fries. You can tell me about it over food. Louise vanished into the kitchen, and when she returned 10 minutes later, she wasn't behind the counter. She pulled a bar stool up next to Avery, popped the cap on a dark beer, and sat heavily with a tired sigh. Then she hit her with it. So, she said bluntly, how did that biker you used to hate, the one you wanted to report for fighting, end up in your panties? Avery groaned and buried her face in her hands. Please don't. Everyone knows, Louise continued, taking a long drink of her beer. You're the talk of the town, and while I don't think it's a problem, Old Man Piston gave a big speech about moral values last week. The townsfolk already hated the bikers, and you gave them a new target. They can't be mad at the people who work the farm. They're just putting food on the table. But you're the mechanic girl. You're not supposed to fall for a bad boy. Avery bit the inside of her cheek. They're boycotting you, Louise said simply. That's the truth of it. Chapter 33. They're boycotting you, Louise said simply. That's the truth of it. Avery stared at the counter, her appetite gone. Over who I sleep with. Louise snorted. It's not about that. It's about power. You being a woman in a man's world already pissed them off. Sleeping with someone they don't trust, someone dangerous, that just gave them the excuse they've been looking for. I thought we were past this crap. You thought wrong. Louise took a long pull from her beer, then added, "You remember when your daddy passed, and those vultures came sniffing around trying to buy the shop?" Avery nodded. "They showed up the day after the funeral." "Exactly. They never liked that you took over. And now, with your name all over town for being the biker's girl, they're eating it up." Avery blinked fast, trying not to let more tears fall. "I worked my ass off for years. I fixed cars no one else would touch. I gave people discounts, payment plans, free repairs if they were in trouble." Louise's voice softened. "I know, baby girl. I know. Doesn't that count for anything? It should, but this is a small town. People don't care how good you are. They care about stories, reputations, gossip. They care about what they think you represent. And right now, you represent a threat." Avery clenched her fists in her lap. "I feel like I'm being erased." "You're not," Louise said firmly. "Not by everyone. But you gotta be smart now. Real smart. Either fight like hell to get your people back, or consider letting go." Avery looked up, startled. "You mean give up the shop?" Louise hesitated, then nodded. "Maybe go back to school. Maybe start fresh. You won't be betraying your dad, you know. He loved you. He'd want you happy, not chained to a legacy that's trying to bury you." Avery didn't answer. Her mind was racing. She'd poured everything into that garage. Her time, her sweat, her grief. It was her place, her pride, her connection to her father. Could she really walk away from it? Could she even afford not to? She sat there in silence for several minutes, sipping her soda, picking at a fry, trying to process it all. Louise stood and gave her hand a gentle squeeze. "You're strong, Avery. Always have been. That's why they hate you. Don't forget that." Louise disappeared into the kitchen again, just as the bar's door opened behind Avery, with a loud jingle. Heavy footsteps crossed the floor, solid, confident, worn-down boots. Avery didn't even have to turn around to know who it was. Sheriff Douglas. Her stomach twisted. He walked right up to the counter, nodded at her, and slid onto the stool beside her with a tired grunt. "Hey, Avery." She glanced at him warily. "Sheriff." He ordered wings and a beer, then sat in silence for a minute, rubbing his hands together. Avery waited, her nerves stretching thin. This was the part where everyone who'd ever been an authority figure in her life decided to start handing out warnings. Louise returned with the beer, set it down, gave Avery a look that said "hold your ground," and vanished again. Finally, Douglas turned toward her. "How you holding up?" Avery stared straight ahead. "Do you really care?" His jaw tightened, but he didn't bite. "You've always been like a daughter to me," he said quietly. "I never had one of my own. And your father. We weren't best friends, but we respected each other. I made a promise at his funeral that I'd look out for you." Avery swallowed the lump rising in her throat. "You've done a great job," he continued, "running that place, staying independent. But now I'm a problem," she finished for him, "because I'm sleeping with someone you don't like. Because you're sleeping with someone who might be dangerous." She turned to him, her voice sharp. "You don't know that." "I don't know anything yet," Douglas admitted, "but I intend to. They came here for a reason, and it wasn't soybeans. You think men like that just settle in quiet towns like ours to plant tomatoes?" Avery didn't answer. "I know charm when I see it," Douglas said. "And Jayden? He's got it. But charm doesn't mean clean. I don't know what he's done, or what his brothers have done, but I know this. When trouble follows men, there's usually a reason. And if he's not like that?" she asked. "If he's trying to be better?" Douglas gave her a hard look. The same look her father used to give when she pushed her luck. You willing to bet your business on that? Your future? Your safety? Avery clenched her jaw. He said they didn't start the fire. Did he? Douglas raised an eyebrow. And you believe him? She didn't answer. There were 2 men in a black car, she said finally. He said they doused the place in gasoline and set it on fire. Have you seen the footage? No. Do you know every one of those bikers by sight? Could you swear those men weren't part of their club? Avery went cold. You don't know what you're getting into, Douglas said. His voice lower now, almost gentle. They're building something. Maybe it's criminal. Maybe it's not. But I assure you, they're not here to make friends. He stood, took his food to go, and paused before walking out. I'll be watching them closely. And if something happens, even a whisper of something illegal, I'll take them down. And if you're standing too close when that happens. He looked at her, and this time, there was real sorrow in his eyes. You'll go down too. He left. The door jingled shut behind him, and the weight of his words settled, like wet cement, on her chest. Avery stared at her food, then at the clock. It was 9:30. Jayden would be here soon. Chapter 34. The headlights sliced through the dark, the pale beams casting silver lines along the deserted road. Timpoint slept quietly beneath the thickening southern night. Avery preferred back streets like this. Less traffic, less chance of anyone seeing her. Not that it mattered tonight. No one was out. No one cared. She should have driven straight home, tucked the car into the garage like she always did, but something tugged at her gut. A sense, a warning. Instead, she kept driving, just a dozen meters more around the bend, and pulled up in front of the shop. The headlights swept across the trees, a rusted heap of scrap metal she kept meaning to clear. And finally the tall garage doors. That's when she saw it. Bright red letters burned across the metal. Biker's bitch. She froze. Killed the engine. Killed the lights. As if darkness could undo it. But the paint glowed under the yellow street lamps. Angry. Fresh. Still dripping. Avery got out of the car, door swinging wide behind her. Her feet crunched on gravel as she approached the gate, heart pounding. She reached out and touched the paint with a fingertip. Still wet. Still tacky. Whoever did this had done it recently. She spun, searching the shadows. Was someone watching? A car idling down the street? A figure lurking? But the night was empty. Silent. Anger rose fast and sharp in her throat. Not fear, rage. The kind that made your hands shake and your vision blur. Her teeth clenched. I'm not gonna let them break me, she whispered through gritted teeth. She stormed inside and grabbed a rag and a bottle of solvent. No coveralls, no gloves. She didn't care. She was still wearing the skinny jeans and the soft satin top Jayden had given her. The one that made her feel like someone else, someone alive, and now it would be ruined. Fine. Let it. One stroke at a time. She began scrubbing the insole from her shop. She didn't hear the motorcycle. Not at first. Didn't register the low purr of the engine pulling up beside her house. Didn't notice the heavy boots approaching. It wasn't until strong hands closed gently on her waist that she jumped, a choked sound of fear rising in her throat. And then Jayden. Don't touch me, she hissed, stepping away like his palms had burned her. Someone might see. His hands dropped. I'm sorry, he said quietly, glancing at the door. Who the hell would do this? Only half the word remained now, BK. But the meaning was burned into the metal. Now that you're my life, she said bitterly, I've made more enemies than I ever asked for. Jayden frowned. That's not going to work. The paint's soaking into the surface. You'll still see it. I don't care. I do. He moved closer. Do you have any paint? We should cover it up. Completely. Just go, she snapped. Go back to the farm. Don't come back. Avery, we were supposed to talk. You said we'd talk. Well, I changed my mind. You're really going to let some small-town assholes decide who you're with? You're really going to let them scare you into throwing this away? We had nothing, she said coldly. Just sex. Jayden's jaw tightened. Is that what you really think? Or are you saying that to push me away? She didn't answer. Couldn't look at him. Because if she did, she might crumble. Melt. Admit the truth. That this wasn't just sex, not for her. That every time he walked into her room, her chest clenched like it was the first time. Instead, she turned her back and went on scrubbing. Jayden stood for a moment, watching her, then turned and walked away. She didn't hear his bike start, didn't hear him leave, and just when she'd begun to breathe again, he returned, voice low, determined. You can hate me. You can throw me out. But I'm not letting you handle this alone. You got paint, or should I grab some from the farm? Avery paused, then nodded toward the shop. Inside, back shelf. He returned with a large can of dark brown oil paint and a wide brush. Without a word, he dipped the bristles and began to cover the entire panel. Not just the insult, but the whole door. Every inch. A clean start. Silence stretched between them as they worked. But the rhythm, the motion, the quiet concentration, it calmed her. When the first coat was halfway done, Jayden glanced up at the faded sign above the garage. You don't even have a name for this place. That's the way my dad had it. Sometimes holding on to the past too tightly keeps you from building something new. Her back stiffened. Don't tell me how to run my business. Or how to remember my father. You and everyone else keep sticking your noses where they don't belong. Whoa, he said, holding his hands up. I was just asking. Then stop asking. Jayden looked at her, really looked. The set of her jaw. The frustration in her shoulders. What happened, he asked softly. Between our call and now. What did they say to you? Nothing. Don't lie to me, Avenue. I'm not. I've got ways to make you talk, he said with a dark grin. Though honestly, I don't mind using force. You know that by now. She glared at him. He stepped closer, his voice low. Either you tell me now or I make you. Someone might see us. Then let's take this inside. He grabbed her hand, and before she could pull away, he was dragging her into the workshop. The door clicked shut behind them. The second they were alone, his hands were on her, mouth crashing into hers, lips demanding, hungry. Avery struggled, hitting his chest weakly, but his grip was firm, not cruel, just unrelenting. And damn it, she wanted him. So badly it scared her. After less than a minute, she stopped resisting, fell into him like she had so many nights before. Gonna confess now, he murmured against her lips. She shook her head. You asked for it. His hands dropped to his jeans. Avery's breath caught. He turned her toward the wall. She didn't stop him. Didn't want to. The garage was thick with heat, summer air heavy around them. Somewhere, the scent of oil and paint mixed with sweat and sex. Hands on the wall, Jayden growled. She obeyed. My hands are too dirty to check how wet you are. Tell me if I should stop. But she didn't say a word. She just arched her back, hips pressing toward him. Jayden groaned. Good girl. He slid inside her in one powerful stroke, burying himself in her heat. Avery cried out, gasping, her body pulsing around him. She was soaked, desperate. Every thrust rocked her, made her moan, made her forget the town, the sheriff, the pain in her chest. Nothing existed but this. Harder. She whimpered. Jayden, please. He grinned. She could feel it against her neck, and obliged. They moved together, wild and fast, desperate and raw. And when it was over, neither of them wanted to let go. Jayden stayed still, chest against her back, arms wrapped tight around her, breathing hard, possessive. And when he finally pulled away, he whispered, "Now you're gonna tell me everything." Chapter 35. Avery leaned against the wall, trying to catch her breath. Jayden stood close, one hand still braced above her head, the other trailing down her arm with a softness that didn't match what they'd just done. He didn't speak, didn't push, just waited, and she knew why. "All right," she murmured, eyes closed. "I'll tell you, but I want answers, too." He nodded once. "Deal." She turned to face him, the sweat on her skin quickly cooling under the dim, unmoving air of the garage. Her hair clung to her cheeks, her shirt twisted halfway up her ribs, and she didn't bother fixing it. She didn't even care that her jeans were around her thighs. Jayden looked just as wrecked, hair tousled, chest rising and falling in deep, uneven breaths. "It was the sheriff," she said. "Douglas came into Louise's tonight while I was there." Jayden didn't flinch, but his expression sharpened instantly. He sat down like he always does, ordered wings, a beer, and then... She hesitated. He started talking like, "I was a disappointment, like I'd let everyone down." Jayden scoffed. "Because of me. Because of what he thinks you are." Avery corrected. "He doesn't have proof, but he's suspicious." And he said, "If you or your guys mess up, even once, he'll bury you." Jayden's jaw ticked. He's not wrong about the stakes. Avery's voice cracked. "He said if I stayed close to you, I'd go down too." That pulled silence between them. Heavy, bitter silence. Jayden moved away and ran a hand through his hair, pacing slowly to the corner of the garage. He stopped by the stepladder and sat on it heavily, his knee balanced on one of the steps, his palms resting on his thighs. "So, he thinks we set our own farm on fire?" "Yes." "Did he give you any evidence?" "No." "Of course not," Jayden muttered. "Because he doesn't have any. He just wants to scare you off." "Is he wrong?" Avery asked quietly. "I mean, you do have a past. You told me that yourself." Jayden gave a tired laugh and looked up at the ceiling, as if the answers were hiding in the rafters. "Yeah, I've got a past. Doesn't mean I torched my own home." "You didn't seem surprised when I said he accused you." "Because it fits," Jayden said. "Fits what I've been feeling since we rolled into this town. Eyes everywhere. Rumors. Whisper campaigns. And Douglas, he's too nosy. Too controlled." "Too controlled." Avery frowned. "He's been a cop here longer than I've been alive. He's good at his job." Jayden pulled out his phone. "Or he's just good at pretending." He dialed a number, and Avery watched as he turned away, speaking low but clear. "Connor? Yeah, I'm still at the shop. No, listen. I need you to do something. Run a check on Douglas. Deep. Bank accounts, travel records, off-the-book activity. If he's dirty, I want to know it." "Yeah, I'll explain everything later." He hung up. Avery blinked. "You just called your brother to investigate him?" "Yeah." "You think the sheriff is the bad guy in this story?" Jayden turned to her, eyes steady. "You don't?" "I think I don't know who the hell to trust anymore." He crossed the floor slowly, wiping his paint-streaked hands on an old rag. "Avery," he said gently, "I know I haven't told you everything, but what I've told you is the truth. Then tell me the rest," she challenged, standing straighter. What are you really doing here? What is this mission Connor's always breathing down your neck about? Jayden exhaled, jaw clenched like he was chewing on gravel. I can't. Not yet. That's convenient. It's not. I want to tell you. But it's not just about me. If I talk, I could jeopardize. Jeopardize what? Your secret spy club, she snapped. You and your boys pretending to be farmers while digging up God knows what in the woods. He didn't answer. She took a shaky breath. What are you, Jayden? A biker? A soldier? A criminal? Hey! He stepped in fast and kissed her. Hard. Just for a second. Just enough to shut her up. Just enough to remind her how dangerous it was to care this much. When he pulled away, he spoke low, voice dark with something that wasn't quite anger. I told you I'd explain everything once we wrapped it up. And I will. But right now, I need you to trust me. She didn't move. Didn't blink. Why would I trust you? She whispered. You lie. You disappear. You show up in my garage and screw me against a wall. And I don't even know who the hell you are. Jayden looked at her, really looked, then said softly, You know what scares the hell out of me? He ran a hand through his hair. It's not the cops. Not the missions. Not even getting shot at. He hesitated, then gave a crooked half-smile. It's this. You. This connection. You're in my head all the damn time. And that's dangerous, because when I care about someone, I screw it up. Every time. Avery stared at him. Her anger tangled now with something else. Then don't screw it up. I'm trying, he said. But I've never had anything to lose before. Not really. And that makes this terrifying. They stood in silence again, the paint on the gate drying behind them, the smell of oil and solvent thick in the air. Somewhere outside, a dog barked once, then went quiet. Jayden stepped back, checked his phone, then glanced at her. I have to go. She nodded. He hesitated. You okay finishing the paint? Avery gave a half shrug. I started this. I'll finish it. He didn't move. Just watched her like he wanted to say something, or maybe everything, but held it back. Then he said the only thing that mattered. I trust you. That's why I called Connor in front of you. Just remember that. She didn't answer. Jayden leaned in, kissed her forehead, soft, slow, and then walked out. The sound of his bike roared to life seconds later. Avery stood motionless, watching the lights disappear into the night. And then she breathed. Only when he was gone did she realize how tight her chest had been. She pressed a hand to her sternum, feeling the thudding rhythm of her own heart. Who the hell is he really? And why does it feel like I'm already in too deep? The garage was quiet, empty, but her thoughts screamed in every corner. She turned to the half-painted gate and got to work. Chapter 36. The street was quiet in a way that made the skin crawl. Not peaceful, hushed, like something was holding its breath. Avery stood in front of the freshly painted garage door, wiping the last stubborn streaks of brown paint from her hands with solvent. The fumes burned her nose, but she didn't care. Her shoulders ached. Her head buzzed. Jayden was gone. The roar of his bike had long since disappeared into the night, and she was alone again. Just her in the garage and the emptiness pressing in from every side. She took a step back and looked at the gate. It looked clean, normal, like nothing had happened. But she didn't feel normal. Not even close. Her hands trembled slightly as she packed away the last supplies. The solvent, the rag, the paint can. She placed the stepladder back against the wall, then just stood there, staring at it. Jayden had been sitting there earlier, calm and cocky, paint on his fingers, secrets in his eyes. Her chest tightened. I don't know who the hell you are. She'd meant those words, but part of her regretted saying them now. The warm air clung to her skin like a second layer, thick with summer and dust. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked once, then fell silent. She glanced toward the house. She should go in, lock the door, take a shower, and pretend this whole night had never happened. But she couldn't make herself move. Instead, she stood with her back to the shop, watching the quiet neighborhood. The street lamp flickered twice, buzzing faintly. A moth fluttered against the bulb. Avery reached up and twisted her ponytail over one shoulder, wiping the sweat from her neck. That's when she heard it. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, crunching gravel. She froze. Not from the direction of the sidewalk, from behind the shop. Two figures emerged from the shadows just beyond the light's reach. Broad-shouldered, dressed in dark camping jackets with too many pockets. Work boots. One of them wore a baseball cap pulled low, casting his face in shadow. The other's grin shone like a wolf's. Even before they stepped into full view, Avery knew. The Carmack brothers. Her stomach twisted. Her mouth went dry. For a split second, she thought she might be imagining it, that the stress and heat and fear had conjured them up like ghosts from a small-town nightmare. But they were real. Standing there, watching her, the one in the cap raised a hand in mock greeting. "Evening, what do you want?" Avery asked, forcing steel into her voice. The grinning one cocked his head, bent our bumper hitting a deer. "Thought maybe you could take a look." "I'm closed," she said flatly. "Come back in the morning." They didn't move. They didn't blink. "Come on, sweetheart," Cap said. "Just a quick look. Car's not far." I said no. They left. That same low, synchronized, unpleasant sound, like they practiced it. "We saw that biker boy of yours earlier," the second one said. "Looked like he was getting really comfortable in your garage. Figured maybe you'd be open for special clients tonight." Avery's heart was pounding now. Her eyes flicked toward the garage locked. The tools were inside. The wrench she'd been using earlier was 10 feet away on the workbench. Too far. "I'm not your client," she snapped. "And I'm not your anything. Get the hell off my property." "Or what?" Cap stepped forward. "I'll call the sheriff." That made them laugh harder. "The sheriff?" Cap said. "He's already got your number, honey. Whole town knows what you've been up to." "I don't give a damn what they say." "You should." The second brother's voice went flat. "'Cause nobody's comin' if you scream." Avery moved then. Fast. A half step toward the wrench, but it was too late. One of them lunged, grabbed her by the upper arm and yanked. She twisted and screamed, kicking out hard. Her knee connected with something, maybe a thigh, maybe a gut, but it didn't matter. The other Carmack was already behind her. She felt the blow before she heard it. A hard, sickening crack at the back of her skull. Pain lit her nerves like lightning. White hot. Her legs gave out. The ground tilted. Sound warped. The stars in the sky blurred and spun like pinwheels. Her knees hit the gravel. Her palms scraped rough concrete. Her breath wheezed out of her like a punched balloon. She tried to crawl, to do anything, but her limbs wouldn't respond. Her vision went gray at the edges. "Hold her arms," one said. "Drag her back," said the other. Their voices warped, distant and echoing, like they were underwater. She tried to scream again, but only a whimper came out. She tasted blood. The gravel scraped her skin as they pulled her. The garage lights flickered once, then again. Chapter 37. Jayden pushed the gas pedal harder, the engine roaring under him. The smooth road blurred around the edges, and he let it. Once he got off the highway onto the winding back roads, he'd have to slow down. But right now he needed speed. His heart was a war drum, each beat shouting one thing: Avery. They'd spent months chasing shadows, searching for proof, peeling away layers of lies. From the day the fallen wolves bought the farmhouse near Timpoint, they'd started working their way toward the Carmack brothers. Bars, card games, half-drunk hunting stories. It had all been smoke and mirrors. A game to earn trust that never quite landed. The Carmacks were too smart, too paranoid. They threw a few fake hunts the wolves' way. Show-and-tell drives through the woods. Lectures on nature and terrain, but never the real thing. And then the opportunity came. When the house was empty, Levi got in. That bastard could crack a vault blindfolded. A former engineer turned rogue handyman. Levi snuck in and wired the place like a Christmas tree. But weeks of surveillance brought nothing. Not one whisper about hunts. Instead, they listened to the Carmacks talk about philosophy and foreign cinema, like a couple of underpaid college professors. It was infuriating. It felt like a taunt. Meanwhile, the mission burned in their hands like a live grenade. The fallen wolves weren't here just for show. They were sent to dig into illegal hunts, to expose a ring that brought rich assholes in from out of town to shoot wildlife like it was a game. The terrain around Timpoint was untouched wilderness, a goddamn paradise. But the Carmack brothers had turned it into blood sport. Someone set it up, someone financed it, and it was the wolves' job to find the heart of the beast. That was the deal they'd made with the government. Their freedom for results. No blood, no gunfire, no headlines. Just quiet, covert investigation. But then the fire happened. The Carmacks torched the farm while the wolves were busy chasing ghosts. It was a distraction, plain and simple. And it worked. While the wolves were knee-deep in ash and police questions, the Carmacks took a fresh batch of clients out into the woods. Gone, like they'd never been there. No trace. No clue. Connor had raged for hours, pacing like a caged wolf. We should have bugged their phones, he'd said, shaking his head. They don't use the same phones. Levi replied evenly. They leave the real ones at home, switch to burners in town. Walkie-talkies in the forest. They're ghosts when they want to be. But then everything changed because Avery had seen through Sheriff Douglas. Her testimony cracked the facade wide open. For the first time in months, Jayden had felt like the mission was nearing its end. He was ready to stop living with a target on his back. Ready to live. With her. He pulled into the driveway, dust kicking up behind the bike as he parked hard and fast. Helmet off, boots on the porch, he strode into the farmhouse. The silence hit first, thick, heavy. Then the faces. Connor, Levi, Matthew, Bryson, all standing still, tension hanging in the air like a noose. Jayden's grin faltered. What's with the long faces? Connor stepped forward and put a hand on his shoulder. The gesture alone turned Jayden's stomach. It was that rare, rehearsed kind of sympathy that Connor had only used twice in his life. Once when he left Jayden behind in foster care, and once when he came back from the war, empty and broken. It meant one thing. Something bad had happened. Really bad. Jayden, Connor said. His voice was low, steady, like steel wrapped in velvet. They got her. His mind blanked. Who? But he already knew. There was only one her in the world that could make his brother speak like that. Avery. They must have waited, watched, took her when no one was looking. Connor added. Everything inside Jayden twisted. We need to go now. No, Connor said, shaking his head. We're not changing the plan. We've got to meet in Elizabethtown. We bring the evidence. We talk to the contact. We wait. Wait. Jayden barked. She's not some girl. She's... Who? Connor asked, and that was it. The last trigger pulled. "She's mine," Jayden growled, voice sharp as a blade. "I don't care if you come or not. I'm going to get her back." "And do what?" Connor snapped. "Run into the woods with a flashlight? This is their turf, Jayden. And if you pull a trigger out there, we all go down. You want to bring the whole damn mission down? You want to put every one of us behind bars?" Jayden turned away, running his hand through his hair. Anger crackled through him. He slammed his boot into the couch. Not enough. Threw a side table against the wall. The lamp shattered. Still not enough. "What do they want?" he asked through clenched teeth. "They want us gone," Matthew answered. "Forget the mission, leave town, and they'll let her go." "That's not a fucking plan. That's a threat." "She could already be dead," Matthew added. "They killed their own father, and the sheriff helped cover it up. That's who we're dealing with." "She's alive," Jayden said darkly. "I'd know if she wasn't." "And something about the way," he said. It silenced the room. Connor stepped in front of him again. "I'll tie you down if I have to." "You really gonna let a civilian die because of us? Because of me?" Jayden's voice cracked. "I thought you were better than that." The storm between them returned, this time not thunder and lightning, but something quieter, sadder, a rift that had always been there, suddenly laid bare. "Please," Jayden whispered, "give me until dawn." The room didn't breathe. Connor didn't speak. But finally he stepped aside. "Levi, Bryson, go with him. The rest of you get ready." "I'll grab a few things," Levi said, disappearing down the hallway. Jayden turned, storming back out to his bike. The engine growled beneath him like it felt the same fury, but he couldn't stand the weight. He shut it off, walked back into the house. "What the hell, Levi? How long does it take?" The man didn't look up. Just packed wires, sensors, gear. Calm, infuriatingly calm. "You want to find her, don't you? Then let me do this right," he said, slinging on a backpack and tucking a laptop under one arm. "We're taking the truck. Bryson's driving." 15 minutes later, Jayden was already pacing outside Avery's shop. Chapter 38. The night was quiet. Too quiet. Jayden stood outside Avery's workshop, arms crossed, eyes scanning every corner of the property. The truck hadn't even arrived yet. He had 15 long, torturous minutes to kill, and he spent every second of them pacing like a caged animal. No broken locks. No tire tracks. No sign of a struggle. Nothing. He checked the door again. Locked, just like it had been when she left, like she'd simply walked out on her own, with no idea what was coming for her. He pushed open the side gate and stepped into the yard behind the building. Still nothing. He couldn't even tell where they'd grabbed her. And then it hit him. He'd probably erased the evidence himself. A million steps, angry pacing, boots crunching over any sign of what might have happened here. Fuck. He slammed his hand into the wall. If only she'd installed cameras like he'd asked. He could be watching now, seeing who had come for her, what they were driving, maybe even where they'd gone. But Avery had always trusted too much. Trusted the wrong people. Trusted him. The tires stacked by the fence didn't offer answers. The paint she'd used on the gate was dry to the touch. She'd barely had time to finish the job before they'd come. If he'd just taken her home with him last night, if he hadn't left her alone, none of this would have happened. He pulled out his knife and jimmied the workshop lock. It clicked open and he slipped inside. The air smelled faintly of oil and polish. Everything looked the same. Nothing overturned, nothing shattered. No gas key in sight. Avery's last-ditch weapon wasn't even within reach when they came. Not that it would have helped. Not against men like the Carmack brothers. Jayden's fists clenched. Where the fuck was Sheriff Douglas now? Playing dumb? Taking bribes? He could picture the bastard smiling in his office, pretending to care. Maybe he wasn't on it this time too. The truck rumbled up the gravel drive. Jayden didn't wait for it to stop. He stormed out, flung open the door and pointed at Levi. What the hell is that laptop gonna do to help her? Levi didn't answer. He didn't even flinch. Just kept typing. His eyes locked on the screen. 2 applications were running side by side. Numbers scrolling across one window like a foreign language, the other loading a map. He tapped a few more keys, and the state's terrain came into view. Then he said it. I put a tracker on your girl's car. Jayden stared at him, stunned. The words hit like a delayed explosion. You what? I tagged it. After the fire, Levi said, still not looking up. She left it out in the open that night. Didn't even put it in the garage. Figured it might be smart to cover our bases. Didn't tell anyone, just did it. Jayden couldn't breathe. It took him a few seconds to respond. Connor knew. Levi finally glanced at him, shook his head. Did it on my own. The tightness in Jayden's chest loosened for just a second. Then he remembered. They took her car? Smart in a way, Levi said, tapping the trackpad. If neighbors saw her car at the shop, they'd think she was still here. A closed-up workshop might raise suspicion, but moving the car makes it look like she left town on her own. Jayden opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Gratitude, panic, disbelief, all tangled together in his throat. He wanted to scream thank you and hurry the fuck up at the same time. Where is she? Don't know yet, Levi muttered. Activated the bug remotely. If they're in range, we'll get a ping. Jayden stared at the spinning wheel on the laptop screen. The loading icon looped endlessly. Time crawled. Every second a lifetime. He exhaled sharply, the cold air burning his lungs. His hands shook. His brain was running every possible scenario. Where they'd taken her, what they were doing, how long she'd been gone. He hadn't felt this helpless since he was a kid locked in that goddamn group home. And then ping. A dot appeared on the screen. Levi zoomed in. The map recentered. One lone icon flashed on a back road northeast of the Carmack house. There, Levi said calmly. That's her. Jayden leaned in. The road twisted like a snake through the woods, leading to a blank patch of land. What the hell is that? He asked. Looks like nothing, Levi replied, opening the satellite overlay. No house marked. Could be abandoned property. Maybe a hunting cabin. Maybe worse. Jayden's knuckles were white on the doorframe. How far? Hour drive, Levi said. Rough roads, but we can make it. Jayden turned away, already halfway to the bike. No, Levi called. We go back to the house first. The fuck we do? You want her alive? Levi said, voice sharp for once. Then listen. We don't know how many people are there. We don't know what weapons they've got. We go in unarmed, we die. She dies. We prep first. Heavy gear. Night vision. Comms. This is a goddamn extraction mission. Jayden paused, breathing hard. He didn't want to waste another second, but Levi was right. Charging in blind wasn't saving her. It was suicide. Bryson, Levi said, turning to the other biker. Head back. Full load out. I'll finish scanning the area. Pull surveillance. See if we can get a thermal read. Bryson nodded and got in the truck. Levi opened another program, fingers dancing over the keys. The satellite map blinked and shifted again. Jayden ran a hand down his face, cold sweat clinging to his skin. He'd almost lost it, almost done something stupid, but they had a lead now. A real one. He turned his eyes back to the screen, to that little blinking icon on the map. Hold on, Avery. I'm coming. Chapter 39. Jayden sat on the edge of the porch, his fists resting on his knees, his eyes locked on the distant dark. The only thing moving in his peripheral vision was the faint flicker of Levi's laptop screen as the older man scanned terrain data, like a war god pulling threads across a battlefield. She's close. Jayden muttered to himself. Too fucking close to sit here and wait. Bryson's truck roared into the driveway. The headlights cut across the yard, and in the back, he had gear, crates of it, tactical bags, weapon cases, radios, night vision goggles. It looked like war, and it felt exactly like that in Jayden's chest. He stood as the door slammed shut. We're packed, Bryson said, wiping sweat from his brow. Heavy arms, suppressed rifles, short-range comms. Enough firepower to knock down a cabin. Good, Levi said without looking up. We might need it. Jayden turned to go, but the sound of boots on gravel stopped him. Connor. He was walking up the path, his expression carved in stone, his mouth a hard line. You're really doing this? He asked. Jayden didn't answer. He just met his brother's eyes. She's there, he said. And we're going in. Connor looked past him to the gear, to Levi, to the truck. You're planning a full breach, he said flatly. You realize if we're caught, that's the end of the mission. Everything we've done here, it burns. Let it burn, Jayden snapped. I'm not leaving her behind. Connor's jaw tensed. It's not that simple. Yeah, it is. You either help or you don't. But I'm going. A long silence. Then Levi spoke without looking up. We've got a match on heat signatures. There's definitely a structure, small, old, probably a hunting cabin. 2 vehicles parked out front. One matches the make and color of Avery's car. The other is unregistered. Connor exhaled slowly. How many people? 4, maybe 5 inside, Levi said. And a 6th in one of the outbuildings. Smaller heat source could be her. Could be a dog, Connor muttered. Or a hostage. Levi countered calmly. The weight of those words settled over them. Connor rubbed a hand across his mouth, glancing at the map. The icon blinked steadily, and behind it, the shape of the cabin loomed like a ghost. Finally, he looked back at Jayden. We do this my way. Jayden didn't move. Fine. So long as we do it. Connor turned to the others. We move in 30. Everyone gear up. Levi stays here and runs tech. I want radio check-ins every 15 minutes. No unnecessary contact. Get in, extract, and get the hell out. Fast and clean. Bryson was already dragging crates toward the garage. Matthew appeared from the house, pulling on his vest. Even Dylan, the newest kid they'd barely trusted with oil changes, stood at the edge of the yard holding a tactical bag, like it weighed 100 pounds. Connor stepped closer to Jayden, his voice low. You get one shot. If this goes south. It won't. I pull the plug. Connor finished. No hesitation. Jayden nodded once, sharply. I'll get her out. That's all that matters. They didn't hug. They never did. But for one strange moment, they stood in silence, shoulder to shoulder. Brothers bound not by blood, but by every war they'd fought, together and apart. 30 minutes passed in a blur. Weapons checked, radios tested, gear fitted tight. The truck was loaded, engine purring low, headlights off. Levi handed Jayden a tablet synced with the tracker. This updates in real time, he said. If they move her, you'll know. Jayden tucked it into his vest. Thanks. For everything. Levi gave a rare nod. Bring her back. Connor got behind the wheel. Bryson took shotgun. Jayden climbed into the back, with Matthew. The doors shut. The night swallowed them whole as the truck rolled down the driveway and turned onto the county road. Nobody spoke. The tires hummed against the gravel. The headlights stayed dark. Jayden stared at the tablet, watching that tiny blinking dot, like it was her heartbeat. Alive. Still. She had to be. They were 10 minutes out when Connor finally spoke. "You love her?" Jayden looked up. The question came out of nowhere, and for a second, he didn't know how to answer it. But then he did. "Yeah," he said. "I do." Connor didn't respond, just kept driving, but something in his posture softened, barely, as if, for once, he understood. The final stretch of road narrowed. Trees closed in on both sides, towering silhouettes in the dark. Connor slowed the truck and killed the engine 100 yards from the cabin. They stepped out, boots silent on the dirt. Jayden pulled on his vest, checked his weapon, took a deep breath. This was it. Connor gestured toward the woods. "We split left and right. Sweep from both sides. I want eyes on the building in 5. Jayden didn't wait. He moved into the dark, Matthew right behind him. Leaves rustled. Somewhere in the distance, an owl hooted, but all he could hear was his own breath and the pounding of blood in his ears. They crept forward, eyes scanning every window, every corner. And then he saw it. Her car, parked outside the side building, just sitting there, like nothing was wrong. And yet, everything was wrong. Matthew touched his shoulder, pointed toward the cabin. A dim light flickered through the cracks in the wood. Shadows moved inside. Jayden tapped his radio once. They were in position. Connor's voice came through the earpiece, calm and clear. "Wait for my mark." Jayden tightened his grip on his rifle. "Hold on, Avery. I'm here." Chapter 40. As if stalking them, the police car crept closer through the night. Then the flashing lights erupted, red and blue strobes slicing through the darkness like knives. The siren screamed, and a moment later, the cruiser came flying around the corner, tires screeching as it barreled into the parking lot outside the shop. Jayden barely had time to breathe. "Get out of the car now. On your knees. Hands on your head." A male voice barked through the loudspeaker. The engine shut off, the siren cut, but the strobes kept flashing, painting the street in pulsing bursts of color. Jayden's first instinct was to get on his bike and disappear, but there was no time. 2 officers jumped out of the car, ducking behind their open doors, guns drawn and aimed directly at them. Jayden froze. The older cop, barrel-chested, soft around the edges, moved like a guy more comfortable with a beer than a badge. The younger one was tall, solid, and brimming with adrenaline. It was the younger one who did all the yelling, his deep, gravelly voice echoing against the workshop walls. "On your knees. Hands behind your head," he shouted again. Jayden stood his ground, heart pounding, calculating. No good moves. No escape. They were trapped. Levi moved first. Smoothly, silently, he hit a few keys, powering down the laptop. Then he shifted in his seat, stepped out of the truck with his hands in the air. Jayden had half expected him to pull some SEAL-level shit, take out the cops, disappear into shadow, but Levi just knelt, calm and silent, hands clasped behind his head. Jayden swore under his breath and followed. His knees hit the cold asphalt. His pride flared hot in his chest, but there was no time for ego now. The younger cop's gun trembled slightly as he approached, still unsure, still too green for this kind of heat. He didn't want to shoot, but he looked damn close to pulling the trigger anyway. Jayden narrowed his eyes, fury boiling under his skin. "You're gonna pay for helping the Carmacks." What exactly are we being charged with? Levi asked, his voice flat. Trespassing on private property. The younger cop barked back. The older officer stepped forward now, lowering his weapon slightly, his face curling into a mocking grin. One biker not enough for our Avery? She needs two. Jayden didn't flinch. The words bounced right off. If anything, they gave him hope. They thought it was just the two of them. Good. Bryson was still a ghost. Let's keep it that way. The older cop leaned toward the truck, squinting through the passenger window. What do we have here? He muttered, tapping on the glass. The dark laptop screen gave him nothing. He circled around to the other side, one hand still on his gun. Then thud, a low groan, then another hit, and finally, the unmistakable sound of dead weight crumpling to the ground. Cooper! The younger officer roared. No response, just silence. Cooper! He yelled again, louder, desperate. But he couldn't leave his post, not with two suspects still kneeling. He shifted on his feet, nervous, twitchy. His hands trembled. That's when Bryson appeared behind him like a shadow peeled from the night. Massive, silent, lethal. The cop didn't even turn before Bryson clubbed him across the back of the head with something heavy. He grunted and dropped to his knees, dazed. Bryson caught his gun, stepping forward with deadly precision. Levi rose without a word, dusted himself off, and went straight to the truck. Jayden hadn't moved, still kneeling, still playing the part. Levi opened the door, pulled out an army knife. Jayden's eyes widened. You're not gonna... Levi glanced at him with the faintest smirk. Not gonna what? Jayden didn't answer. Despite everything he'd done, everything he'd seen, murder was still a line. One he wasn't ready to cross. But Levi didn't even glance at the cops. He walked calmly to the cruiser and jabbed the blade into the side walls of both front tires. They hissed and sagged instantly. Jayden exhaled in relief. As dirty as they are, Levi said evenly. I've got enough blood on my hands. Bryson stepped back from the second cop, who was now groaning softly and holding his head. They won't be calling backup anytime soon. Levi's phone vibrated. He glanced down and answered with one word. Yeah. Jayden moved closer, just enough to catch Connor's voice on the other end. We've got a problem. Cops showed up at the driveway. We had to bail. Heading into the woods. Requested backup, but we may not need it. What's your status? Levi smirked, glancing at the barely conscious officer moaning at his feet. We'll need someone to clean up this mess. But we're good. I'll push for early support, but don't expect anyone before dawn. We've got the rendezvous point locked in, Levi said. Sending coordinates now. He hung up and tapped the laptop to life, fingers flying. Within seconds, he dropped a marker onto the map, off a dirt road that snaked into the woods, 5 miles from the Carmack property. A dead zone. No phone towers. No houses. Just dense forest and one blinking Avery's car. The message went out. Coded, of course. Connor would understand. He always did. Levi slammed the laptop shut and threw it back in the truck. Let's move, he said. Bryson fired up the engine. Jayden slid into the seat and pulled the door shut behind him. Every second counted now. Chapter 41. Jayden followed the truck, catching mouthfuls of exhaust with every breath. Bryson was doing his best, but the old vehicle wasn't built for speed. It was torture for a man used to open roads and throttle in his hand. Every cell in his body screamed to gun the engine, blow past them, and get to Avery. But he didn't, because if he was wrong, even by a mile, he'd blow everything. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to breathe. No amount of panic would help her now. He had to trust the team, trust Connor, trust Levi, trust the damn mission. They'd done this before. He hadn't. That made all the difference. When the truck finally slowed and pulled onto a narrow shoulder flanked by forest, Jayden exhaled like he'd been holding his breath for an hour. Ahead, partially hidden beneath trees, were the bikes. Connor and the rest were already there, engines cold, boots silent. The forest around them loomed thick and shadowy, swallowing even the sound of the wind. Levi stepped down with his laptop tucked under his arm and walked straight to Connor. It looked almost instinctual, like muscle memory, reporting to command. "Cap," Levi said. "Report. I tagged the girl's car after the fire. Carmax either took it or dumped it. Either way, that's our lead. If they left it in the woods, we've got Fox. He'll find the trail." At the name Fox, Levi nodded toward Carson, who gave a quiet, affirmative grunt. A few of the guys echoed it. Clearly, this Carson was someone you didn't question. "Good work, Brain," Connor said, clapping Levi on the shoulder. Levi didn't react, just kept one eye on the screen, his fingers zooming the map in and out, always calculating. Connor pointed at the screen. "Only one road leads in or out. If they try to bail, we'll intercept. But if they run deeper into the forest..." He didn't finish. He didn't have to. Everyone knew. The woods were unforgiving. The team huddled around, murmuring quick technical exchanges, hands tracing routes on the map. Bryson doubled back to the truck after Connor called out, "Casper, hide it." Jayden blinked. Casper, as in the friendly ghost, must be the nickname. Guy really did move like smoke. He watched from the side as the team fell into place. It looked like a war room, not a patch of gravel and dirt beside a forest road. Jayden, Aiden, and Matthew stood off to the side. Civilian satellites around a military planet. "I'll pick the halt point. Then we go on foot," Connor said, speaking to the group. "We'll ride in close, tight convoy. 8 of us, 6 bikes. Brian rides with me. Fox takes Kasrega. Cinderella brings up the rear. Rookies stay in the middle." "Cinderella," Jayden repeated under his breath. A massive guy turned, clearly having heard it. Shaved head, brutal frame, a neck like a fire hydrant. "Don't ask," Easton muttered. Jayden held up his hands. "Wouldn't dream of it." "Where'd they even get these names?" Matthew whispered. "Probably not from anything soft," Aiden replied. "You don't earn a name like Fox by doing yoga." They mounted up. No jokes now. No smirks. Just steel and tension and the low rumble of engines as they crept down the narrow road. Headlights off. Silent as a death march. The engines died. The forest swallowed the sound. They parked between trees, half concealed but not hidden. Didn't matter. They wouldn't be here long. Saddlebags clicked open, and weapons are pulled out with quiet, practiced hands. Knives, Glocks, flashlights with red filters, radios. Connor walked over to Jayden, a Glock in his hand. "Know how to use one?" "No." Connor didn't flinch, just handed him a sheathed knife. "Then take this." He turned to Aiden and Matthew. "You too." They nodded. Connor handed each of them a sidearm. "You 3 stay outside. You won't be useful inside anyway. If anyone comes out, don't try to be heroes. You shoot if you have to. Not before." There was no room for discussion. Connor's words hit like commands in the field. No arguments. No questions. Even Levi stayed quiet, only speaking when it was about tech. Bryson occasionally added a low suggestion, and Connor always listened. Carson had final say on terrain and tracking. These weren't bikers anymore. They were a unit. Coordinated. Efficient. Lethal. Jayden had never felt so far from them, and never needed them more. Connor's tone shifted, quiet but heavy. We can't afford to lose anyone tonight. Not again. The words hit hard. Jayden felt it in his gut. The sudden gravity. This wasn't just about Avery anymore. This was about all of them. What they'd lost. What they'd built together. And how much they still had to lose. He turned to look at his brother. But Connor was already watching him. "Don't carry this like it's your fault," Connor said, low enough that no one else heard. "If it weren't for your girl, we wouldn't have exposed Douglas. She opened the door we couldn't." Jayden nodded slowly. The weight didn't vanish, but it shifted, became something else. Not guilt, just urgency. Connor turned back to the group, then to the ones without patches. We move in complete silence. Jayden tightened his grip on the knife. Somewhere out there, beyond the trees, was Avery, and he was going to bring her home. Chapter 42. The path through the forest was rough but close to the road. Close enough that if the Carmacks made a run for it, the team would see headlights in time to cut them off. But the trees also gave cover. Thick shadows, layers of underbrush, the night pressing in tight. The only sound was the low crunch of boots and the occasional snap of twigs beneath heavy gear. It was hell to move through. Branches lashed their faces. Tall grass snagged on buckles and weapon straps. Every few feet, someone had to yank free of nature's grip. The former military guys moved like they didn't even notice. Jayden, Aiden, and Matthew, on the other hand, were fighting every damn inch of it. Easton, who brought up the rear, kept hissing for them to hurry up. Not shouting, just sharp, whispered orders. Aiden wanted to tell him where to shove it, but the rule was clear. Total silence. This wasn't training. This was the real thing. When they finally saw the cabin, it rose from the ground like a dark beast. Not a shack, a full structure, 2 stories tall, built strong. The windows were dark, but that didn't mean it was empty. That made it worse. 2 entrances. Connor split the team fast, efficient. One half would flank around the back. The rest, including Connor, would handle the front. Jayden stayed outside. He didn't like it. Not one damn bit. He wanted to be in there, kicking in the door, ripping through the place to get to her. But what good would that do? He had no training, no plan. All he'd do was get himself or someone else killed. So he waited, crouched near a tree, heart pounding so hard he felt it in his throat. Shadows moved under the windows. Figures crept past the car. Bryson disappeared behind the building like smoke. Jayden watched, wondering for the 100th time how someone so big could move so quietly, like the earth itself didn't dare make noise beneath him. The silence pressed down. No sound from the house. Not even creaking boards. Just cold tension, and the sound of Jayden's own thoughts clawing through his brain. And suddenly, they weren't in the forest anymore. He was somewhere else. Somewhere much further away. The farm. His parents' farm. The place where mornings smelled like pancakes and jam. Where his mom made breakfast with music playing low. Her apron tied in a perfect bow. Her hands always warm. She'd pack his lunch with extra fruit and say, "Fruits and vegetables are very healthy." Like a mantra. He and Connor never complained. They were happy. His dad would throw open the truck doors, crank the stereo, and drive one-handed with his elbow out the window, like he owned the world. Those were the best days. Safe. Untouchable. Then came the day that broke it all. His parents left on a work trip. Just another day. Just another morning. His mom kissed them both, her hands lingering on their shoulders like she didn't want to let go. And then she was gone. the news came before the sky even darkened. Principal's office. Soft voices. Blank stares. The boys were orphans. No one came to take them in. Distant relatives nodded, patted shoulders, and moved on. The farm was sold. The debts cleared. What money was left was locked in an account Jayden couldn't touch until he turned 18. They went to group homes. At first it wasn't so bad. Then it got worse. Connor only stayed in the first place for a year. He was older, strong, already learning how to fight back. He didn't talk about what happened in that house. Just left. Jayden wasn't so lucky. His foster family was a nightmare. Alcoholics. Violent. They used the kids, forced them to deal at school, beat them if they refused. Jayden had tried to run, tried to go to the cops. They sent him back. He remembered broken ribs, long hospital nights, hands gripping the side of a cot, while the pain blurred the lights overhead. He remembered thinking, I'm going to die in this house. But he didn't. When he turned 18, he ran. He burned through his college fund, like it meant nothing. Bought a bike. Stopped going to classes. Started drinking, partying, clubbing. Got tattoos every month. Slept with strangers. Tried to erase everything inside him that remembered what it was to be loved. And when the money ran out, so did the meaning. He almost fell into the same trap as his foster parents. Drugs, gangs, prison. Almost. Somehow, he clawed his way out. And now he was here. In the woods. In the dark. Waiting to save the one person who made him feel like he mattered again. He felt the ache crawl up his chest. He should have followed Connor into the army. He'd had the chance. His brother even asked. But he was too angry. Too hurt. Too sure that Connor had abandoned him. Now he understood. 18-year-old Connor couldn't have taken custody of a little brother. He was barely more than a kid himself. And somehow, through all that pain, he still left money in the account. Still tried to give Jayden a shot. And maybe that counted for more than Jayden ever allowed himself to admit. The bitterness cracked, then shattered. It fell away like rusted armor. For the first time in his life, Jayden forgave him. And in that same breath, he remembered what mattered now. Avery. She was in there. Maybe tied up. Maybe injured. Maybe worse. And he had to be ready when the door opened. No matter what waited behind it. Chapter 43. The night chill wrapped around the three of them like a warning. Jayden, Matthew, and Aiden crouched in the dark, eyes fixed on the house. From a distance, it still looked quiet, like a forgotten hunting lodge, but a few windows glowed dimly. There was no telling what was going on inside, whether Avery was in there, whether she was alive. The silence was a kind of torture. They strained their ears, hoping for a scream, a shout, a scuffle, anything. But what they heard instead was an engine, a car. They all froze. Jayden jerked toward the sound, heart in his throat. Is it one? He hissed. I think so, Matthew replied, eyes narrowing. Jayden clenched his fists. I should have tied those cops up. But as the headlights came closer, they saw it wasn't the patrol car. Shoot the tires, Jayden ordered sharply. Matthew and Aiden didn't hesitate. They raised their weapons and fired. The shots cracked through the night, thunderous, echoing off trees. The forest seemed to stop breathing. The car skidded to a halt with a metallic shriek. Did we hit? Jayden asked. We're not your brother, Aiden muttered. We don't shoot that clean. The seconds dragged out. Stillness returned until the driver made a choice. The car jerked forward again, trying to reach the house. Hit it again. More shots rang out. One connected. Glass shattered and then a scream. A woman's scream. Avery. Jayden breathed, and without another thought, he tore from the shadows and sprinted toward the house. Aiden and Matthew followed, a few beats behind, but Jayden was already gone, running full tilt, adrenaline drowning logic. The sheriff stepped out of a car, gun raised. Douglas. The bastard barely got a word out before shots rang out again. Not from Jayden. The sheriff stumbled, dropped his weapon, collapsed. Connor stood on the porch, expression like stone, still gripping the gun. "I told you not to be a hero," he snapped, stepping over Douglas with cold precision. Jayden didn't stop. "Where is she?" he choked out. Connor didn't answer, just nodded toward the house. The front door yawned open. Inside, chaos. Two men face down on the floor, arms bound, moaning under the weight of the wolves holding them down. But Avery wasn't there. Jayden kept moving, drawn to the sound of a voice, low and gruff, unmistakably Easton's. He nearly collided with the man's broad back. Easton stepped aside. The room opened up in front of Jayden, like a dream unraveling. Dirty curtains, a chair with a broken seat, an old lamp casting weak light, and next to the bed, Avery. She stood unsteadily, paint-stained jeans and top still clinging to her frame. Easton was just finishing untying the rope around her wrists. "Ave," Jayden breathed, crossing the room in 2 strides and pulling her into his arms. She cried out. Easton shoved him back. "Careful, Romeo. She's got a head wound. They wrapped it in something, but it's not great." Jayden stared at her, horror filling him. "They hit you?" "Once," she said softly, brushing her hand to the back of her head, wincing. He wanted to kill someone, wanted to find the bastards responsible and take them apart. From the other room came the sound of fists meeting flesh, hard. Someone screamed. Jayden didn't need to look to know the wolves were already delivering the punishment he wanted to give. He turned back to her. "I'm sorry," he whispered, brushing her cheek with trembling fingers. "I should have been there. I should never have left you alone." She looked up at him with tear-filled eyes, didn't speak, just cried. It hurt to move her head. Everything hurt. "She needs a doctor," Easton said. "I'll take her," Jayden said quickly, instinctively, wrapping his arm around her. But Connor entered the room before he could move. "Slow down." His voice cut through the emotion like steel. Jayden clenched his jaw, ready to argue, but Connor continued. "Ambulance is on the way. So is backup. Let them handle the mess." Jayden knew he was right, but every part of him screamed to protect her himself. "Okay," he said. "Ave, you want to lie down?" She nodded faintly, and he helped her to the bed. She winced, but didn't complain. He sat next to her, never letting go of her hand. Sirens echoed through the forest. Then footsteps, loud voices, orders shouted in clipped tones. Police boots thundered through the house. But Jayden didn't hear any of it. He only looked at her. The paramedics entered. 2 young men, efficient and quiet. "Good evening, sir, miss." Jayden moved back to let them work, eyes locked on their hands as they examined her, checked her vitals, asked too many questions. He found himself biting his thumb again, an old habit from foster care. He'd thought he was done with that. Apparently not. Connor's hand touched his shoulder. "Jayden, talk to the officer." He nodded, shoved his hands into his pockets, and left the room. The cop outside was clean-shaven, clipboard in hand, all procedure. Jayden answered questions, but his ears strained for Avery's voice. Every second dragged. Then the paramedics brought her out. She was upright, but barely. Each step a struggle. Her eyes scanned the room like she couldn't believe she'd made it out. When she saw the Carmacks, now cuffed and bruised, her face twisted in pain. She didn't look at Jayden, and when the ambulance doors shut behind her and the flashing lights disappeared down the road, Jayden felt something tear loose inside him. She was gone. They stayed until dawn. The police swept the cabin, took statements. The special agents arrived just after sunrise, gray-suited and grim. One of them stepped forward, tall and stone-faced. "What the hell happened here?" he demanded. Connor answered with quiet authority. The agent shook his head. "You think the sheriff's gonna flip? Maybe. But your only leverage is the Carmack brothers. We need confessions. This," he gestured around the room, "this is just a mess." His partner only nodded. "You're not leaving town," the tall one added. "We need you here for the investigation and probably the trials. Could be months." "Months?" Bryson groaned as they walked out. "It is what it is," Levi murmured. No one disagreed. They were stuck. For now. But Jayden, he didn't care. He had a reason to stay. And her name was Avery. Chapter 44. The yellow tape around the cabin fluttered in the wind, catching the sunlight like brittle paper. The day had turned scorching, no clouds in sight. It felt like the world was trying to pretend nothing had happened, that blood hadn't stained the floorboards, that a woman hadn't screamed from inside those walls. The fallen wolves finally left the lodge, silent and weary. Jayden wanted to head straight for the hospital, but Connor stopped him with one look. "You can't show up like that," he said, nodding at Jayden's filthy clothes, the dark smudges on his face, the wild look in his eyes. "And when was the last time you ate?" Jayden couldn't remember. Maybe the morning before. Maybe longer. Connor had already ordered food. It was waiting when they got back to the farmhouse. Jayden rushed through a shower, scrubbing off the forest and blood and guilt. He barely tasted the food he shoved into his mouth. All he could think about was her. Was she okay? Was she awake? Was she thinking about him? An hour later, he was standing outside the hospital, sweat drying under his collar, stomach in knots. The nurse at the front desk looked him over with narrowed eyes. "Family only," she said. "I'm practically her husband." He lied without blinking. She scowled, but relented. 5 minutes. The room was small and quiet. White sheets, beeping machines, an old TV playing a muted cooking show. Avery lay still, hooked to and for, her eyes fixed on the ceiling like it held the answers to all the questions she hadn't even asked yet. "Hey," Jayden said softly, stepping into the room like he was afraid to wake a ghost. She looked at him, right through him, then turned her gaze back to the ceiling. Jayden's chest tightened. He'd come to say everything he was too afraid to say back in the woods, but the way she looked at him now made him feel like a stranger. Still, he sat down beside her, fingers twisting together. "I was allowed in for a little while. Not long." He hesitated. "I was so worried." "How did you find me?" she asked, her voice flat. He paused, then told the truth. "Levi put a tracker on your car. After the fire. We were afraid something might happen." Avery blinked slowly. "A bug. On her car. That she didn't even know about." She didn't speak for a moment, but he saw it. The wheels turning in her mind, trying to make sense of everything, trying to rebuild trust from the ruins. "You're not real bikers," she said quietly. "Then who the hell are you?" Jayden nodded, already expecting the question. "Everything I told you was true. About the road trips, about riding with Connor. That was real. But yeah, we're not just bikers. We're ex-military. Navy SEALs. Well, they are. I'm the tag-along." He shifted forward, elbows on knees. "When I said we got into trouble in West Virginia, that was true. But what I didn't say was that we made a deal with the government instead of going to jail. They sent us here to investigate the illegal hunts in the woods. We knew the Carmacks were involved. What we didn't know was who was protecting them." He let the words hang. Avery stared at the four-drip, then said, "Before tonight, one of yours shot a sheriff. 2 of yours assaulted cops." Jayden didn't react, just met her eyes. "We were sent here to find out who was running Bloodsport from inside the system. And the sheriff, Douglas, he was helping them. Maybe even running the whole thing." She flinched, shook her head slowly. "I don't believe you." He opened his mouth to explain more, but the door creaked open and a nurse stepped in. "She needs rest," the nurse said firmly. "She's had a long interview with the police today. She's seeing a trauma counselor later. You need to go." Jayden stood, fists clenched, but he didn't argue. "I'll be back tomorrow," he said gently. Avery didn't answer, just stared at the ceiling, the same way she had when he arrived. She didn't need more answers today. She needed space. And so he came back. The next day. The day after that. On the 4th day too. And he would have come on the 5th, but they let her go. No concussion. Just a headache. Bruises. Stiffness. And silence. Jayden waited outside in the heat, leaning against her silver Corolla. "Is there a tracker on it?" she asked as she approached. "No," he lied easily. Walking around to the driver's side, she didn't argue. Normally, she hated anyone touching her car, but right now, she didn't have the energy. All she wanted was to be home. The hospital walls had started closing in. Too many questions. Too many doctors. Too much noise. She climbed in without a word. The ride was quiet for the first few miles. Then Jayden broke the silence. "I got your groceries." She turned to him slowly. "What?" "From the workshop," he said. "You had 3 bags sitting by the door. I grabbed them on the way to the hospital. Figured you might want them." "Oh? How?" "Thoughtful," she said dryly, folding her arms. He smiled. "Could have picked you up on the bike, but I wasn't sure where to strap the peanut butter." She rolled her eyes. "You're not even a real biker." Jayden laughed. "You're just some guy with government clearance and a guilt complex," she added. "Pretty much," he agreed cheerfully. She turned away, watching the trees blur past. "Do I need to stop anywhere before I go home?" She smirked. "Barely." Tempting. They drove on. Neither one said it, but they both felt it. Something between them hadn't broken. Not entirely. It had bent, warped, maybe even cracked. But it hadn't shattered. Not yet. And maybe, just maybe, that meant there was still a way back. Chapter 45. They drove in silence, but for once, it wasn't heavy. It wasn't awkward. It just was. The kind of silence that filled space like a warm breeze, letting thoughts breathe without interruption. Avery leaned against the window, watching the trees blur past. She didn't say out loud, but her mind kept circling back to the same question. What am I coming back to? Was her house a mess? Would her shop have any clients left? Would anyone stop by with a casserole or a "glad you're okay"? A tiny voice in her head even pictured a welcome party. Neighbors with balloons and a banner. "Welcome back, Avenue." It was a ridiculous thought. She wasn't sure if she would have laughed or cried. Beside her, Jayden was thinking about something entirely different. His conversation with the investigator that morning still echoed in his head. The questions. The pressure. The parts that didn't add up. Yes, there was plenty of evidence against Douglas, but he hadn't been the one finding clients. He'd only provided cover, which meant the person pulling the strings was still out there. That was why Jayden hadn't let Levi remove the tracker from Ave's car. In fact, he'd added more. A bug in the Camaro, cameras in the house and the workshop, It made his skin crawl thinking about how she'd take it. He didn't have to wait long. No buts. Get them out of here. Now. Call your specialist and get those cameras the hell off. Avery's voice cut through the house like a thunderclap. The second she walked inside, she'd spotted the first camera, mounted discreetly in the living room corner. Then she'd checked the workshop. Another one. She was furious. Jayden, still in the kitchen sorting through expired food, grimaced. I mean, technically, he began, holding up a jar of olives as a weak peace offering. The video feed only goes to your phone. You'd be the only one watching. And practically, she shot back, stalking toward him with narrowed eyes and fists clenched. He hesitated. That was all it took. She jabbed him in the chest, then again in the shoulder. He dodged the third swing, half laughing, half defensive. But Avery wasn't listening anymore. The pain in her temples flared from the shouting, and she let herself collapse into the nearest chair, her head in her hands. Her whole body sagged like the air had been knocked out of her. Immediately, Jayden was beside her. Shit, does it hurt? Do you need painkillers? With you, she muttered. I'll need the whole damn vial. If you're joking, it can't be that bad, he said with a grin. She didn't smile back. You're not taking the cameras down, are you? Jayden looked at her, really looked. Her face was pale. The dark circles under her eyes had deepened in the hospital, but her gaze, green, sharp, still full of fire, pierced him like a blade. No, he admitted. Then I'll do it myself. When you're gone. He took a breath. I was planning to stay with you for a while. She didn't explode, didn't yell, just sighed deeply, rolled her eyes, and stood. Fine. Sleep on the damn couch. I'm too tired to argue. As she turned toward the hallway, she added without looking back. And don't think this conversation's over. I'm saving energy. He watched her go, then turned back to the fridge. God help him. He liked her like this. Even pissed off and half dead. She had more spine than most men he knew. By the time Avery came back downstairs, showered, dressed in soft cotton clothes, her hair towel dried and pulled into a loose braid, the house smelled like takeout. She blinked at the sight of it. Burgers, fries, fried chicken, one of her favorite places. The table was clean. The lights were warm. The TV was on, paused on a movie menu. She stood there for a second, letting it all soak in. If Jayden hadn't been here, she would have taken a cab home, sat in silence, probably eaten crackers and peanut butter, maybe wandered into Louise's for dinner, only to hear some old guy mutter, "Did you hear what really happened to her?" And she would have gone to bed afraid. Again, the nightmares had started the first night in the hospital. Being dragged, tied up, buried alive. She'd woken up shaking. Every creak of the building felt like footsteps. The psychologist had helped, but no one could erase trauma in 2 sessions. Just being here now, with him in the next room, made her feel safe. She hated that, because safety made her vulnerable. And when you were vulnerable, you bled. Why'd you buy so many groceries if you were just gonna order takeout? She asked, stepping into the kitchen. I don't like cooking, but you're a girl, so. Avery's head whipped toward him. So, she echoed, raising her arms like an offended matriarch. What? I'm supposed to stand at the stove forever? Her expression reminded him of angry old women in dusty kitchens back in Texas. He snorted. Don't grumble. Sit. Eat. He pressed play on the remote and started unwrapping his burger like he hadn't just gotten yelled at. Avery watched, expecting him to put on one of his dumb action movies. Instead, a light, cozy comedy filled the screen. She tilted her head. I know that music. I picked one off your watch list, he said between bites. Not sure if you've seen it, but I can switch. Avery hesitated, then shook her head. Haven't seen it. She climbed onto the couch, pulling her feet up under her, and reached for a burger. The first bite was heaven, and for the first time in weeks, she smiled without thinking about it. The movie started. Fries were passed back and forth without words. At one point, Jayden handed her a soda without even looking, and she took it automatically. 2 quiet, soft hours. Almost like a real night. Almost like something that might last. Chapter 46. Avery hadn't expected to be disappointed, but she was. The whole movie, Jayden had sat on the opposite side of the couch, clutching his soda bottle like it was a life preserver. He hadn't tried to touch her, hadn't moved closer, hadn't even brushed her arm with his. And when the credits rolled, he helped clean up, said goodnight, like a stranger, and asked politely for blankets. She hated him in that moment more than when she was furious about the cameras. The blanket practically slapped into his hands as she shoved it at him and stormed up the stairs, stomping with deliberate irritation. In bed, she tossed and turned for what felt like hours. The light in the bathroom did little to calm her. She knew Jayden was still in the house. The men who'd hurt her were in jail. She was safe, but her body wouldn't believe it. The fear was irrational, deep, bone deep. Eventually, thirsty and frustrated, she crept downstairs for a glass of water. She heard his breathing before she even reached the kitchen. Slow, steady. She wished it were against her neck. She wished he'd been braver, or that she had. She sipped, then sighed and set the glass on the counter. Turned to go upstairs. Can't sleep. Jayden's voice came softly from the dark. She froze on the bottom step. I can't sleep, she said, then paused on the second creaky stair. Could you stay with me? For a while. The blanket hit the floor before she'd even finished the sentence. Jayden stood, crossed the room, and kissed her on the temple, silent, steady. They didn't say another word until they reached her bedroom. He turned off the light in the bathroom on the way. You won't need it, he whispered. I'm here now. She curled into him without resistance, his chest warm and solid behind her, one arm around her waist, the other across her ribs. His breath found the curve of her neck. His hand found her belly. For the first time in days, she slept without dreaming. She woke to voices downstairs. A man's voice, low, irritated. Then footsteps on the stairs. Jayden opened the door carefully. Did I wake you? Avery stretched, her muscles still sore, but her heart calmer. Time to get up anyway. Thanks for staying. She expected him to crawl back into bed, to hold her again for just a few more minutes. Instead, he sat on the edge of the bed, back turned. I gotta go, he said. The guys are on their way. What's wrong? Connor called. Someone broke into the farm last night. Cameras caught 2, maybe 3 people. Faces covered. We don't know if it was a scare tactic or something more, but it's got him rattled. Could be the sheriff's men. Could be, Jayden said. We don't know. Connor asked me to head back. I'll come see you tonight, though. Promise. He reached over, palm open. Your phone. Avery handed it over, sleepy and curious. He tapped the screen a few times, then turned it toward her. You can control the cameras through this app now. It's synced to your phone. You can turn off any of them. And don't worry, there's no camera in the bedroom. I'd never do that. She leaned in, watching. He was calm, careful, honest. You can leave them on or off, it's your choice. But I'd really appreciate it if you didn't. That way I know you're okay. She sighed, didn't object, didn't want to admit how much that last line meant to her. Jayden kissed her once, quick and soft, and left without another word. The silence felt larger after he was gone. Avery moved slowly through the kitchen, opening cabinets, staring into the fridge he'd stocked like a survivalist. Groceries packed every shelf. She didn't want any of it, but she couldn't let it spoil. So, she made pancakes. With jam. She hadn't done that since she was a kid. The smell grounded her. By 10, she was dressed and standing in front of the garage. Her hand trembled on the doorknob, the box where they'd kept her. Where she'd been tied up wasn't even visible from here, but her mind knew it was there, and that was enough. Her breathing hitched. Panic swelled in her throat. She sat at the patio table, gripping the cold wood, closing her eyes. Inhale, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 2, 3, 4. After a few rounds, her chest stopped rattling. She took out her phone and opened the camera app. The workshop was dark, but the video was crystal clear. The feed calmed her in a way nothing else could. The shop was hers again. No shadows, no men lurking in corners. Just an ordinary day. She unlocked the garage. It creaked like it always had. She took a deep breath and stepped inside. Nothing bad happened. And so she stayed. She sorted tools, cleared surfaces. She piled broken parts into boxes for recycling. On busy days, she'd do it haphazardly. Today, she was methodical. Clearing her space was like clearing her head. When she stepped outside, a familiar figure caught her eye. The older woman from the cafe, across the street, slouched, sun hat crooked, was approaching with a big wave. "Hey, sugar. Heard you were in the hospital. You okay?" "All good, thanks," Avery replied, brushing her hands on her jeans. "I heard it was the Carmack boys. That true?" The woman leaned in like they were best friends, eager for gossip. "It's true," Avery said flatly. "And the bikers saved me." The woman's jaw dropped. "No way." "Yes way," Avery said, straightening. "And they're not just bikers. They're ex-military. They were here on an undercover mission to investigate the Carmacks and their connections. Turns out Sheriff Douglas was protecting them." The woman blinked. "So, everything the town's been saying is true?" Avery nodded once. "More than they know." She turned on her heel and walked back into the garage, head held high. Behind her, she heard the woman mutter, "Well, I'll be damned." By the end of the day, half the town would know. And for once, Avery was glad. Let them talk. Let them know the truth. She was still standing. Chapter 47. Cleaning the workshop had taken Avery most of the day. Her stomach rumbled, but instead of grabbing lunch at the cafe across the street, she decided to head home and cook something quick. She'd barely made it to her front porch when a car pulled up in front of the shop. A familiar horn sounded. Mr. Buster. That was a rare sight. He stepped out of his car and waved. "Hello, Mr. Buster," she called back. "What can I do for you?" "The car wouldn't start this morning," he said, tugging at his belt. "Battery's good. I put in a new one just last month. It's not that. I don't know what's going on, and I can't wait for the other shops. They've all got waiting lists. I need the car tonight." "Sure, no problem. I was just about to grab a bite to eat, but I'll take a look at it right after," she said, motioning toward the black SUV. Ave always liked working on big cars. They made sense, like puzzles with all the pieces. She took the keys from him and, after a quick goodbye, rushed home to fix something simple. She didn't mind the change in plans. A client was a client, and the best part was, she hadn't spent a dime on advertising. The cafe hostess and her sharp tongue were doing that job just fine. By evening, she had the SUV humming like new. Mr. Buster paid in cash, thanked her 3 times, and drove off into the setting sun. When she stepped outside to lock up, 2 more cars were parked by the gate, waiting for her in the morning. Avery pulled out her phone and texted Dylan, "Time to bring the kid back." The garage was alive again, and damn, it felt good. Still, Jayden hadn't called. Not once all day. She caught herself staring at his name on the screen, thumb hovering over the call button. But pride was a bitch, and she didn't press it. Instead, she stripped off her stained coveralls, took a hot shower, and threw on her favorite shorts and a soft tee. Then she grabbed the Corolla keys and headed to Louise's for dinner. If he comes looking for me, she thought, he'll know where to find me. She sent a quick text, heading to Lou's for dinner, in case you're looking. But the message stayed unread. No reply. She pushed open the bar's door a few minutes later. The place was halfway full, voices and laughter rising above the low music. Brooke, Louise's daughter, was behind the counter, taking drink orders and mixing them like a pro. They weren't close, but Avery had known her forever. The kind of local friendship built on shared air and passing time. Avery had come to catch up with Louise. Maybe unload some of the ridiculous gossip she'd heard that day. Instead, she got swept into Brooke's rant. "It's not just today, it's been the whole damn week." Brooke groaned, wiping glass. "Although, I shouldn't be the one complaining. You got kidnapped. Like, literally dragged into the woods. I would have lost my mind." "It's over now," Avery said quickly, brushing past the memory as she dug into her pasta. "Dinner's great, thanks." Brooke barely heard her. She leaned against the counter, eyes burning. "Are all men assholes? Or is it just the ones I date?" Avery gave her a look. "What happened?" Brooke exhaled like she'd been waiting for someone to ask. "You know the mayor's assistant? Kinda cute, dark hair, drives that new Ford." Avery nodded vaguely. The guy was flashy. His car never needed repairs. Too new, too perfect. We dated for a while. Nothing serious, but it was fun. Good dinners, fancy places. Don't tell my mom. She'd kill me. But then, poof, vanished. Changed his number. Stopped answering emails. Yeah, I emailed him. Like some tragic character in an old romance movie. She laughed bitterly. And nothing. Not one damn word. Avery chewed slowly, watching her. Maybe he got cold feet. Maybe. Or maybe I was just imagining the whole thing. Brooke crossed her arms. "Your biker ghosted you too?" "Not ghosted," Avery muttered. "Just disappeared for a bit." "At least he didn't vanish like a magician's rabbit." Brooke rolled her eyes. Come on. My guy was nice. Real nice. Gave me this. She held up her hand, showing off a sparkling ring on her middle finger. Not an engagement ring. Just a thinking of you gift. But it's a real diamond. Avery raised an eyebrow. "That's a generous thinking of you gift. His family loaded?" "Nope. Dad's a plumber, mom's a teacher. Lives out of state. 2 sisters. Or so he said." She sighed, slumping. Maybe he lied about everything. "You're not dumping this on me," Avery said gently. "I get it. Really. We used to meet in Elizabethtown." Brooke continued, unable to stop now. "He had an apartment there. A sleek little place. And another car. A convertible. Said he didn't want the locals to get jealous, so he kept the Ford for small-town appearances." Avery's stomach twisted. Something about this story didn't sit right. And he just vanished. "Yeah. 5 days ago. Same day you were kidnapped, actually. We were supposed to meet that night." Her brow furrowed. "Weird, right?" Avery's voice dropped. You never noticed anything strange about him? Other than the fact that he played me like a damn fiddle? No. Brooke blinked, suddenly tired. Sorry. You've got your own shit going on. It's fine, Avery said, standing. But, be careful, Brooke. There's something about this that doesn't feel right. Brooke nodded. Yeah, me too. Avery left the bar with a cold knot in her chest. Her phone was still silent. No messages. No calls. She stared up at the dark sky, remembering how she'd once welcomed the idea of Jayden leaving, convincing herself it would be easier that way. Now, the thought of returning to an empty house made her feel sick. She checked the cameras. Nothing but shadows. No sign of life. Her fingers hesitated over his name again. This time, she pressed call. It rang once, twice, then straight to voicemail. She stood on her porch for a long moment, listening to the night. Then, without knowing exactly why, she climbed into the Corolla and drove toward the fallen wolf's farm. Chapter 48. The Corolla sped down the dark road, Avery gripping the wheel like it might disappear. She wasn't sure where she was going, at least, not emotionally. The fallen wolf's farm lay ahead, but her thoughts were somewhere else entirely. Her phone lay untouched in the passenger seat, music forgotten. For once, she didn't need noise to fill the silence. The chaos inside her head was loud enough. They saved my life, and I never even thanked them, she murmured aloud, trying to convince herself this wasn't a terrible idea. That's what I'll say. That's reason enough. She turned onto the gravel road that led to the farmhouse, headlights catching the line of parked bikes like a row of sleeping beasts. Besides, she added, maybe Connor could look into that Andrew guy, just in case. That's reason number 2. Too late to turn back now. She parked at the far end, away from the bikes. The second she stepped out, a figure emerged from the porch, tall, familiar, unmistakable. He moved quickly, slipping back into the house, as if he'd been watching. No going back, she whispered. Seconds later, Jayden reappeared, striding toward her like a man with something to prove. Avery had planned on walking inside and talking to Connor, ignoring Jayden entirely, let him stew in his broken promise. But when he looked at her like that, when his steps quickened and his jaw tightened, her whole plan unraveled. You miss me? He asked, brushing his lips against her cheek before she could react. The softness of it startled her. Then just as quickly he grew serious. Or did something happen? Not exactly, she said. But I need to talk to Connor. And you? Jayden nodded and took her hand. No hesitation. He led her inside without a word. And for once, the place was quiet, gone were the half-naked girls and wild laughter. Instead, most of the men were gathered at a poker table. 2 unfamiliar bikers stood nearby, eyes sharp, arms crossed. She recognized them, vaguely, from the night in the woods. One of them had untied her ropes, maybe brought her water. Bryson, Carson, Easton, Levi, Jayden said. You know the rest. They stared at her like they were sizing her up. Cold, unreadable. Avery's pulse quickened. She wouldn't want to run into this crowd in a dark alley. Hi, she said, raising a hand awkwardly. It hung in the air for a beat too long before she dropped it. Scolding herself for being nervous, she took a breath and launched into the speech she'd rehearsed in the car. I never got the chance to thank you for saving me. Silence. I thought I'd buy you all a drink sometime. Or dinner. You shouldn't, Connor said, sipping his coffee without looking up. One of the others echoed him quietly. Then how about free car repairs? Anytime. My shop's open to you, no charge. Still nothing. Just a few slow nods. Connor gave her a small one, the only sign of acknowledgement. She felt like a kid speaking to a board of grim-faced bosses. Jayden stood behind her like a wall, his expression unreadable. "You said you had something else," he prompted gently. Avery hesitated. The words she'd prepared now sounded ridiculous. Brooke's story felt flimsy, like gossip blown out of proportion. Would they even take her seriously? "No," she said, shaking her head. "It's stupid. I thanked you. I'll go now." She turned, but Jayden wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her gently back. "Say it," he murmured, brushing a thumb along her jaw. "Let us decide what's stupid." So, she told them, rushed through the whole thing. From Brooke's bad week to the mysterious boyfriend and his too-good-to-be-true life. "I just thought, maybe you could check him out? I don't know. See if there's anything there." Levi stood without a word and disappeared into another room. A minute later, he returned with a laptop, fingers already flying over the keyboard. Jayden leaned in close. "Come on, I'll pour you some coffee." Avery followed him into the kitchen, grateful for the escape from the silent, judging faces. Jayden poured the coffee and set it down in front of her, then took the seat across the table. He ran both hands through his hair, hesitating. "You don't want to lie to me," she said. "But you can't tell me the truth either. Is it about the Carmacks? Sheriff Douglas?" "No," he said too quickly. She didn't believe him. Last time he kept her in the dark. She ended up kidnapped and tied to a tree. Maybe if she'd known what they were up against, she would have been more careful. Bought a real gun, not tried to defend herself with a damn gas wrench. The memory made Jayden almost smile. Almost, but he caught himself and looked away. They'd spent the whole day at the Elizabethtown police station, combing through footage of men lurking around the perimeter of the farm, trespassing but not caught. Levi had installed new cameras, but what would that do? Connor was convinced they were Carmack's men, or worse, someone from West Virginia. Bryson and Easton had found motorcycle tracks, 3 of them, Japanese tires, not Harleys. Fast, sleek, perfect for a quick getaway. The police shrugged. No arrests. Just a lot of worry. "Hallelujah," came Levi's voice from the other room. Jayden smiled faintly. That was Levi's I-cracked-it voice. Avery looked at him, brows raised. Moments later, Matthew appeared in the kitchen doorway. "Come on. I think I found something." Avery downed her coffee, careful not to spill, and followed Jayden into the living room. Everyone was huddled around Levi. She took the empty chair beside him. "Good work, Avery," Connor said. "That mayor's assistant, he's our guy." "Yeah, the prick's got a whole damn website," Aiden added, pointing at the screen. "Enough to nail him. There's even video. Look at this." Avery leaned in and instantly recoiled. The young man on the screen held a rifle. At his feet, a deer lay still, blood staining its flank. He kicked the animal, laughing. Her stomach turned. "Oh, God," she whispered, shielding her face. "That's sick. Contact the feds," Levi said calmly. "There's enough here to open a full investigation. I'm already sending the files." Connor grabbed his phone and left the room, already dialing. Jayden pulled her into his arms. This time, she didn't resist. "I think I'm gonna be sick," she muttered. "Let's get some air." They stepped out onto the porch. Warm night air wrapped around them. But Avery was shivering. Inside, the others laughed. Outside, she trembled. She couldn't believe it. This horror had been happening right here, in her town. Men abusing animals, profiting from death. And Sheriff Douglas. He'd been a part of it. Her father used to take the sheriff hunting during the legal season. Real permits. Real trips. She remembered how he always came home empty-handed, too soft-hearted to pull the trigger. For him, it was about campfires and stories, not killing. What she'd seen tonight wasn't hunting. It was cruelty, masked in privilege and power. I wonder how long it's been going on, she murmured. Long enough to hurt more animals than we'll ever know, Jayden replied. She turned to look at him. Why'd the cops suspect you? He gave a bitter smile. We look like the kind of guys who'd enjoy that kind of shit. Sometimes appearances are the biggest lie. Chapter 49. After a brief conversation, Avery found herself tempted to take a little tour. She'd always been curious. How did bikers really live? Not the TV version, not the rough-edged fantasy. The real deal. Jayden didn't hesitate. He took her hand and led her toward a neighboring house, one that stood a little apart from the main building. A local laborer had been working on it for what felt like forever, and the signs were everywhere. The first floor was pure chaos. Tools scattered across the floor, rolls of insulation propped in corners, bags of trash piled near the door. Soda bottles sat half-finished on the large living room table. The air smelled faintly of sawdust and sweat, the scent of work in progress. The second floor's done, Jayden said, guiding her past a loose floorboard. Still some work to finish down here. A staircase in the center led upward, and once they reached the landing, Avery paused. It looked surprisingly like a hotel. A long hallway stretched ahead, lined with at least 5 identical doors. She followed him to the left, her sandals nearly silent on the dark, fine pile carpeting. The walls were deep charcoal, completely bare. No paintings, no photos, no warmth. It felt like a hallway leading nowhere. Jayden pulled out a key, unlocked one of the doors, and flicked on the lights. This is my room. Avery stepped inside and blinked. She'd expected something, anything, other than what she saw. The space looked like a designer's experiment in restraint. Concrete gray walls, rough and industrial. A black metal chandelier suspended from the ceiling. A large bed in the center flanked by simple wooden nightstands. Above each, black sculptural light fixtures mimicked the style of the chandelier. To the left, a built-in closet disappeared seamlessly into the wall. It should have felt cold, but the warm glow from the contoured ceiling lights made it unexpectedly cozy. Your place is nice, she said honestly. Thanks. Bathroom's through here if you need it. He pushed open another door, revealing a stark, modern bathroom. Bright white light bounced off marble walls and dark tile floors. A broad white sink, black matte faucets, and a walk-in shower behind pristine glass. Clean, sharp, masculine. I didn't think a biker's house would look like this. The rest of the rooms are plain, Jayden said with a shrug. They all look the same. Just this one, and Connor's were done with a designer. I wanted high-tech. Connor wanted a hunting lodge. He grinned at that. A fireplace, antler lamps, wooden beams. He even tried to hang a fake deer head and mount a gun on the wall. Yeah, now that sounds wild. Right. He chuckled. We veto that real fast. Avery stepped farther into the room, running her hand along the textured concrete wall. The bed loomed large in the center, and just looking at it made her tired shoulders sag. It had been a long day. A heavy day. She pulled her phone from her pocket. 9:40 p.m. Do you need a ride home? Jayden's voice broke through her thoughts. He stepped behind her, hands settling on her waist. His palms were warm through the thin fabric of her shirt, and instead of moving toward the exit, he gently nudged her backward. A step, then another. Her calves bumped against the edge of the bed. Or are you staying here tonight? His gaze met hers, open and searching. He saw her hesitation, the flicker of doubt, and the heat building beneath it. His hands slid under her shirt, fingertips brushing the sensitive skin of her belly, making her stomach twitch. It was like they were starting over, meeting for the first time again. Jayden leaned in, kissed her lips softly, then pulled back, watching her reaction. She didn't resist, didn't push him away, and that was answer enough. "I've missed you so much," he whispered. But before she could respond, he kissed her deeper, his tongue teasing her open, until she gasped softly into his mouth. He tugged her t-shirt upward, and she lifted her arms to help him. Then came the sports bra, simple, class-free. "Thank God," he muttered with a grin, mouth descending onto her breasts like he'd been starving for the taste. He cupped one breast while holding her back with his other hand, drawing a nipple into his mouth, biting it gently before soothing the sting with his tongue. Avery let out a sharp gasp, her fingers tangling in his soft hair, her body already trembling. His stubble grazed her skin, leaving behind sparks of heat. Her thighs pressed together instinctively, pressure building deep inside her. She needed him. Now. Jayden released her only long enough to guide her down onto the bed. "Take it all off. I'm too impatient tonight," he said, already reaching into the nightstand for a condom. Avery laughed breathlessly. "Just say you have fine motor issues and can't undo the button on my shorts. Don't mess with me, woman." He yanked off his shirt, shucked his jeans, and returned to the edge of the bed. "I want you too much to deal with your sass right now." He crawled over her, covering her body with his, mouth finding hers again before she could throw another comeback. He wanted moans, not jokes, and Avery gave him exactly that. She gasped for air as his mouth moved lower again, hot and relentless against her chest. Her nails raked down his back, and then the shrill buzz of her phone shattered the moment. They both froze. The ringtone stopped, then buzzed again. "Take it," she whispered. "Might be important." Jayden growled and snatched the phone. "Fucking Jayden! Where the hell are you? Connor's hurt." Levi's voice exploded through the speaker. The whole room seemed to tilt. Chapter 50. Jayden couldn't hear anything else. Not the roar of engines fading into the distance. Not the shouts of the men trying to organize a response. Not even his brother's faint groans swallowed by the chaos. He yanked on his pants, shoved his feet into unlaced shoes, and pulled a t-shirt over his head mid-stride. What happened? Avery followed, dragging on her shorts with trembling hands and grabbing his shirt as she went. Her underwear was still somewhere on Jayden's bed, forgotten. She stumbled in her rush, nearly falling. Jayden didn't answer, maybe didn't hear her at all, as he burst through the door, skipping 3 steps in one bound. "Jayden," she called, her voice tight with fear. The door slammed behind him. She fumbled with the straps of her sandals, wincing as she stepped barefoot on a piece of grit, then dashed up the hallway, dodging scattered tools and exposed nails on the floor. The air was thick with smoke even inside the house, and the heat from outside hit her like a wave. Outside, a blaze lit the night. Flames climbed up the frames of several motorcycles, casting flickering shadows across the dirt lot. Bikers shouted. Someone yelled for more extinguishers, and at least 2 men were already trying to beat down the fire. The scent of gasoline and burning rubber was suffocating. Engines roared in the distance. Whoever had done this was already fleeing. Avery ran into the thick of it, trying to make sense of what she was seeing. Someone jumped onto a bike and tore off after the attackers. She searched the chaos for Jayden and Connor, and finally spotted them on the porch. Jayden was holding Connor up with help from a massive biker she didn't recognize. Another bike was extinguished, its charred engine coughing as it came back to life. A shadowy figure revved hard, kicking up a thick cloud of dust before vanishing down the road. The air filled with panicked voices, the scent of burning paint and oil biting at the back of her throat. The rest of the bikes are toast. Get in the truck. Go after them, someone shouted. Avery spun, trying to locate the voice. Smoke blurred her vision. Then she heard it. Avery, behind the wheel now. It took her a few seconds to register what they wanted. Now, the voice barked again. Jayden and the big biker were carrying Connor toward her Corolla. She raced to the driver's side. The keys were in the ignition. Thank God she'd been careless for once. She slid in, hands trembling, breath short. Go! A large biker climbed into the back seat, knees jammed up against the headrest. Jayden dove in next to her, slamming the door just as she hit the gas. The tires screeched. Her hands clenched the wheel in a white-knuckle grip. Connor moaned in the back, and Avery's chest tightened. She couldn't screw this up. Her father's voice echoed in her mind. His old lessons about driving under pressure. Triple your focus. Read every sign, even the ones you know by heart. Drive like you're taking a test with someone's life in your hands. She floored it down the dirt road, dodging potholes and skimming tight corners. In the rearview mirror, truck headlights flared and bounced along behind them. They hit the main road. Avery veered hard to the right, aiming straight for the hospital. The truck split off in the opposite direction, chasing one of the fleeing bikes. Easton, who the hell was that? Jayden barked, twisting in his seat. Connor groaned, voice hoarse. This is our greeting from West Virginia. Call the contact. We need to trap those bastards, Easton ordered. Jayden had his phone out in seconds, already dialing. Avery kept her eyes locked on the road, but she heard every word as if they were bouncing around inside her skull. We're in trouble, Jayden muttered into the phone. We've been hit. Bikers from West Virginia. Connor's down. We've got 2 bikes and a truck out hunting the attackers. Yeah, damn it, we need help now. He paused, listening. Then, Levi's your usual point, yeah. He's not leaving without his gear. Every bike's got a beacon. Yes. Hell yes. Go. He hung up. They tore into the hospital parking lot moments later, tires squealing as Avery braked hard in front of the ER entrance. She flung the door open and bolted toward the automatic doors, yelling at the top of her lungs. Help! We've got a man down. A nurse rushed out. Someone shouted for an operating room. A gurney appeared. Jayden and Easton, both smeared with Connor's blood, carried him between them. Connor's head lolled to one side. His lips were blue. Time slowed down. Avery couldn't breathe. The fluorescent lights inside felt cold and wrong as they rolled the gurney away. She followed without thinking, the world blurring around her. When the doors to the operating room slammed shut, Avery turned. Jayden was still there, his hands red to the wrists, arms stiff at his sides. She stepped into him without a word, wrapping her arms around his bloodied frame. He didn't say anything either, just buried his face in her shoulder, shuddering, and let out a sound too raw to be called a cry. It was grief wrapped in rage and helplessness. She could feel the wild beat of his heart against her own. His chest rose and fell too fast, too hard. It's going to be okay, she whispered, but she didn't believe it yet. They stood like that, motionless, together, until a nurse appeared and politely, but firmly, interrupted. Please, ma'am. You need to move the car. Avery blinked as if coming out of a trance. Right. Easton stepped up beside her. I'll come with you. Jayden didn't move. His eyes stayed fixed on the operating room door. Outside, the night was cooler, but it still carried the acrid scent of smoke. Avery climbed into the driver's seat, her hands still trembling. "I need your car," Easton said as she sat there, stunned. "I've got to help the others. I can't do anything here. You stay with them." She nodded slowly, stepping out. "The keys are still in it," she said. "Manual transmission." "I know." Easton slid in and drove off before she could say another word. Avery stood on the sidewalk, watching her car disappear around the corner, heart still racing, a dull throb in her temples. Somewhere behind her, Connor was fighting for his life. Chapter 51. Seconds, minutes, hours. Time crawled, slow and merciless. The second hand on the wall clock moved in endless circles, each one digging deeper into Jayden's nerves. He stared at it like he could force it to stop. Avery had barely convinced him to go rinse the blood from his hands and face. His t-shirt, once gray, was now stained dark red, stiff where the blood had dried. But he wouldn't change it. He wouldn't move far from that waiting room chair. The nurses kept repeating the same line, their voices distant and robotic. "The operation is ongoing. As soon as the doctors are done, they'll come out to the relatives." Avery brought him coffee from the vending machine, but he didn't even glance at it. In the end, she poured it out and tried a glass of water instead. "Just a sip?" she asked gently. He shook his head, and they fell back into silence. The clock's ticking felt louder than the hospital's fluorescent lights. Then Jayden's phone rang. He answered on speaker. The voice on the other end delivered good news. The men who had attacked Connor were in custody, already on their way to the station. Avery listened too, sitting motionless beside him. But Jayden barely reacted. His expression didn't change. There was no spark of relief, no flicker of triumph. All he had in this life was his brother. And now, someone had tried to take even that from him. "It's going to be okay," Avery whispered again, the 100th time. This time, Jayden reached for her hand, clasped it tightly. Together, they stared at the endless sweep of the clock's second hand. Then, finally, the doors opened. 2 doctors in wrinkled green scrubs stepped out. One of them sighed, deep and heavy, and the sound made Avery's blood run cold. "We removed the bullet. His liver was ruptured. Other internal organs were damaged," the older doctor began, his voice clinical but kind. "But he's alive. He lost a lot of blood. He's unstable, but we've got him stabilized for now. He'll remain in the ICU until at least tomorrow morning." Jayden exhaled, then collapsed into the chair like his bones had given out. The weight of those endless hours had caught up to him all at once. "You won't be allowed to see him until morning anyway," the doctor continued. "Go home. Get cleaned up. If anything changes, you'll get a call." "No," Jayden growled, eyes flashing. "I'm staying." The doctor blinked and took a step back, startled. "I'm sorry," Avery said quickly. "He's not himself right now. But thank you. Truly. We're grateful for everything you've done." The doctors nodded, murmured something, and disappeared through the swinging doors. Avery sat beside him, gently rubbing a hand across his back, feeling the way his breath stuttered beneath her fingers. "Let's go to your place," she whispered eventually. "Just for a couple of hours. You can shower, change clothes. Then we'll come back together in the morning." He didn't move. "There's nothing we can do here tonight," she pressed. "He's going to pull through. You need your strength." Her voice was low and steady, a balm to the storm inside him. And slowly, finally he nodded. Outside, they stood on the sidewalk with no ride in sight. But within minutes, The rumble of engines echoed into the parking lot. Several fallen wolves pulled up, faces drawn and anxious. "How's Connor?" they asked, one after another. Jayden opened his mouth, but no sound came out. His throat burned. He couldn't get the words past the lump rising there. He feared that if he started speaking, the tears would come too. So, Avery stepped in again. She relayed what the doctor had said, calmly, clearly. Then she insisted they all go home, clean up, get rest. The men obeyed. They mounted their bikes, helmets snapping into place. That's when Avery noticed it. Her old Corolla was gone, and so were Easton and Levi. "I'm sorry," Bryson said, stepping closer. "Our friend wrecked your car." Avery gasped, her mind immediately conjuring images of her beloved car. Crumpled metal, broken glass, that sweet, familiar wheel bent beyond repair. "It can't be fixed," Bryson added, regret in his voice. Her stomach sank. She'd driven that car since she was 16. Every dent had a memory, every scratch a story. "How's Easton? Is he okay?" she asked quickly, guilt flaring. "He got clipped." "It was bad," Bryson admitted. "But he's tough. Just a concussion. Thanks to your car and the airbag. It saved his life." Levi stayed behind to give a statement. Avery's throat tightened. She felt the loss of the car deep in her gut. But throwing a fit now would be cruel. Jayden had almost lost his brother. So she said nothing, just nodded and climbed into the passenger seat of a truck, Jayden behind her. They drove back to the farm in silence, a quiet column of bikes trailing behind. At the house, Avery managed to nap. Jayden lay beside her, eyes open, staring into the dark. He didn't move once, like he was afraid sleep would steal him from what mattered. By 6 in the morning, he was ready. Avery stirred at the rustle of clothes. She knew it was too early, but didn't stop him. She made them both a quick cup of coffee and climbed onto the bike behind him. They waited at the hospital for over an hour before the doctor emerged. "He's stabilized," he said. "Still unconscious. We'll monitor him through the day. If all goes well, we might move him to a regular room by evening. Then family can visit." Jayden exhaled slowly. It wasn't enough. He needed to see his brother. Now, he wanted to scream, to demand more, to shake the doctor until his words became warmer, more human. But instead, he just nodded. "Do you want to stay?" Avery asked. He nodded again. "They won't let you in." Still no answer. They sat together in that sterile waiting room, waiting for nothing. Then Avery's phone buzzed finally. A customer asking if their car would be ready by noon. She cursed under her breath. "I'm sorry," she said. "I have to go. I've got 2 cars to finish, and Dylan's coming in at 10. He can only help until lunch. I have to make the most of it." Jayden nodded, eyes blank. "You're staying?" Another nod. "You know they won't let you see him." Still silence. She stood, leaned down to kiss his temple, and then stopped. She didn't have a car. "Shit," she muttered. "Can you give me a ride? You remember." "The car." He looked up, blinking like he'd forgotten where he was, then nodded again. "You know," Avery said, turning to Jayden, "you could help me. I have my dad's overalls. It'll keep your hands busy. Might distract you." He looked at her like the words were coming from far away, like they had to push through static and confusion before they landed. Finally, after a long pause, he nodded. "At lunch, we'll go check on Connor." Avery added softly. That broke him. Not in a bad way, but it broke something inside that had been wound too tight for too long. No one had ever shared his burdens like this, not even his brother. For the first time in years, he wasn't alone. "That's what for better or worse means, huh?" he said with a tired smile, kicking off his boots and pulling on the old overalls. The day flew by. With 2 sets of hands, they finished 2 cars before noon. One needed heavy repair, so Avery pushed it to tomorrow. By afternoon, even the small family van was done, just as promised. Still no news from the hospital. The guys called to check in, to give updates. Easton had tried to escape from his hospital room, caused a scene. He'd live. By evening, the shop was closed, the tools packed away. And finally, at the hospital again, the doctor gave them the words they'd been dying to hear. "You can see him now." Chapter 52. How many court hearings does it take to finally put behind bars the people who truly deserve it? Apparently, in Timpoint, the answer was a lot. For 2 months, the town roared and raged while the police dug through the filth, raiding the sheriff's house, turning the police station inside out, searching the state, and eventually half the country, for the mayor's golden boy aid. One by one, all the perpetrators ended up in the courtroom, about 10 people in total. And if, before, Avery and many others in town hadn't even known someone was organizing illegal hunting trips for the wealthy, now there wasn't a soul left who didn't. Even eco-activists from out of state had descended on Timpoint, staging protests in front of City Hall, holding up photos of mutilated animals, and chanting in shock. How long does it take to heal a stomach wound? As long as it takes for justice to crawl through the legal system. 60 days. Dozens of hearings. Avery and Connor, along with Brooke, were either testifying or just sitting in the back, showing support. Ave often found herself holding Brooke's hand, so tightly the girl's fingers went white. Brooke still couldn't believe it. Couldn't reconcile the sweet-talking Andrew with the monster he turned out to be. But finally it was over. The verdicts were read, the sentences handed down. The whole town could breathe again. The fallen wolves threw a party on the farm that night. Not just a celebration, but a real gathering. The house, finally renovated, was ready to welcome guests. Agents and liaisons from Elizabethtown came out too, shaking hands and raising glasses. Even Lucinda was among the invitees, wrapped in a velvet blazer, wearing her signature dark lipstick and that mischievous grin. They were seated at the new bar on the first floor, tucked into a corner of the huge open-plan house. One side of the room looked like an upscale garage-style pub, chrome bike parts mounted on exposed brick, deep leather bar stools, neon signs, and rows of liquor bottles. The other side was cozier, more domestic. Cream curtains, 2 fridges, a farmhouse kitchen table with enough chairs for everyone who lived there. The whole space felt like a weird and perfect mix of biker clubhouse and grandma's holiday kitchen. Aiden stood behind the bar, pouring shots. The chrome glinted behind him under warm yellow lights. Someone had even mounted a new gas wrench on the wall. Avery spotted it and grinned. It was the exact same type she'd once wielded to save her life. Whoever had put it there clearly had a dark sense of humor. She glanced across the room and found Jayden, sipping a beer with his arm resting over the back of a chair. He caught her gaze and smirked. As Aiden carried another round to the table, Lucinda leaned in close. "You mean Aiden?" Avery asked, half laughing. "I mean him and Matthew." Avery rolled her eyes and waved a hand. "Don't go there. Please." Lucinda just bit her lip, looking across the bar. Her eyes sparkled in a way that meant she was definitely going to ignore Avery's plea. "Is it serious?" Avery asked, trying not to sound too curious. "God no," Lou scoffed. "We're just having fun. Besides, they're heading to California. Been dreaming about it forever." Avery stiffened. "Who's going with them?" "I don't know," Lucinda said quickly, looking away. Even though she and Jayden were practically a couple, sharing a bed most nights, either at the farm or her house, working together in the shop during the day. They never talked about the future. Dylan was out of school now and had started training, so he could take on more hours. Her old employees had settled into farm life and weren't coming back. That's when Jayden stepped in. He was an incredible help, skilled, focused, easy to work with. And the sex in the break room didn't hurt either. They liked the same music, laughed at the same dumb jokes, but neither of them ever asked the question, what now? And if he chose to leave for California with his friends? Avery knew it would break her heart, but did she have any right to ask him to stay? Someone turned down the music. A tall, thin agent stepped into the center of the room. He had silver streaks in his hair and wore a smart dark suit, maybe even a sidearm beneath the jacket. "May I have your attention, please?" he called out. The conversations quieted gradually. When everyone was watching, he cleared his throat. "We're extremely grateful to the fallen wolves for the work they've done here in Timpoint. You are true wolves, veterans, loyal to your home and to the people who live here." Applause rippled through the room, small but heartfelt. "But unfortunately," the agent went on, "in our line of work, when you clean up one mess, another one starts somewhere else. So, we can't stay and celebrate for long. But before we leave," he motioned for Connor to step forward. "I won't drag this out. I'm honored to introduce the new sheriff of Timpoint, Connor Williams." The room exploded. Bikers hooped and cheered. Easton ran up and lifted Connor clean off the floor in a bear hug. Connor laughed and tried to wriggle free. Even the agents clapped. Jayden stayed at the edge of the crowd, beer in hand, smiling quietly. He wasn't one for loud reactions. When Avery looked over, he caught her eye and winked. The agent raised his voice again. "That's not all. It's been decided to form a kind of private forestry service, based at the old station, to protect local wildlife and resources. We're still figuring out the details, but we already have 3 jobs open for anyone who wants to stay here and make sure this never happens again." There was a pause. Not applause exactly, but thoughtful silence. He looked around. "If you've been wondering whether to stay in Timpoint, this is your chance." Connor nodded. "It's a good offer. You already live here. The rooms are yours." There was hope in his voice, but no one answered yet. "We say goodbye for now," the agent concluded, "but I hope we'll work together again." He shook hands all around, then disappeared out the front door with his team. The music stayed off, and the room buzzed with new conversations. Finally, Avery and Lucinda made their way to Connor. "I think you'll be the best sheriff this town's ever had," Avery said, hugging him. "Plus, I've got connections now," she added with a wink. "That's kind of cool." Connor smiled. "Thanks, Ave, that means a lot." The music started back up again. Someone popped another bottle. Laughter broke out by the fireplace. But inside Avery's chest, a new kind of tension curled and twisted. Quiet, insistent. She still didn't know what came next. But the party raged on. Chapter 53. "So, are you and your brother staying or just him?" Avery and Jayden sat on the porch of the farmhouse. Their porch, by now, a ritual they'd unconsciously built over the last 2 months. The cool Kentucky air drifted around them, dry and sharp with the first hints of fall. It wasn't cold, exactly, but it no longer carried the easy, golden weight of summer. And things between them didn't carry the same ease either. Back then, it had been light, fun, uncomplicated. Now it felt like something deeper, heavier, more real, and harder to talk about. Jayden handed her the keys to his room along with the full set for the rest of the farm. Symbolic, maybe. But Avery couldn't bring herself to do the same. The second set of house keys still hung untouched in the key box by the door, right next to the old Chevy keychain her mother had given her dad. She hadn't touched it in years. Every time she saw it, a part of her chest squeezed, like guilt caught between her ribs. Giving those keys away, even just offering them, felt like erasing her father's presence from the house. Irrational, maybe, but powerful. In the garage next door, the Camaro he left behind still sat idle. She hadn't even had time to start it since everything happened. Too much work. Too many distractions. She turned her eyes to Jayden, still waiting for his answer. He sat beside her with a bottle of beer dangling from one hand, looking completely at ease. What makes you think I'm going anywhere? I don't know. It's just, Aiden and Matthew are going to California. You used to live there. It made sense to me. We've been apart for too long. My brother and I. Now it's time to catch up. Avery bit her lip, trying not to smile. The music inside the house had quieted, the crowd thinning as bikers slipped off to their rooms, one by one. Lucinda stepped onto the porch with a soft clack of heels. Her eyes sparkled in the low light. Need a ride? Avery offered automatically, then realized, again, she didn't have a car anymore. It was becoming a joke at this point. No, it's all good. I've got a ride, Luce chirped, glancing back as Aiden and Matthew joined her. They exchanged a few last words before the trio disappeared into the night, the rumble of bikes fading quickly into silence. Jayden chuckled. You don't have to judge them. I'm not judging. Then what's with that look? They're good together, whatever they are. It's none of our business. You've gotta love people for who they are, not how you imagine them. You're right. Avery sighed. It'll probably be over soon anyway. You never know, he said. Maybe she'll get attached to them like you got attached to me. I didn't tie you to me. You followed me. She shot back with a snort. Jayden laughed. A warm, rough sound that echoed into the quiet night. You've never really said how you feel, or what's going on between us. She added more softly. So maybe we shouldn't start now. I didn't say anything, Jayden replied. Because I thought it was obvious. He slid closer, wrapped an arm around her shoulders, and kissed her slowly. Avery rolled her eyes but let it linger. That was the most unromantic declaration of love I've ever heard. Unromantic, he grinned. Please. I gave you keys to the farm, helped in your workshop for free, drove you around like a damn Uber, and dealt with my brother's disapproval just to be near you. He pulled back, eyes gleaming. And you never even offered me your keys. Not that I'd take them. But you didn't even give me the chance to say no. Avery's smile faded. His words weren't accusatory, just honest. The weight of them settled on her chest. Finally, they were talking about what this was, and it terrified her. I didn't. She paused, trying to find the right words. My dad always said, if something's working, don't fix it, just let it be. I guess I just live like that. The house is still the same. Every little thing, and it keeps that feeling, like he's still there. It's the only way I feel. Not alone. You're not alone anymore, Jayden said gently. And in case you haven't noticed, nothing keeps working if you freeze in place. Not a relationship. Not a business. Avery exhaled hard through her nose. It was the most sarcastic sound she could manage. And speaking of that, Jayden added, I won't be your personal driver much longer. What do you mean? My brother's taking over the sheriff's office Monday. That means the farm's on me. I won't have time to help at the shop. Avery blinked. I don't know what depresses me more. Your completely unromantic love confession, the fact that my biker boyfriend is turning into a farmer, or the sudden realization that I'm about to be back to working solo. Oh, and I'm still a pedestrian. Jayden laughed again and downed the last of his beer. The bottle landed in the trash can with a satisfying clunk. He leaned back and stared at the sky. There were no streetlights out here, just the stars. The kind of sky you never saw in Los Angeles. Too many buildings, too much noise. Here, the sky felt alive. I miss this, he murmured. The quiet, the space. He didn't know how to run a farm. Not really. But he had Connor. And a dream. And maybe that was enough. Let's take it from the top, he said at last. You do have a car. A beautiful car, actually. That Camaro in your garage. Your dad wouldn't want it gathering dust under a tarp. He'd want to hear it roar again. And Michael, he's thinking about coming back to the shop. Said he misses detailing. I can't afford to pay him more, Avery said flatly. Hell, I never paid you back for those security cameras. Easton already covered them when he totaled your Corolla. I doubt a few cameras cost as much as my whole car. Then he still owes you. Name your price. He'll write a check. Even so, she sighed. The shop doesn't make enough to pay someone like Michael. And there it is again, Jayden said, shaking his head. You refuse to change anything. You assume it's working, but it's not. I don't want to raise prices, she said. People are used to them. They'll stop coming. You're underestimating them. We scoped out your competitors this week. You're way under. Avery crossed her arms. So now you're price-checking me behind my back. I'm trying to help. Either you raise your prices and hire help, or you stay stuck, treading water. Your call. But Monday's coming fast, and I won't be in the shop anymore. Avery looked out over the dark horizon. The silence between them wasn't tense. It was full of possibility. She'd lived by that rule for years, out of habit, out of grief, maybe even out of fear. But now, sitting on this porch with Jayden beside her and change pressing in from all sides, she began to wonder, what if keeping everything the same was the very thing holding her back? Maybe it wasn't about fixing what was broken. Maybe it was about letting herself want more. Chapter 54. How long does it take to make a sign for an auto repair shop? No more than a week. How long does it take to start a new life? Maybe an infinite amount of time. Or maybe just one day. It depends on the person, on the moment, on the courage to change. Avery pulled the dusty tarp off her father's Camaro, uncovering the car like it was a buried treasure. Beneath it, the glossy red paint gleamed, untouched by time. She ran her fingertips over the hood, feeling the smooth metal as memories surged up from somewhere deep. Her father's hands gripping the wheel, his laughter when the engine roared to life, the smell of gasoline and pine trees on those long drives to nowhere. In her other hand, she held the old Chevy keychain, faded, familiar. On it hung not just the key to the Camaro, but the keys to her father's house, the same one she'd left for Jayden. That small gesture had been more than practical. It had been a shift, a quiet breaking of routine, the first fragile crack in her own armor. Hey, Avery. She turned to see Michael waving, grinning like they hadn't seen each other in years. She ran to him, hugged him like an old friend. So good to see you, she beamed. Let's grab coffee before your shift starts. I'd love to talk things through. She practically bolted from the garage, not because she was avoiding work, but because her heart was racing too fast at the thought of finally starting that engine. It needed to wait a little longer. Coffee turned into conversation. Then conversation turned into work. The shop buzzed with life. Avery, grinning like she hadn't in months, tuned the radio to a general station, letting Michael pick the playlist instead of clinging to her usual favorites. It was a small thing, but it felt right. Soon, she ordered a new sign, and within 2 weeks, She raised her prices. She even told the first customer up front, "Might cost a little more next time," she warned. "About time," he replied. That answer gave her the confidence she didn't know she was waiting for. Not everyone was thrilled, but most understood. And the shop, it kept running, kept growing. This was her business now. Hers. Not just a continuation of her father's legacy, but something entirely her own. Later that week, after a full day, she walked back to the garage where the Camaro sat waiting. She opened the door, slid behind the wheel, and turned the key. The engine roared to life, smooth, powerful, proud. She gripped the gear shift like she'd never let go. She took a victory lap around town. Not for anyone else, just for herself. Just to feel the road under her again. And the town, the sky, the air, it all felt different. Alive. Like it was applauding her. 2 weeks later, she was paying Michael a solid wage. Clients kept coming. Her bank account wasn't overflowing, but it was finally breathing. Evenings were spent at the farm, at the long wooden table with the bikers who were no longer just passing through. They were home now. A real family. The kind made by choice, not by blood. Levi had joined the FBI. His talent too rare to ignore. Aiden and Matthew had moved to California, but they called often, and Lucinda swore they'd be back for Thanksgiving. One Saturday morning, Avery and Jayden lay tangled on his bed, the soft glow of early light warming the room. "It's warm next weekend," he said. "You should take me to Elizabethtown. Why not take the bike?" Avery had asked. Now Jayden traced circles on her shoulder with his fingertips. "I've got my eye on a car," he said. "I thought you and cars didn't get along." He shrugged. "You're changing. I thought maybe it was time I did too." She didn't press. She knew the weight he carried, the crash, the loss. But she also knew healing when she saw it. Saturday morning, they stood in a showroom, side by side. "Seriously?" Avery asked, arms crossed. In front of them, a blazing red 1967 Ford Mustang. "You hate it," Jayden teased. "It's beautiful," she admitted. "But it's not a Chevy." "I know," he leaned in. "But imagine you and me in the back seat." Avery narrowed her eyes. "You said bikes were better." "I said I'd show you both and you could decide." She rolled her eyes, but her smile said everything. Maybe her father had been right. Maybe if something works, you don't need to fix it. But sometimes, working wasn't the same as living. And maybe the real trick wasn't preserving what was, but knowing when to let go, when to drive forward, when to turn the key, and finally move. And this time, she wasn't afraid to shift gears. The end.